Hey, 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 speakeasy. It's all good today. It's a good Saturday. Hope everything is going good with you. This leak code of the day is going to be a tough one, folks. So, going to be a bit more leak code time for this session, but it's going to be a good one. Hope your Saturday's been going well, speakeasy. Ah, yeah, okay. Then enjoy yourself then, huh? That's what Saturdays are for, right? Okay. Almost there. We send out these messages. There we go. Little housekeeping. 8-3. Okay, there we go. I did a bit, a little bit speakeasy. Nothing too crazy. Nothing time investing, at least anymore. I started off on, the Minecraft, the Skyrim, the Battlefields, classics. Nothing too crazy. Didn't get into too many MMORPGs, but I did play Mahogany back in the day. Everlast, whatever it was called, too. Not too much now, though. All the free time's been sucked away. But yeah, folks, here was our leak code of the day. It's a pretty tough looking one. It's named hard, but we're going to knock this one out within the hour, hopefully. And then we will wrap around to our project, which was a little sneak peek. It's taking our Express to do app that we've been reviewing all this time, and it's doing all these things. We're going to be getting it running, doing some logging, converting it to MVC, local off, soft delete, permissions, and the final feature is an admin kind of user that can see all the deleted items, just like Leon mentioned last class would be cool to do. And then for fun, maybe mongoose and handlebars, since that is what people seem to be liking. Hey, speakeasy, first is you. There you go. First been chat and on the board. Okay, so let's give this one a shot. Here it is in the chat. I just want to follow along. So, we're given a string, an array of strings of the same length. Seems important. Return all the starting indexes of substrings in the original string. That's concatenation of each word in words. Once in any order without any intervening characters, you may return the indexes in any order. So it doesn't really care about order at all, it appears. Given this bar foo, the foo bar man, words are foo and bar, output is 0, 1. Because substrings start at index 0 and 9 are bar foo and foo bar. So basically here and here. 0 and 9. Word, good, 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 best word. 0 outputs because the three goods prevent this from working. Then we got bar foo the. So we got bar foo bar the. There's 1. Then bar the foo. Oh, 9. It's another one. And the foo bar 12. Okay. So they can overlap. And when they do so, they're considered unique instances. Already seeing a bit of repeated work there. Okay, so those are our parameters, those are our example, our return, there are those indexes. Now for the pseudocode. So I'm thinking if well, they're always of length 3, right? Now these ones happen to all have subwords of length 4, but I don't know if I can rely on the unit size or the common unit size always being 3. We're only guaranteed that these are the same length, not that the initial word is a factor of the length of this word. So my approach would be to, which example I'll go on. Let's suppose I'll go on this example. Would be to start, basically search for every instance there will be kind of a tracking of state. So from the first character, we'll see B, which is in bar. Well, that'll be character by character. BAR. Would it be more efficient to search for the whole string at this position? Then if I find it, keep track of it being at that location. Keep track of this being at this location. Definitely an interesting one. I mean, it is labeled hard for a reason. I wasn't expecting it to be easy. Because I'm thinking, as I track the state going, oh, I can move this. Oh, completely forgot that thing can be moved. Learn something new every day, folks. Yeah, as I track the state, I'll keep track of how many, basically, words are remaining. And once this empties out, the beginning index of my search, which I'll keep track in that state too, gets pushed to the output. Now, how's this going to handle this overlap logic? So we have boo bar foo. That search will fail because will it fail? Yeah, these have to be continuous substrings, so they can't skip over words in the middle like this. I believe that will fail as we traverse through it. This does feel like a recursive thing, or at least, if not recursive, necessarily, just a call to a helper function with a lot of state. And the speakeasy, let's check it out. This is Close One by the Streamlabs by Harris Heller. So it's something of the Harris Heller Stream Beats track. I can't tell you much more than that. It's in one of the various playlists. I kind of just downloaded them all. But there's the song if you want to catch it yourself. And you might be able to find out which playlist it's in. Let me see. Where are... Okay, we'll go ahead and give ourselves a pause then with that. Oh, where is it? Somewhere around here. There it is. That definitely is a feature I need to be adding to the bot, the ability to tell which playlist a particular song is. Properties. There we go. Ah, cool, cool. Yeah, apparently that was in the Hundred Thieves hype track playlist. The more you know. Ah, that's a good one, yeah. OSTs can be good sometimes. Okay, let's start conquering this problem. So I think I can pseudocode my life out of it. I think I need to actually get into some real code on this one. This is an interesting one. First, I'm gonna say basically the count of all the words, and that will be what I will be copying or making a duplicate of for all the remaining ones. So this will be remaining words, and that'll be in my sub function. And it'll be starting from a specific index. So function search start. Then I'll figure that out from there. Hey, I mean, hey, at least something came out of it, right? Speakeasy. So const remaining equals basically a copy of words. And then I will traverse through it. Do I make the decision of them all being the same size? I think I will, just for now at least. For let I equal 0, I less than. I think it's got to be less than s dot length, and I know how to spell length. I plus equal the length of the words, which will be words 0 dot length. So I'll be traversing by the length of the segments themselves. Now, then we need to get the word at this point. So if I'm from bar, then I need to get basically bar. Const tempt equals, and here comes our logic, s dot slice from I to I plus words 0 dot length. So that should give me just bar, and then I'll check, okay, if remaining includes, since I'm going to be doing a removal, I might as well find the index. Index equals remaining index of attempt. Then if index triple equals -1, then I fail, right? Because I need to find all of them. Else, remaining dot splice to remove the element at this index. Splicing at the index for 1. So that's to remove 1 at that index. Okay, and I would use a set here for more efficiency, but what if it has 2 foos in here? So foo bar, then the set would destroy that. So no sets here. Now we need to check the valid thing, basically. So this function should return true if based on the length of remaining. So return remaining. I don't know how to spell. The length triple equals 0. That is successful. There we go. And then, so that's our helper function to search from every point forward. Inefficient, because we're going to get into this overlapping problem, but we should pass the cases. So const indexes equals new array for, I think I'll copy this for a loop. I do plan on going forward by those chunk lengths. And it's going to be if search I for the starting index, then indexes that push I because it was found to consume all the words, and return the indexes. And the control S does not work. This is LeetCode, not Code Wars. Hey, example tree. You're 15 and you have problems with algorithms. My suggestion. Well, algorithms can be tough, for sure. I can see 15, man, they're starting younger and younger these days. That is, first of all, congrats on getting started so soon. That's definitely going to give you a leg up on a lot of competition. But algorithms can be complicated to understand. it depends on the complexity of them, of course, but what I would recommend and suggest is not working on ones that are too complicated. So if it's the language that's limiting you, like if you're using JavaScript and it's your lack of knowledge of the methods and stuff like that, then I would recommend using code wars and stuff. But if it's not the language and it's actually the pure algorithm itself, I don't think there's anything. The core is seeing it and doing it time and time again and being able to recognize the patterns in my experience. Like the leak code of the day. Even if you can't solve it, you can go to the discuss tab, see other suggestions, or if you're more visual, you can go for YouTube videos that go through the solution and visualize it with whiteboards and such. So that's the way I personally go through them. But if you are interested, there something called 100 Devs. It's not just algorithms, it's full stack web development. It's an agency with a free training program, and they, go from zero all the way up to getting a job, which does include learning some algorithms and data structures and algorithms for the interview. So if you're already at algorithms, you can probably breeze through the front half of it pretty quickly to get to the algorithm part. Yeah, of course. Always happy to offer suggestions. But yeah, just doing is the number one base suggestion. Too long didn't read, do it more. Practice makes perfect, as they say. As they say, this does not be working. So as you try, you fail, you make a hypotenuse, and you test it. Yeah, of course, Semfire. Thanks for coming on by the way. Okay, so this went very wrong, really quick. I wonder why. So I guess we're just gonna use our console logging, see what is up. So let's console log the attempt. It said all of them were good, which cannot be true. It's also console log remaining. I don't think I need the index, but she'll go ahead and get that out there too. Show me all the things. There we go. So searching for bar, we found it. Searching for boo, we failed. Boo bar, the foo bar man. Okay. Searching for the. We failed. Then once we fail on the, that should cancel us all out. Now wait a minute. Once our remaining thing is empty, we also need to empty. So we also need to stop. So splice returns the element removed. So our for loop is going to be while we're in the index and remaining that length. And there are any words left. There we go. That's what I was missing. It was just going forever. That's a better, but outputting literally every index. Okay. Here we go. So our start is literally zero impact. If I was in VS Code, it'd give me a little gray highlight, but we ain't there. There we go. Successful. That's where the community lives, Speakeasy Games, which is honestly like the best part of 100 devs, but technically all the material you can access it without Discord. Like like the actual classes are here on Twitch with Learn with Leon, re-uploaded to YouTube. All the resources are like they're posted in the Discord, but they're all external sites. So like this video, that document, this tutorial, these resources. So the Discord, you're definitely gonna miss out on a lot if you don't go for the Discord, I would say, but you don't need it to consume all the material. Just makes it a lot easier, and there's a community, which is honestly the best part of 100 devs. People to ask questions to, people to answer questions, all that good stuff. Okay, let's go in the example test cases and see how we fail. Okay, so this was our brute. Let's see how we fail the time now. Okay, apparently I did this like a few months ago in Python. That's nice. Probably yoink on past me solution, just rewrite it in JavaScript. Ah, all this just broke entirely. So I didn't hit a time error, I had a actual output error. So inputting this word and all that array, it fails. Yeah, Epic Cat, it's a tough one. Yeah, but we're getting there, we're getting there. Those who don't know, Epic Cat also does some leak code streams, fellow 100 devers, and some other fun stuff. You should check them out. But yeah, it's a hard one. But apparently, past me got this solved in Python, so I was able to get the, well, I thought their algorithm was correct. I failed on an actual thing, not a, whatchamacallit, time, so I'll figure that out. But yeah, we're getting there, Epic Cat. Hope your Saturday's been going well. Okay, let's actually break down this now. So we got foo bar wing ding wing. Okay, let's give me some eyes on this one. So it's somewhere where we got foo. Well, technically it's an A length. I have to manually solve it to see why it automatically failed. So they're all 4 long. You know what? I'm not gonna solve it myself. I'm just gonna I'll just use the console. Console knows all. Okay, so let's hope didn't mean squish that much. Let's see. So basically exactly the log I had before I deleted it. Console log attempt remaining. Might as well put output start. Yeah, might as well. Show me the numbers. Okay, so for each 4, Ling, Mend, Ramdo, Oof, Juen. Uh-oh. I'm not seeing any of these be the 4 letters we're looking for. Uh-oh. I should be seeing similar, but I'm not. So my assumption that, oh, I'll just assume they're all 4 length sub things is failing, I believe. Yeah, because FOOO, that's off an index of 1. So the easiest solution here, it's gonna quadruple or length of the words tuple my traversing is to increment all these by by 1. It's gonna make it run longer, but it should solve for these ones that are not aligned. Nope, it will fail. Oh, let's add that console log back. Ah, so, okay, it's just time travel, grab the console, then bring it back. There we go. Good enough. Okay, so let's see any of them where we have foo in here. There we go. So we got foo, then we go OOOW. FOOO. Ah, we do need to increment this one. So this is the, so I was wrong. I went too far. Overcorrect one way, overcorrect the other way. So this way needs to increment I++. Now this way still needs to increment by the entire word. So it's my starting index that can be by 1. There we go. Okay, so let's copy this test case, bring all the examples back in, save failure, make sure this works, and now I definitely know we're gonna hit a time error with this. Efficiency went down the tubes. Oh, of course, Speakeasy. Yeah, it's so the basics of it is that it is a, oh wow, I barely passed that. Look how close. 800 milliseconds, I would have failed. Hey, I was so close. Hey, Dumpster Dev, how's it going? You just caught us completing the leak code of the day. But yeah, Speakeasy. Basically 100 devs. It's you can think of it as a boot camp. It's a bit more than it though. It's got classes every Tuesday and Thursday. You can start at any time. They're all done live though. And yeah, the Discord is where the community lives, hangs out, does stuff together, works on projects, asks for help, all that stuff. But the material is all on Twitch and re-upload to YouTube. So pretty good. Hey, Cranberry Cat, one's coming on by. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, I'm doing pretty well myself. Hope your Saturday's been well too. It's coming on by Cranberry Cat too. Yeah, usually I started like a half hour early, Cranberry, but we got there finally. All my so if you, for those who were here last stream when I was adding Twitch OAuth and I reset one of the keys and I offhandedly said, "Oh, I hope that key wasn't for my Twitch overlay." It was for my Twitch overlay, so I had to reset all the keys again to get Twitch working for the stream. And yeah, I'm glad to hear it, Cranberry. Yeah, Speakeasy for sure. I mean, you can also just jump in and watch the first VOD of this cohort 2, on YouTube, and Leon explains like the whole thing there too. If you wanna, I mean, it's a video, but yeah, I'll definitely catch you up on it. Python. Wow, okay, looks like this is kind of what I did in Python land, except I flipped the words around. Wow, okay, so I basically implemented the same solution in Python. Neat. Let's see what the cool solution is. Yep, cohort 2, that's where we live in. Cohort 1 was great, but I don't think, I mean, it was much smaller than what cohort 2 is, which is the current one. Okay, let's see what the official solution is. Oh, I appreciate Epic Cat. Yeah, I tried, yeah. So, yeah, for every index, we go from 0 to the end of it. So we try to start at every index. Then we search. We get a thing of remaining. This did get a little fancy here. Me using two things in my for loop. So we start at start, and as long as we are in the word and there are words remaining, we increment by the length of our word, which I should have put in a variable. We get our attempt. We check if our attempt exists in remaining. I should rename that to remaining index, and then if so, delete it, else break, and return if there are none remaining. So yeah, Epicat, yeah, some parts of it are somewhat easily read if remaining length equals 0. Yeah, and that's not the worst readability. I appreciate it though. I was trying to figure out the official solution. A hash table. Oh, so remember when I said, oh, I can't use a set because of duplicates? If I had used a hash table, then I would have been able to support duplicates, and all of these index of and splices would have been O of 1 operations instead of O of n. So that's probably a big hurt to my time complexity. And then as I finish them out, I would delete them. So once a number becomes 0, are these slides? Ooh, I love slides. Yeah. So as a number becomes 0, I would delete it from the thing. And then once the object is empty, so it'd be if object length object.keys object.length equals empty. Or you know what? I will be a good coder, and I would have used map instead. So that would be my improvement. Wow. You gotta love when you can get the official solution for free. And here's the Python one. Hey, look at that. I did counters differently, but it's basically the same thing. Sliding window. Ah, this is that fancy stuff. Ooh, so there is a fancy way. You're able to pass without fancy way though, apparently. Hmm. Yeah, we ain't doing sliding window, but I am aware of it. It's basically where, as you move forward, you remove the computations from the left of the window, which would mean resetting the hash map. Yeah. Bah, a bit more code, but all it's much better complexity for sure. So I'm definitely not doing that one, but I will do the map improvement because that's an optimization I can understand. Hey, Grim SSBM, how's it going? This one is a hard according to leak code, and I will agree it was a pretty tough one. I think I somehow I lucked out. My submission took 9.2 seconds. Any longer, like at 10 seconds, I think I would have got timed out. So I think I got a little lucky. The stars aligned. And yeah, hope your Saturday's going well. We're just gonna make a little optimization to this by converting our words array to a map. That's the thing they showed that is better to do. It's going to be for cost word. You know, we don't want to do that. JS copy map. We want to make one map and then just make a copy of it. Go. Words map equals new map. And this one will need to be created. So cost word of words. We'll just create a word to count thing. Words map dot set. Yeah, we want to set word to words map dot get word, which if this is undefined, we'll take 0. Then whatever this number is, we'll plus it by 1. So that gets our words a map. Now I figured out how to copy a map in JavaScript. Oh, look at that. You create a new map and you pass it the old map. So remaining equals new map, and you pass it old map. Gotta love that. Now that we are using a map, we use dot size, not dot length. And we don't use index of, we have to use has. So I'm just gonna rewrite the bottom 3 lines here. So if remaining has temp, then this is actually a bit more logic here. So we'll do the opposite as we did before. If it's not in the map, then we break. We have failed. Otherwise, it is in the map. We need to get the new count. New count equals remaining dot get temp -1. Subtract 1. Now this is where the logic starts to happen. So if new count, then we set the new count by remaining dot set temp new count. Otherwise, remaining dot delete. I think that's how you delete things from a map. We'll find out. So it's a bit more code. I think it's all right. It's going to be more efficient. And you know what? Here comes the next efficiency boost. Not this. This is the next efficiency boost. This is squishing the loop. But we have cost. But segment length. So we're going to put this in a variable, which is not only going to reduce the lookup with the index of 0, but also the dot length property lookup. So 2 free micro optimizations. I really only use it those 2 places, but I think it'll help. Let's give it a shot. Hey, okay, it passes. I mean, yeah, we're just gonna see if we get a better time. You know, we'll go full code wars on this. And we could go even fuller code wars. We can filter the ones in search that return true and then map all of them, but we're not going to never go full code wars. Now that I think about it, we have this function here. Do we need that function? Because I could inline all of this logic. It is simply the return that doesn't get inline. So let's not do a function anymore. Yeah, let's just embed it like this. And then it'll be if remaining size equals 0. Push start. Okay, so I'm going to rename I to start. A little good name change. And then change this to start. Yeah, I think that's still good. I know it here instead of a break. In my function, I could have returned false early, but too late. I think this is pretty good. This slice, though, is probably... okay, it's not that... It might be expensive. I do need the attempt multiple times because I use it everywhere as a key. I don't think that's getting any better. It still passes. That's good. Okay. Yeah, having this in here is good. Yeah. I'm just looking to see where I can make it a little better. We do need the start index for both there and there. Okay, that's about as good as it's gonna get, folks. Let's submit. Just watch me get unlucky with the timings. Hey, wow, would you look at that? A 8-second reduction. That's like a lot. That's a big reduction there in runtime. Just for using a map instead of an array. Gotta love that ON to O1 conversion. Well, it's even better than my old Python solution. Same, even better memory. Everything is better. That was a good one, folks. Let's check out the discuss. See what the other code... Leak coders, an O of N solution. Wow. Travel all word combinations to maintain a window. Oh, window. Yeah, I'm not really up on Windows. But yeah, folks, that was a good leak code, and with that, I say we're going to take a break. When we come on back, we're going to jump straight into our project. Those who are new, the project, and basically you're going to recognize this real easy if you're all on 100 devs. So yeah, that's a lovely to-do list. Leon mentioned, hey, you can do cool things to this. One of those cool things is implementing soft delete. So when we say delete item, instead of really deleting it, we'll just fake its deletion. So it'll still be in the database, but the user won't be able to see it. And then once we do that, we're also going to be, doing a few other, just a few little tweaks to this, and then we will, probably won't take the whole stream, then we will wait for my to-do list to open. Yep, that's what we're doing today. There's only 9 items in this list, but Kanban do be loading. There we go. Yeah, so we're going to get it running, do some logging. We're also going to do some MVC conversion, local auth permissions, and a little admin page where it basically shows all the hidden features. So I'm going to go full Facebook, basically. Keep all your data, get to see all the things. Yeah, X metrics, that's right. I mean, I'm enjoying my week in X metrics. It's a different kind of enjoyment, right, folks? Yeah. Hope your weekend's been going well, X metrics. You caught us just at the beginning of our break. Just finished that leak code of the day, so yeah. Get you. See you on the other side of the break, X Metrics, and everyone else. Yeah, it's a cool little thing there, X Metrics. That's a little physicsy thing, yeah. And yeah, Aaron, I don't know. Apparently, that's a pretty good one from X Metrics there. It's the time where the bones grow, obviously. It's the time where you have double bone growage. I hope your Saturday's going well, by the way. Those who don't know, Aaron does some cool game dev stuff in Godot. Collects your bones, too. Don't know what that means? Gotta go check him out. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad day, Axiometrics. Not a bad day at all. Hey, of course, always. Um, Welcome on back, folks. a break is coming to an end. Now, yeah, making my way back. Making my way. Yeah, we made our way back, didn't we? It's all good. But yeah, X Magic. This is a pretty cool little I don't know what you plan to make it, but it's a pretty cool little thing, little bullet shooter doohickey thing. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. Is down. Oh, is there clicking? It's clicking. I don't know if it's doing anything. Ah, that's neat. Yeah, it's a thing. It's all that matters, and it does cool stuff. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, always fun to start building this stuff out, see how it all works. Break the velocity. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely pretty cool. Yeah, I haven't done much raw canvas stuff in a while. In a long while, but it is always cool. And of course, Aaron. Okay, so let me flip things around. I forgot to update this before. Update this thing here. Hey, Roger G, how is it going? Cause just as we're about to start our main projecto, this little to-do app that we've been, tasked with 100 devs on, all those comments, I'm gonna get it working, and we're gonna implement that soft delete that Leon mentioned. So it's gonna be fun. First, of course, we gotta get it running. So, oh, there's an env file here. Let's hide. I never added this overlay text, so y'all don't freak out. Aha! It did not hide my secrets. Failure. Hide secrets. Do your job. Oh, it's the quotes. Okay, so it does work. Yeah, it does. I know. This has got high quality stuff. Okay, yeah, so I think this is actually fine to show. We're gonna see real quick if these credentials are working. Again, folks, all good. Don't worry about it. So yeah, first we're just gonna get this thing running. So I think I already might have done this, but npm install. It's always a good place to start. Npm run tells you all the cool things you can do. We don't have any scripts, so we can run start. See if it figures it out. It does. Localhost 2121, and we have a database apparently. Look at that. Hey, thanks for the hydrate, Roger G. And look, there's stuff in the database. I don't remember this being here, but it is here. Hey, there you go, Speakeasy. Give it another try. I mean, it's already gotten your money, right? Might as well try to give it another shot. I wish you luck. Yeah, folks, that was getting it running. That was very amazing. We did great there. Now, one thing that I see, like, it's a built-in feature to note, it's not well known, is debug log. So what this means is that you say debug, you set an environment variable like this. Now you can set this environment variable however you want, be your env file or such, but this is, maybe other platforms do this too, but at least know that on Node, when you do this, all packages that are using debug tell you their secrets. So look, we have some messages from Express application setting all these random things. Then we have the Express router, which are all the routes we added ourselves through the code. And that's just the initialization. When we actually do stuff is when stuff gets crazy. So you make a refresh, made our lovely get request. Look at this all this other junk that showed up. So dispatching get, we see our query middleware. We didn't add that. The Express init middleware, we also didn't add that. The serve static middleware, you can see it tries to check if index HTML exists. URL encoded parser. It's got its own messages. JSON, got its own messages. We got EJS doing the magic, looking up index EJS at this location, rendering it, and then we have another request for CSS, looking all the things, and then we have the stat. So again, checking for the file if it exists, and it does. So it sends all this junk to it that we don't really care about. Yeah, Xmetrics, it can be it can be a little slow, but that's the verbosity of logs. The more information you want, the slower it is to actually look through. And then, we got all these other ones. I'm not going to bore you with that, but it's pretty cool. It does all the cool stuff, and when I want to add one, it's a good trick to clear is a terminal. We add ABC, and we get to see what ABC adding does. It makes a post. You see URL encoded parser. It does the thing. It detected it, it parsed it, and it actually told us that it did it. And then that's technically all we got out of that. Then we have our message to do added. Now this is a lot of good information. There's more information hiding in here though. Look in our server, because Mongo is not telling us all the things it could be telling us. We're about to see if my memory can solve us. Logger debug. You would find this in the docs for the module. I'm about to see if this works. So again, because I like to read things, clear out the old stuff, make a refresh. Of course, Cranberry Cat. So the command is actually setting the debug environment variable to asterisk. So it's just your normal command, but you set the environment variable. Watch, I'll do it via the env file. Let's see, debug equals asterisk. So asterisk, as you know from CSS and maybe some other things, it's a wildcard. It means anything. So when you set the debug environment variable to asterisk, you're saying, show me all the things. So now the command is normal, npm run start. But because I have okay, it's turning me out to be a liar. Huh. Well, that's weird. Maybe it's not just an environment variable. I've lied to myself. Then I've lied to you, apparently. This is an interesting one. Huh. Doesn't work. Node.js.env. What a weird thing that is. I mean, we'll just console log it, see what it is. Console log process.env debug. So that should be working. So it is working. Okay. Apparently, you cannot set it via the .env file. I lied. So on Linux, it is debug equals star. That'll work. Otherwise, what is it? Cross env debug equals star run start. Well, that's not how it works. And we learn community taught, right, folks? We'll figure this out. Maybe if you go to the package JSON, that'll be easier. Debug cross v debug equals star. So we got the easy one, which is the Linux. But Windows do exist. I would like to get you a solution for that. Please work. There we go. Okay, so for Windows, you do as most weird environment variable things do. You install cross env. This makes it so this syntax automatically works to Windows. I don't think I can suggest that to everyone Xmetrics. Some people like Windows. Yeah, the solution is to create a debug script cross env debug equals star, and then your normal command. So, two different ways to do it essentially get you the same thing. I'm going to leave this here, but I'm going to use the full command because you can tweak this. So for example, let's say you only care about send, whatever that is. Then you run it like this, and you will only see messages sent by the send debugger. So the asterisk meant everything, but you can specify what things you actually want to see. Hey, Diet Coke for life. How's it going? We're just showing a little bit of debugging magic that Node.js brings to the world. It makes things understandable and express. Your Saturday's going well. So yeah, that's to get it working. Now I have kind of been working on, it's not ready yet. I've been working on this other thing. I'm just going to use this kind of demonstrative. It's not something y'all can do because it's very janky at the moment. But I've got this little middleware ripper aparter Frankenstein machine that basically does extra locking. So, you see, we're here, we're at home. We're going to make a clear request. Clear first, and then make a request. And we get to see extra stuff. So let's start at the top. You can see that my R2 middleware is debugging that the query changed the request.query from undefined to empty object. Request URL encoded parser changed request body from undefined to this. So what I'm basically doing is I am logging the changes being made to our request and response. Now, this is very verbose. So let's say we didn't want to see all this junk from send. There's a lot of junk here. Cool thing you can do with the debug is while asterisk is good, it also accepts comma separated values, in which, just like Google, if you put a hyphen between for one of them and then a name, you're basically saying, don't show me this one. So the command's first saying, show me all the things, but don't show me send. So now when I come over here and do a clear and a refresh, we're going to see all kinds of stuff, but notice we don't see all that send stuff for every little static file. That makes it quite a bit cleaner, in my opinion. Now here comes the more impressive part of our, my little middleware outputter. So let's clear this and add another one, BEF. So we're going to click the submit, and it's going to spit out all this stuff. Yeah, it definitely is metrics. So we see we got a post to add to do. The query creates an empty object. The URL encoded parser does its stuff, but thanks to my little middleware logger, we see that it changed the body from undefined to to-do item DEF. Without needing to add all that extra logging, we see it in front of our very eyes. Now, something we're not seeing here is Mongo. So my goldfish memory did not save us. I don't know how to turn on the logger for Mongo client, so let's see how this works. Logger verbose. Tell us your secrets. Okay, how do we do this? Logger.set, wow, that's a lot. Create a new Mongo client, logger.set level. That sounds complicated. Is there not like a parameter? 3.6. Ah, Google took me to the old version of the docs. How dare it? Monitor commands. Something to use. Okay, Google took me to the wrong place. Definitely doesn't seem like what it should have done. Oh, here we go. Stack Overflow. I always love a good Stack Overflow. They know stuff. There we go. Logger level debug. So I was close. So you want logger level debug to see all the things that Mongo does. And now, get big. Well, look, I already did stuff. Let's clear this out. And let's see what happens when we just make a lovely GET request. Page works as expected. And looky up here, we got 2 requests, which matched up with the 2 requests we made. Now, they are very raw requests, so you're not getting the pretty request here. But if you take your time and read through it, you can see, okay, so we have a find on this database to do, on this collection to do's, no limit, no skip, no query, none of all this stuff. So we can see the raw command. Then we can see over here we have some other thing, ns, aggregate, sum. So this is the raw thing it executes when you say count documents, but this will at least tell you when things in your database are going right or wrong. It's more information, and more information is always good. Now with that, I'd say it's time to start adding on our features. Well, actually, apparently next is converting structure to MVC. I probably added these in order. Yeah, it's probably best we go MVC on this. So, models, views, controllers. So we're going to have a controllers folder, a models folder, and I already got views there. In React, at least. It ends up being a routes controller. And yeah, we're just going to start moving things around. So we're not adding anything new, we're just moving all the things around. So first thing is all of this below here gets split into routes and controllers, except that part. That part stays here. So we'll start with just copying it and going to, what do we want to call this? todo.route.js. Now I'm calling this todo.route.js. Now you can call this whatever you want, but a lot of people were mentioning how confusing it was when you have the same file name in 3 different folders. So this is my particular solution, naming it todo dot the folder name .js. Not the best solution, but at least when you search for it or you look for it, you know where you are. Now when using routes, we have to use a router. So we're going to say const router. Oh look, thank you Copilot. Requiring express.router. And when we access the router, we access it under different things. So we're just going to change all instances of app to router. And then to export this, so it can be used in our app, module exports equals router. Good old ES5 or CJS way to export in Node. And this is good, but some of these are not about to-dos. Like this one right here. This is our home page. So this one, and generally more miscellaneous or general ones, are not going to go in to-do route. They're going to go in index.route.js. So I'll paste this in and paste this over there. As you've seen it before, folks. Just moving Legos around. We ain't necessarily writing too much new stuff. There we go. Now we are noticing one thing. So one thing that's missing from this here equation is the database. The database is not here. It's over here in this file that is just basically being set as a global. So what's our solution here? Well, that's where it depends on if you're using Mongoose or MongoDB. Since we're using MongoDB without the Mongoose, we're basically going to create a database file or index.model.js to maintain somewhat similar naming scheme. Or we're going to move all this stuff, probably that stuff too, into here. So we make our connection, we do the thing, then we set it to the variable. Now we do need to export this. Module, come on. Module exports equals db. But we can't just export this single variable because the value of this variable is going to be changed by this reassignment. So at least my solution, and there are many other solutions, many better solutions, is exporting an object with this in it. Hold on. That's not right. Because the assignment will still mess up this export. Because we need to export one thing that we can change by reference later, since technically we're not really doing this in the correct order, because we're just letting them both start at once and hoping they start at the same time. Hey Lassar, hope your Saturday is going well. We're just MVCifying our stuff. Export object. There we go. So we'll now export the export object. So instead of doing the db there, we get to say export object.db equals client db, all the fun stuff. So now when we import this, we can say db.db, and it will gain us access to this object's db attribute, which is changed when the database actually connects. I know, very janky way of doing it, but we're trying to do this with the least amount of changes as possible. So that one looks okay. Our index route is what started this thing, so we need to now import this db equals require. Let's see if Copilot, well, nope, no one's going to save us. We have to go up to models, to index.model.js. This gets us access to the db, but remember, this is an object that contains the db, so db.db. Not at all confusing. See if we can make this a little easier to understand, though. Picking names. It's always the fun part, ain't it, folks? Can't think of a good name here, folks. You know, we could go even further and access... Okay, again, I'm trying to make as few changes as possible here. That's kind of what I'm trying to do. So we're just going to live with the double DBs. We'll fix that in a moment with a change, but as few changes as possible is the goal. So this router is basically done. We have access to the things we need access to, and we render our index page. Let's look at our to-do page. I'm going to need a copy of this because all of these need access to the database. So select all of them with Control D, multi-cursor magic, and replace it with db.db. And now these should all do their jobs. I'm just going to save this, and now in our server, we can delete all of this. There we go, except my little cutesy little helper down there. And now we're going to use both of those routers. So app.use, and we can do an inline require like this, or we can do an explicit require somewhere at the top like this. Const to-do router equals require routes index dot. Nope, that's wrong. Yeah, it's to-do.route. So we can use like that and do it inline, which you can do with common JS modules, or explicit require at the top and then use down here, whichever way you like it. Let's go solve all the bugs, because there are definitely bugs. Big error. Mongo client not defined. So looking at this error, first line is usually where it happened. Index model.js. Second one is what went wrong. It wasn't defined because we never imported it. So going back over to index model, we import it via the require statement. We assume it's happy. Things look happy. Let's see how they feel though. So go to our home page. Homepage still works. Delete still works. So we've gotten a lot closer to MVC. And looking at our little folder structure, we got views, which are already there. We got routes, index, and to-do. We got one model, and we got 0 controllers. So we put our controllers, basically our request handlers, inside the routes. So we're almost there. We are model view routes. So we're not MVC yet. We're like 2/3 of the way there. So for controllers, they usually mirror what routes do because all the routes got to hook to the controllers. So index.controller.js. And this is where, again, you can define it however you like. I'm going to go with like this function home page. And the home page is going to be this here little arrow function. So cut that here, paste it here. Sync function. Now, you could have left them as arrow functions. I'm going to make them into named functions because I like that better. Then we need to do our module exports. And since we are making multiple exports, though we don't have to, it's always in your controllers, unless there's only one file, you want to make multiple exports where you say key and attribute is the actual function. So it's using the method name shorthand to basically say homepage, but it's a little shorter. So the key and the value are the exact same. You can use this and it expands magically for us. Now you can see this is good, but we're missing our database. So let's go to our route and move it from there to there. There we go. You see how it's already starting to make the files much more modular and granular. One import. This one has one function. There will be more. And then an export. One import, some more imports, do your job, and get out. So now let's actually do the rest of the imports. So const home page, please Copilot. Yeah, Copilot knows what to do. Then we paste it right here. Boom. See how modular this is? This is the goal of MVC. Making your files smaller, yet in a predictable manner. So to-do route.js, this one's going to be a little bit more, which is why I did the index one first. So let's close our files down. And to-do. So I'm just going to copy everything and paste. Post yet, huh? I'm glad it was fire inadequate dev. Yeah. hello. We're just messing around with that little to-do express set from before, making it fully MVC, all the fun stuff. We got the M and the V. We're just working on the C right now. So, I'm going with the named functions. Hope your Saturday's been going well, by the way, inadequate dev. There we go. Function mark complete. You can name these whatever you want. I'm keeping it the same name as the routes. Or as the path, rather. Come on, multi-cursor magic. Function mark incomplete. There we go. And I think there's one more. There we go. Delete item. Again, folks, I'm just converting these from arrow functions to named functions because named functions have a name, which is going to be very useful in debugging. Now to export all the things, Copilot writes it for us. Even writes my typo for me. Ain't that nice? I'm glad to hear it, Inadequate. Yeah. So I think we got all the exports. If we didn't, though, it will yell at us later. So now here, we have all of our routes. So let's drop the database. That's a good idea, Copilot. Ain't there yet. I'm going to try to do some multi-cursor magic tomfoolery. Router dot every one of these. So don't mind this. I'm just saving time. Oh, nope. Do this. It's hard for me to describe my thoughts because my thoughts are kind of wild as I align cursors correctly. Ah, no, that's not right. Almost there. I know how to do this. I just have to figure out the right sequence of characters to do it in. No. Okay, wait, I got it. I know what I'm doing. There we go. Okay. Then we step back, copy this name, paste this name here, and that's where the imports will show up. Hey. Hey, under my wheel. Hope everything's going well. Yeah, purple it is. There you go. Yeah, purple's one of the few colors I can directly hue shift to. I got check in a finite's VOD too. Those don't know finite singularity, fellow Twitch streamer. They're also doing some hue shift math. Curious to see if they got it working. Copilot, no. Oh, Copilot, there was more to write, Copilot. Okay, we write it ourselves. Let's actually look in our controller. I don't know what I called. Not that controller. This controller, mark incomplete. Okay, I did give it the interesting casing there. Now I assume this is all right. We're gonna find out really quickly because a failure will result in a module not found. Cannot find controllers to do controller.js. Of course it can't because I named it wrong. There was a route in my controller folder. How dare I? And boom, it's working and should be fully operational. Delete. A little slow at the moment. ABC, there we go. Okay, there we go. I believe we have fully converted the app to MVC. Watch that bite me in the tongue. Look at server.js real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna pick one of these two ways. I don't want both anymore. We'll just inline the require a lack of that. Yeah, 954. Just showing how not crazy it is. And look how much smaller. We can almost view the entire server without scrolling. Actually, if it weren't for the comments, we could view the entire server without scrolling. So, it's working beautifully. Yeah. And we're gonna make this as a quick commit. And let's see, yeah, so to-do routes, everyone gets a lovely commit. And then yeah, we're gonna spend the rest of the break trying a thing out. I don't know if the thing's gonna work. I've been meaning to get this working, so that's why it's only the rest of the break. We're gonna try to get Appland working. Now, what's Appland, y'all are wondering about? Well, for those of you who you can tell when I'm typing, can't you, folks? Those of you who are familiar with Rufio, they actually work, or part-time work, or they work in some capacity for Appland, showing off the extension, and I have tried it on project after project, but I have not been able to get it to work. But maybe now that I've gone fully MVC, it'll like be cool. That's why I'm taking the remainder of this break to make this change, because no guarantees. We're going experimental. So that's not that commit. This is convert to MVC. So we'll make this commit right here. I think that's MVC. Today is that day. I'm believing on an inadequate, I'm believing on it. And save. Because all the other projects I've tried it on haven't been directly MVC, and I was like, that can't be the reason. We're about to find out. So I think I actually need to enable it. And it's supposed to like make these super cool visualizations of your app, so you can like have lines and stuff pointing to all the things, which is like a really kind of real cool thing that I would like to work. We're about to figure it out, folks. So VS Code, let's give VS Code a little break. No, VS Code's really struggling now. I didn't even get that far. Ooh. You love to see it, folks. A crash. Love to see it. That's not boding well. Okay, let's give VS Code a minute to stir it on up. Totally not because I have 200 extensions. It's definitely something else causing this not to work. Hey, there's Appland. It has its little icon. Which has actually improved a lot, at least the UI of it, since last I messed with it. The last I messed with it was a bug in some weird Windows issue, so. Screencast. Come on, I believe you. Well, Excel VS Code is still loading in general, so we will give it that time. Now, what is taking so long? Who's eating all my processing power? Oh, OBS is eating all my stuff. I guess that makes sense. This is why we got music, folks, so we have something to enjoy. There we go. Okay, so these are the things. It's all built into VS Code basically now. So pretty cool. Install the app map agent. I also assume app map doesn't like the fact that I'm not using test, which writing tests is never fun. It's loading. Oh, VS Code's not even done yet. We're still doing lots of loading. Yeah, Ty. So I mean, you can look it up yourself to see how it's supposed to look in things. Like it works really well on Rails, Python, and what do you call it? Ruby apps. It's just the JavaScript half of it's in beta, which is why I've been struggling to get it work. Maybe it's because I'm just not smart enough to figure it out, but we're trying to figure it out. So you can see it's already warning you, like, I don't know how, it's in beta. Better watch out. So yeah, we're just gonna run through this. Hopefully it's like cool. That's why I'm literally only giving it the break to figure it out. Installing the thing. See the docs more for info. Okay, we might as well check out these docs while it does the spinny. Okay, docs, how do I do this? I did that. Run your tests. I don't have tests. I'm very sad about this. Record. I guess that's the next step. There we go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Let's go to this page. There's a record over here. Okay. So here's the thing, I don't have test, so I can't use that command. There's supposed to be an alternative one though, for us weirdos who haven't written test. Remote recording. Hook up the AppMap agent when you start your application. Okay, so I'm a JavaScript application. There we go. Run AppMap agent.js with the application command and its parameters, followed by the double hyphen delimiter. Okay, so I'll just copy all of this. Be like, looks good. I don't have any of that though. And my path is index. It's server, I lied. Positive output. Warning output. It's not the best. But my logger's still on. Okay. So we do that, and then start the remote recording with this command, apparently. So we need 2 terminals. Absolute mad lads. We are remote recording. Thank you. AppMap agent is unavailable at port 3000. Uh-oh. Okay, hopefully I can change the port to... Wait, what's the port number around here? 21, 21, 21, 21. Please allow me to change your port number. I would greatly appreciate it. Oh, it's still looking at 3000. Ah, this is great. So I'm trying to think of thoughts right now. So, okay, I can't change this one to through 2121. I can change this one to port 3000. Where's my commando? Give me my command. Oh, fine, I'll copy it. VS Code's like, you want to look at command history? I don't think so. Port 3000. So I'll get y'all on the same port eventually. Don't worry about it. Address already. Yeah. My stream overlay is actually on port 3000, so I have to go. Thankfully, it's just serving the static assets, so as long as that thing don't crash, it'll all look good. There we go, and we have the message saying 2121, but if we go and look at it, this was a bug that we solved last stream. We worked on this 2121. We fixed the numbers. Yeah, that is running, and now if this thing... Oh, don't say 2121. I don't know what's up anymore. Come on, Appland. Everyone, cross your fingers. Ooh, there it is. Press enter to start recording. Interact with your web app. Click the things. Blah, blah, blah. And then we're going to mark this as completed. Then we're going to delete number ABC and mark it as uncompleted. Okay, then hit enter to stop recording. Choose a name. I don't care. And it opens it in a new tab. Oh. Okay, now I can't see anything because my dark reader extension is like, haha, I fix colors. And it's like, no. No, you're not fixing colors. You're making colors bad. Break colors. Okay, this is actually working better than before. So we have a post to add to do, which has a child of the add to do function. Then we have a get of homepage, which goes to homepage function. Put mark completed. Get goes to homepage. Delete item. Child. Okay, this looks like it's all working. So the cool thing is that like you can open up all these things and it's like, okay, these are all the files that it went to and all the functions that got called. Yeah, Ty, if you really want to check this out, Ty, I recommend checking out the actual videos. The actual videos look so much better. Like when they use it, like it's not doing all the things. Like I think there's more stuff to do. You can see like some things are like weird because I guess I didn't go full MVC, but you can see you got all the whole thing, and they're kind of in chronological order. Because remember, I mean, this is chronological order. Trace view. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, so this is kind of like what I was looking for. I guess this stuff JavaScript can't show us that stuff, but yeah, it shows it in order what functions get called where. Yeah, pretty cool. When it's out of beta, I'm sure it's going to be super cooler, but yeah, this is working. And I think now when I specifically wanted to make the functions named, I think that's what's making this work. So if I exit this and I change the home page controller, for example, to not be a named function. So if I'm just like const home page equals async arrow function, I think this will actually break it. So let's stop the thing, start the thing. And then I think this thing's ready now. Start the new thing. So yeah, at least in JavaScript land, until it's out of beta, requires a little dancing to get all this working, but make a refresh to the home page, make 2 of them for funsies, and make an addition, show a create, pirate style. Looks good enough to me. Enter, enter. That's opening up in the browser. My VS Code is super jank and broken, which is why it should be opening in VS Code like this. But my browser's super jank. Oh, and looks like it does still have the name of homepage. Yeah, okay, so it's literally, your app needs to be in MVC format for this extension to work on it. Because I tried this on non-MVC apps, and it did not figure out the function names. So yeah, if you want to use this, make sure your thing's in MVC. With that, I do like my named functions, because I do have other uses. So yeah, I'm actually pretty happy we got that working. Okay, and that concludes the end. Oh, thank you for coloring my website of this little session. So I'm going to go ahead and take our break in about a minute or so. Again, folks, this is the Appland thing. Y'all want to give it a try yourself. If you want to find out more about it, our own Hello, it's Rufio. They know all the things. I'm just trying to put Legos together over here. So let's delete that. And delete that. As cool as it is, I just wanted to test it on MVC. Let's see what happened here. Ooh, it adds it to your thing. Cool. Delete that. I probably should do it a better way. npm remove. There we go. Just want to get that deleted out of the project. And yeah, we did make some progress there. Let's open up our list, check our things off, and jump to our break, after which we will find ourselves a Code Wars to compete on. Waiting for the list. Okay, Hall of Fame. Let's see what's up. Okay, ooh, Rad Persic. Best of the new week. Or of current week, rather. Wait a minute, 8-7 to... Wait a minute, how's that math work? Every time I look at numbers that look weird, I'm like, my code's obviously broken. 8-7 to 8-13. Sort by change. Oh, okay, it's just been that slow. I guess 7 to 13. That's a full week. I guess not people have been gaining honor this week. Okay, cuckoo, cuckoo. And this is how I find me some good katas to do. I look at katas other people have done. Why search when other people have done it for you? K primes. Ooh, math. Disgusting. Math. Math. Sum of pairs. Sum consecutives. I think I might be able to do those. Ooh, a number as a price. I can do that. Sum of a sequence. Hardcore. Custom filters. We gotta go clock face. And string breakers. Okay. We'll find one of them in here. We've already done that one. Only enters sum only the numbers that are the same and consecutive. The result should be one list. Should receive 1, 12, 0, 4, 6, 1. Okay, so it's basically squash the numbers that are always the same into one number. I think we can actually do that one. Wow, I love these docs. 1 equals 1. 1 does not equal -1. Oh, so they're saying negatives are not the same number. Okay, this is definitely our Code Wars for after the break. So, be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can, folks. We'll be knocking out that Code Wars when we come on back. Feel free to make your way on back, folks. Our break is coming to an end. We got a few more seconds, so don't worry about it. Here we go, folks. Let's jump into this latest Code Wars here about summing consecutive numbers. I think 15 minutes should be, that's not the right number. Quick math, bad math. Hold on. 20 minutes, there we go, that's how long we're supposed to spend on a Code Wars. So, full prep, folks, as usual. We're given a list or an array which contains only integers. So, no strings, no nulls, no objects, no weirds. It's going to be an array, and it's going to always contain integers, some positive and negative. So, the range is from negative infinity to positive infinity. We need to sum only the numbers that are the same and consecutive. The result should be one list. Extra credit if you solve it in one line. Oh, they're just begging for Code Warriors to go fancy there. We are never giving an empty list. There will always be an integer. So the list will at least be of length 1. So let's look at these examples. 1, 4, 4, 4, 0, 4, 3, 3, 1. Should return 1, 12, 0, 4, 6, 1. I explain it here. 3 consecutive 4s is 12. Wait, what? Sum of 0. Why are we doing 0? Oh, they're shoving all numbers, okay? And sum of 2 consecutive 3s is 6. Okay, so they're describing it as an operation applied on everything, even if the lengths are 1. My mind's not reading it that way. 11773 should return 214 3, double negative 5, double 7 12 0, negative 10 14 12 0. Okay, so I see why they're describing it like this, because I'm about to make an assumption. If the merging of two numbers results in these two numbers being beside each other, it should not like recursively keep on reiterating the algorithm over the array until there are no neighbors. It should just do it once. So by that example, I mean if you have 1, 1, which will become a 2, obviously, then you have a 2 over here, then you have 2 2s next to each other. These do not get squashed into a 4. They stay as 2 2s beside each other because we're only performing the operation once, not twice or anything like that. I think that's the assumption I've decided to make. Let's look at some more examples, actually, see if they actually have one of those. They do not, unfortunately. Okay, so we're just going to have to go with my assumption and hope I'm right. Now for the pseudocode, let's jump through this. So we'll need to get the starting and ending index of each, quote, group of consecutive integers. So I will start up a for loop for the start and a for loop for the end. The start will start at 0 and go to the very last number. The end will start at the start plus 1 and go to the end of the length. So for this example, start 0 and 1. If start and end do not equal each other, then the range is from start to end minus 1. You take that math, so in this case it would be from 0 to 0, and you say repeat the math of 1, what is that, raised to the power of 1? Okay, we gotta do quick math. Oh no, math just got involved. I did not mean to do that, but that's the fancy way of doing it. So it's 4 to the power of 3. Nope. 4. Oh, sorry. I know what I'm trying to do. 4 times 4 plus 4. So is it 3 to the power of 4? No, wait a minute. It's 4 times 3. I swear I know how to multiply people. I just thought powers for some reason. So it's then, in this case, is 1 times 1, because that is the length of the thing. But then from the index of 1 to the index of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, it is technically becomes 3. Actually, we're adding later. So it's 4 minus 1 equals 3, and then it's 4 times 3 equals our number. And we do this for each one we got. I suppose the cleanup that I did not mention is the fact that once we get to the end of this, start becomes end to restart the next segment. Okay, that's my pseudocode, folks. I did not write any of it down, so -1 points for me, but let's get this going. So const sums equals a new array. For let I equals 0, I less than s dot length I plus plus. Then it's going to be for let j equals I plus 1, j less than s dot length, j plus plus. I made a mistake. That's supposed to be a j, not an I. I said one thing and wrote another. Now, if s I, well, that's not how an if statement goes. S I triple equal, or does not equal, s j, then break. This is where the math happens. So sums dot push j minus I. Oh, I don't have j available to me though, so I need to declare it in a higher scope. Let j equals I plus 1. Then I will clear out my initialization statement, just be empty. So it's this number, well, multiplications in any order. So it's technically si times this number, but we do need order of operations to make that happen first. Then we return, not resums, but the sums. Now, this is going to be wrong, but I just want to see how wrong. So we got 1, 12, 8, 4. Aha, so I forgot my part where I set I equals j minus 1. So I can't set it to j, because after the loop, I increments. So I'll set it to j minus 1, so it'll increment to the right spot. Oh no, this ain't it. Oh my goodness, so my pseudocode was perfect. I just forgot one line, folks. Ah, how painful is that? Okay, so this is working. I would like to clean this up just a bit. I don't know. We'll do something to it, you know. Squish. Push is fine. I equals j minus 1. Yeah, it's has to be there. Can't do that there. Need it there. Yeah. Okay, so this is good. Now, the challenge, apparently. Let's rerun this, make sure I didn't break it. Good job, did not break it. It's to do this in one line. Now, hold on a moment. So I can technically do this in one line just by like moving the spaces and lines, but obviously that's not what they mean. So I would want to one line this. I would reduce over the entire thing. And then in the reduce, you know what? Sometimes it's fun to do it. Sometimes it's not that fun to do it. Let's just see what they did. So I am not thinking through that wacky one-liner. Current is not equal to last. Push previous to last. Else previous. Last plus equals 1. Okay, where's the one-liners? So I was on the right path with the reduce. I was just not interested in doing it. And using the whole thing in there. Full signature. Big yikes. Oh my goodness, they did regex on it. So they convert it to a string and then replace all instances basically of a duplicated string with splitting all the numbers out and summing them all together. Oh my goodness. How cursed is that? Phew. Oh, there's another regex. Basically, of doing the same thing without the rammed up piping. Yeah, it looks like most of them were kind of on the path I was going. Except the crazy regexes and the one-liner reduces. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that one. Okay, let's... Oh, our list did not open. There it is. Okay. Oh, I forgot to move that over. So, let's jump back into the project. And let's see what we'll be adding next. Well, next is going to be soft deleting. Aha, we changed the order of things. Too late, yep. So the way we're going to be doing this is kind of twofold. It's going to be on the deletion side and on the reading side. So updating, all those don't need to change. It is, actually they do need to change. So everything changes. Let's look at our routes. Yep, our routes are great. They are amazing. They don't need changing. But first, let's start off with looking at the database. So I should probably open up my compass. I could go to the website, but the website's going to give us like 3 minutes of loading, folks. So consider this a gift for you. Totally not that I forgot to open it during the break. It's totally not what's happening here. Okay, I just realized for the first time in my life, where is dark mode on this thing? Ah, great sadness. There's no dark mode. Well, it's okay, folks. It's not okay. I just want to see if it's available. I would not want to us for suffering unneededly. There we go. To choose, modify the theme setting. Okay, so before we get to our project, we gotta make things look good. Connect, view, help. How do I do this? Theme. View theme. View. Help. About MongoDB Compass 1.29.4. Maybe I have an old version. So yeah, we're getting to the project. I swear, I just don't want to look at dark mode. Or look at light mode. By this time, I probably could have loaded the website up, though, huh? Come on, internet. Oh, this is actually my browser being slow now. Come on, computer. There we go. Compass, what version? 1.32. Wow, I have not updated this in a long time, so... Okay, we're doing an update then. Fun. Okay, only a minute to go. What are we calling this? Mongo Compass. Okay, this will take a few minutes. So, yeah, so what we're going to do now is we're going to start writing the code for it. Basically, when we access all of our to-dos, we want to make sure we are getting all the ones that are not deleted. How do we know something's deleted? Because we will mark it as deleted. I suppose that means we should probably do it in the to-do controller, because that is the order of things. So here we go. So this is our deletion. We're no longer actually deleting it. We are saying update 1. And then, hold on. Oh, look at that alignment. We're going to use the property deleted at to set the deleted at attribute of this object to the current time. So, as with all updates, the first document is the filter. It is what we're updating. It is how to find the thing to update. In this case, we're finding the thing to update by the thing property, by its text. And now for the update. So this is the operations to do to it. Specifically these from Mongo operations. So it is set, and we're setting attribute to value. And Copilot thinks we can just do a new date. I was going to do date now. Figure it out. And we could, you know, just for consistency, we will add these properties, though, spoiler alert, folks, these do, at least the sort does nothing. The upsort, I think it does do stuff, but I think it's false by default anyway, so legacy code, but consistency is usually more important than anything else. So, we're about to see if this works. Let me turn on debug mode so we can read all of our lovely logs. Go to our website. So I'm gonna look here, do a refresh. We're gonna delete all the R's, and it's still gonna be here. It's also gonna be marked completed because client-side JavaScript is a crazy. But we can see somewhere up here. So I get for not clearing my logs. Dispatch git, delete item. There it is. So when we dispatch delete item, okay, that's a good question. Did the thing finish downloading? It did. So we're about to see what went down after this is done loading. And let me grab my environment variable. Copy. There we go. It's finished updating. Yep, lovely updates. Give me dark theme. Yay, dark theme! Look at that. Okay. Now we're connecting. Let's take a look at our data. Our to-do data and our to-dos. Hello, hello. So we do have a deleted at attribute. Well, I'm very disappointed. I did not see that in the logs. So this is the disadvantage of logs. When you have so many logs, when you want to look for something, sometimes you can't find it. So you gotta clear them and re-click them sometimes. Dispatching, delete item. Dispatching to delete items. Big yikes. So find its homepage. Okay, I am very disappointed that we did not get a log from that. So I don't know what to tell you, folks. This thing did not log as I wanted it to. But we know it's happening because we can look in the database and see we have a deleted at property. So now it's still on the front though. We don't want to see that. So let's fix that by updating our index controller to not show us anything with a deleted at. So how do we do that? Well, if you don't know how to do something, you just Google it. So MongoDB filter document that doesn't have property or field. They might like to call it field. First link's pretty right. Okay, this is how you do it. You give it the property name as a key and an exist false thing, which is another cool, fancy MongoDB operator. So, deleted, I know how to spell deleted. Deleted at exist false. And then for the completed documents, we want to count the ones that are left but also not deleted. So, we want to also add that. Go Copilot, who knows to write what I just wrote. We're going to see, we're not going to see RRR. Hey, there we go. RRR is gone, but if we look in our actual database, it's right there. So that is good. But then what I'm going to do, so we have SFS ADA. We're going to delete it. We're going to see something happen. So it's deleted. If we refresh our database, you see it also got completed. We don't want that. We only want it to be deleted. Now, we did solve this, I believe, last time looking at our to-do code. We're just going to solve it from the back end first, but what's happening is both the complete and delete at requests are being launched because our front end code, so at all of our complete, item, and delete is a span, which is also inside item. So when you click it, it also tries to mark it complete. Now, if you're lucky, which most people are, the order of these operations is that it deletes and then it marks complete, so it doesn't matter. But when you are doing a soft delete, as we are, then it does matter. So our solution is really make sure the front end doesn't do weird stuff, but we did that last time. So let's make sure the back end can handle our weird stuff. Maybe. Maybe we might actually just fix the front end anyway. We'll find out. So here we're adding the exact same filter. So we're saying update where the text matches and you're not deleted. So we basically don't want to be able to change things that have been deleted. We want to do this in our uncomplete and mark complete. This might not work, so we're about to find out. Let's delete these. We'll do a real delete now, so we can access it. ABC. And this should stay uncompleted. Great sadness, it became completed. Well, they weren't being lazy, huh, folks? we gotta improve this front end code. No, it probably would have worked had I restarted my server. That's what I get for not running NodeMon. It's okay. Delete. Make a new one. And another test we go. So it should stay uncompleted. Hey, there we go. It stayed uncompleted. Now, is there a chance that this will get completed before it's deleted? Yes, but it's an edge case, and we already kind of solved that last stream, so we're not going to redo that again. But boom, there's our soft delete. It's in the database, but it's gone here. So that's the basics of the soft delete. Essentially, whenever we want to access the non-deleted ones, we make sure that the deleted at property does not exist, both in updates, reads, all those. Whenever we want to delete one, we give it a deleted at of the current time. Now this is a very Mongo way to do it. With Mongoose, you wouldn't have an attribute that doesn't and does appear. You would have it with a default value of null, so you would check, well, not if deleted at not exist, you would check at deleted at is null or something like that. Which we will experiment with Mongoose later, but for now, we're keeping it simple, not adding too many crazy things. But yeah, this is adding soft delete. And I'll say implement. What's all these lines? Yeah, all those lines about turning our delete into an update. What's this about? Yep, that's our counts. Gotta make sure they're looking good. I believe this server is just our change with the require. Yep. And with that, a good looking commit to me. Let's try to open up our list in time. As we knock this one off. Add soft delete. Done. Okay, now just for, I can already feel VS Code getting sluggish, we're going to close it and reopen VS Code. Hey, Interplanet and me, evening. Hope your day is going well. We over here just adding some soft deletions to this app. And then, well, now we're going to add actual authentication, so there will be secret admins who can see all the things that got deleted. Hope your Saturday's been going well. I'm just gonna go find some passport docs real quick. NPM passport. Hey, there you go, Interplanet. It's knowledge time. There we go. Delete, delete. Yeah, it's been going well myself. For sure. Let me get this all started back up because VS Code, at least on Linux, loves leaking memory. So first thing to get off is we're going to use passport because no way we are doing this ourselves. And we are using passport local because we have kind of already done the OAuth, the Google. We've shown that a number of times. Paste, paste. And this is where things kind of start getting out of the model view controller's schema, but we will figure out a way to keep it in there. So we'll go with a config. No, it's not a config folder. We'll go services. I've seen that on the internet at point. We'll make one of them for passport.js, and this will do all the passporty stuff, specifically this stuff right here. So yoink, const passport equals require passport and the local strategy. It'd be really cool if Copilot could figure this out for me. Ah, great sadness. Okay. It's passport local. Require passport local. Oh, now you figure it out. Okay. Thank you very much. And this is the part where, let's see, username, password, done. Yeah, we're not doing anything crazy. So they got some code here in which they are calling a user model. Now we ain't got that. We do got a database though. So let's go to our controller and just copy our import because we ain't about to rewrite that. So what we want to do is we want to do two parts. We want to do one. So this is for logging in. Now we could go full on all the things. We're just gonna go simple though. npm I bcrypt. That's how we're gonna hash and salt our lovely passwords. Const bcrypt equals require. Yep, because our users are basically gonna have a username, password, and a role. This role is gonna be a string of admin, or will be nothing. So we're gonna say db.db. Oh, thank you, Copilot. I doubted you. Find one with a username of username. We can write this a little shorter. Then, so it's a little promisey here. Then user, and now all this logic kind of goes inside our user. There we go. So promisified version. I was always love returning my promises in case it's handled. We know it's not though, but it's okay. We do get an error. Pass it to done. Comes our logic. If there's no user, then you fail. If you can't verify the password, then you failed. Otherwise, you succeeded. So this verify password thing, we gotta write our own thing. Yeah, Interplanet Me. So it's basically full screen capture on OBS. It's it's specifically full. So my overlay, all this overlay stuff is a React app. So I am technically capturing a browser window that has a video inside of it that is being streamed my local window, so this screen over here. So as far as it matters to y'all, it's my first monitor. The second monitor has the OBS and stuff on it, and it's all behind this React app here. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's not that crazy. It's just I couldn't like I wanted to, do some cool stuff like a timer and a custom chat. Like I wanted to do custom stuff, but I did not know how to do all the OBS things. But I was like, hey, I know enough CSS to do stuff. So I was like, React is my friend. It's getting there. There's a lot more. It's more capable. It's just I don't have time to do all the cool things I've yet to do with it. But yeah, classic overlay approach. I believe you either got OBS form, you either go full on OBS or you go full on. I'm kind of a hybrid of both. Yeah, React is pretty great. I mean, I'm sure you can do all this stuff with OBS. You just have to find the plugins, add the filters, all that cool stuff. And like you can probably do cooler stuff in OBS. You just have to learn it. And I already know React, so I'm not gonna go learn something else that can do the same thing as what I already have. Okay, let's see how this logic works. So, and yeah, of course. There's a whole lot of stuff can do there. To compare with promises. Here it is. Yeah. So decrypt compare plain text hash, other plain text hash. Okay, so this will be my logic here. If not decrypt, we'll make this a wait. I know how to spell things. Compare. And which one is it? So I want the normal password with the hash password. So my normal password with user.password. Basically, if it don't match, then return with a failure that you have failed. Okay, so this is our authenticating. This is our login. Now, we need to do a little bit more for Passport. We need to implement serialization and deserialization. So, a copy and a paste. And let's see. This is honestly pretty fine for me, except this ain't how we find users. So it's db.db collection users. And then it's how do we find one by ID? I would have autocomplete, but I don't. So no MongoDB. Let's see if it does exist though. Select by ID, find by ID. That's on model. I'm not using Mongoose. I'm looking for native. Come on. I want an update. Find one. Oh, so yeah, you literally just gotta select it yourself. Understandable. That's fine. This is what happens when you don't use the cool things. Underscore ID equals this ID, and we'll figure out if this works later. Then user, and it's done null user. Then to handle the catch, done. Those are promised into the fire. Now I'm going to arrow functionify these real quick because they just deserve to be arrow functions. And remember, folks, this doesn't have to be ID, but it has to be something that allows you to get this specific user back from the database, which is what IDs are more commonly used for, unique identifiers for individual documents. Yeah, I'm going multi-line for readability. Left squishing this stuff down. Yeah, we'll leave that as multi-line. Okay, so this is getting Passport all ready. Now there's a little bit more we need to use in Passport. We need sessions. I think we need sessions. We're going to find out if we need sessions real quick. So where do these need to go? These need to go before our custom routes. So probably right here. So how do I want to do this? Require services. passport.js, and then we will pass it the current app. Now we got this weird syntax. People are a little scared of this. Don't worry. We are requiring passport, and then whatever it's returning, we are calling as a function, because it's going to be returning a function. Module exports equal function that takes in app and does this stuff to the app. Initialize and session. And I'm going to see what happens if we don't use session, because I'm just that curious. And the last bit about it is that we need to authenticate based on a login route. So these are authentication routes, which means in the schema of MVC, that's a new route. That's a new controller. And if I was using Mongoose, that'd be a new model. So let's start from routes, since that's the easiest. So this is, what do I want to call this? User auth. Call it auth.route.js. It's a good name. I'm just going to go yoink from someone else. Yeah, I'll yoink from that one. Let's see, we need to log in. We need to sign up. Or so I guess, what is that? Sign in, sign up, log out. So we also need, I'm trying to think, do we need a separate page for signing up, signing in, and logging out? Sounds like a lot of work, so we're going to say no. So we're going to say post sign in, post sign up, and then we don't need it to be a post. We can do a get of log out. Keep it all lowercase, and these comments are no longer accurate, so goodbye. Now for all three of these, we have to write these here, here, and here. Sign in, sign up, log out from our auth controller that does not exist yet. Oh, I did not. I also need to change all my middleware names. Bada boom, bada bing. There it be. Now, thinking about how I want this app to be, I think I do need more pages, because there's going to be the home page that will, I think, I don't want, you can't modify a list until you're logged in. It's not like my pairwise sorter. Yeah, so the home page view is going to change based on whether you're logged in or not. Yeah, that's good enough for me. Now time to make our controllers. Auth.route.js. That's not route, that's a controller. I just said it. Controller. Alright, so let's see how they do that. So on the login, they call passport authenticate and then pass a second thing here. So I guess that's technically here in my sign-in. I mean, if they do it, we can do it too. If you fail, you go back to home page. And that should be on multiple lines for readability. It's an arrow function because we love arrow functions. Let's underline that because we don't need to see that, and make this response because we love having our things fully written out. There we go. That's good enough. So on our sign-in, we're going to use the local authentication strategy to do all the magic. And then for sign up and log out, we got to do those ourselves. So yeah, I guess sign in technically doesn't go here, but feels like we broke rules by doing this. So what I'm going to do is try to keep the separation of concerns by making sign in an array. So const sign in equals this lovely array. And then let's go ahead and make the other two sign up, log out. Function sign up, request response. We'll do something to them later. Now for my exports. Let's do it, Copilot. Yeah, good Copilot. On all one line, though. Having that, so sign-up's technically an array of middlewares. I'm changing the signature around, but it's fine. Now for sign-up. I'm just going to go ahead and assume the user gives us good information. Username, password, request body. Oh, let's let Copilot write it for us. Okay, let's see what Copilot wrote. So find the user with this username, then let's add that. If the user exists, response JSON, username already exists. Otherwise, find the user, insert username and password, then say user created. This is not the worst I've ever seen. I'd like to make this asynchronous though. So if user, also like to clean this up a bit, reduce indentation. So we'll await the insertion of that new user. I suppose I'll need to do a catch somewhere around here for our error. So if there's an error, catch it, pass it to done. So let's get this indentation looking good again. There we go. Okay, it looks good. So if there's already a user, we want to return the JSONing of username already exists. Otherwise, insert one, returning JSON of user created. So this is all JSON. I love me some JSON. That's not what we're doing though. We are redirecting back to the home page for your failure. The same here, redirecting the home page for your failure. Messages are for closers, and therefore a luxury we do not have to add. So for this is good, but we're not actually logging in here. Now where's the login? This is what I love about the Passport.js docs. They show you all the things. It's not showing me the thing. Documentation. Come on, show me the docs. Best docs in the land. I know there's a login method, which is fortunate because I had to already know it to know to search for it, which is one of the things sad about the Passport.js docs. Stop showing me every strategy in the book. Maybe I should put the method. There we go. This is how you do logins. There's a login function on the request that can be used to log you into whatever user you pass it. So before we do the redirect, we say request.login the user, which is this right here. Well, we'll say user equals here. We assume it's there. We'll find out. Then we take error and Copilot will write it for us. There we go. So, loving the docs. Sometimes not the best, folks, but they're useful. Now for logging out, poor Copilot. It thinks this is how we do it still. Take an error, then Copilot write the rest. There we go. So logout is asynchronous, takes a callback function with a possible error. If there's an error, we should pass it on to our express error handler, the done function. Otherwise, you live a good life. So these are all of our auth routes. They look all right. These are all of our auth controllers. They look all right. Passport, it exists. Our view is the only thing that hasn't updated. So we got this one giant file here. So this is basically our reading. So what I'd like to do is that if you're logged in, you get to see this one. If you're not logged in, you get to see auth.ejs, this one. So how do we want to do this? We're just going to copy this entire file here, paste it here, and the content is what changes. We'll keep that form around for a good thing. To-do list, we'll leave that there. Delete these comments as they are inaccurate now. We need one to sign in, one to sign up. So make a copy of it. We'll make the first one for sign in, method post. We need two text fields, one for username, one for password. I think we can actually do both at once. We can't. So this is what our local strategy is looking for, specifically a name of username and password. Password specifically can get a type of password for all the funness. I think for using an input, the inner text of the button is the value, so sign in. We're going to copy its logic down to here. Sign up. One word difference, folks, but that's all you need for it, at least. So this is our auth endpoint, which means our index controller needs to do logic. So it's basically going to say if request is... hopefully I spelled that right. But if you're logged in, then we're doing all this stuff. If you're not logged in, though, what are we doing? We are rendering, not index, we are rendering auth. What are we passing you? Nothing. Yeah, so basically if you're not logged in, you just get the auth page. And this is something we might turn to middleware later, but we ain't there yet. So let's get this thing started and see how badly we forgot stuff. So it's running, that's a good sign. The host 2121. Hey, look at that. We got our sign in and sign up, and we just confused Google. So let's see. ABC, DEF. This should fail. Cannot post sign in. Okay, so our routes are missing. So we have our controllers, our routes, our views of our model, technically. The glue that does all this together, though, is our server. We did not bring in our auth routes. Ta-da! Now that should be all the things we need. Let's see if that works. Passport is not defined. So in my auth controller, I'm accessing a passport, but I did not define it, or I did not import it. I also didn't import something else too. Passport equals, and then const db equals. Yeah, I forgot to also get my database. So lots of things were missing. Let's hit it up again. See if we can sign in. Okay, so it failed. We can't tell it failed because there are no messages, but it did fail. Yeah, not much logging to get here. Now we can see we made a find for a user with a username of ABC. So you can see it happened in the database. We just can't really see the result anywhere because we're not showing it anywhere. Which means if we sign up with ABC DEF, login sessions require session support. Did I forget to use express session? So I did forget to use express session. I would like to experiment a little bit. So I want to see if it's possible to use it without express session, or at least without a database backed sessions. I'm curious what that's actually going to do. To turn off sessions, change to this. Let's see what that works. That's a Google auth, but it's always fun to experiment around. See how these Legos like working together. So first thing is I notice these placeholders are wrong. Let's fix that. And then let's see if we can mess around with this. AC Films, how's it going? Hope your Saturday's been going well. Those who don't know, C Films are some cool streams. You were What were you doing? You were adding more cities to your database last time, right? Yeah, I think that's what it was. Hope it's been going well. Yeah, so what's my local strategy? It's an options object that I'm trying to disable sessions on. You can see how angry this makes it. Don't be angry. Be cool. Ah, so that user already exists. A, B, C, D, E, F. Ooh, so I could turn it off, but we're not getting logged in, so I think we need sessions in some form or fashion. Yeah, yeah, it was Wednesday. Felt like it was earlier or later. So now I'm gonna go crazy. We're gonna try to use cookie session. This is a different form of session. It's not express session, but it's supposed to store the things in the cookie. Hey, serious scraper, how you doing? Your Saturday's been going well. And for those wondering what's the difference here, the docs explain it pretty straightforward, but basically, express session requires the data be stored somewhere. That somewhere being, choose it, your database, a file. You can choose a lot of places to store it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to use cookie session, which will store the data in the actual cookie. Is this good? Is this bad? I don't know. We're trying it out though. So we turn sessions back on for passport. And we jump on down to here to get this thing working here. Keys. I don't know what the keys means. List of keys used to sign. Okay, so I have to give it a secret and then another secret. String if keys is not provided. Oh, okay. I just give it a thing of secret. Read them docs. Hey, thanks for the following, noobish duck. We're all noobish animals around here. We got the noobish goldfish, the noobish duck. Got some non-noobish wolves around. Got the whole animal kingdom in here. Hope your Saturday's going well. Got to make a require. Let's see where I want to do this. I shall do it before. I'll do it after Express, so these comments are still accurate. So the advantage I'm trying to achieve here, Serious Scraper, is that we don't have to store it in a database. So the advantage of storing it in the cookie is the advantage of not storing in the database. Now the advantage of that is one less connection slash one last thing that can break. That's at least my goal of it. Oh, noobish duck, I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, there's those help channels. They're a gold mine, you know. And yeah, seriously, I'm just trying it out because I want to see if I can do it. Maybe not the best practice, but you're never gonna learn anything if you just build every app the same, are you? I don't think so. Let's see what happens. Lots of good messages. Nothing bad happens. 21, A, B, C, D, F. Ah, it did a thing, but we're not logged in. No. Okay. So let's look at our logs. This is very useful. They're finally coming in useful, folks. Oh, escape, not scrape. My bad, serious scaper. I got you. Okay, so we're clicking the sign in button, but it's not staying signed in. So let's see what's up. All good, serious scaper. So we're making a sign in. Username's getting yoinked out. We're getting a session here. We're getting all of our request stuff. We're getting authentication, our dispatch, our database. It appears to be doing all the things we want, but we have not a lot of information coming back. So we're just going to start with passport to see, is this all being good here? So console log user console log done successfully. Always the logs, folk. They tell us the information. Hey, thanks for the follow there, JSON, Jur, and JavaScript foe. I mean, JavaScript ain't that bad. You don't have to be its foe, but to each their own, I suppose. Oops, so it did find the data. Ah, I made a oopsie daisy here. I don't know if there's any data you have that would be per user C film, so I don't think so, unless you added a feature that did have user specific information, like a favorites list, or honestly, I can't think of anything else off the top of my head that would be features. So here's the problem, folks. I put my password in as plain text. Not only is that the worst thing you could ever do, ever, like ever, it's breaking it, because I'm doing a bcrypt compare here in my auth route. Nope, in my auth controller. I'm just shoving it in the database. So password is actually await. Oh, look, Copilot's like, you failed. I got the solution. Await bcrypt of hashing. This does mean we need to bring in bcrypt, so hopefully Copilot can fix that for us too. Nope. Bcrypt equals, thank you, Copilot. So with that, this should be good. This doesn't help our current user though. Let's close some of these tabs so we can delete these logs. But our current user has got bad data. So how do we fix bad data? We delete them. Okay, could you do a refresh? There you go. So we got a bad user, bad password, inaccessible, delete. Oh, C films. Okay, yeah. If that's, I haven't used it extensively, but yeah, that would definitely be a feature you could use. I assume it's using a local storage or something, browser local to remember that. But yeah, you could definitely move that into a user stored data. I'm trying to think how you represent that for counting how many movies you've watched. So basically, actually, why hypothesize when I can go check it out right now? Yeah, and I'll think of the best way to structure the data off the top of my head. Because having a single row with 50 columns, one for every movie, obviously not the best. Seattle movies. Yeah, sure. Click this. Ah, yeah, this thing. I remember now. Let's see. Does it actually store? Okay, no local storage. So yeah, that would be. Wait, how does it stay checked? Oh, it's staying checked via autocomplete. Is that what's up? Interesting. Okay, that's an interesting. So if I had autocomplete off, these wouldn't be checked. 4. Click next box. Click the button, goes to 5. Cool. Okay, yeah, that's pretty cool, C-Film. So yeah, what you would do is store this in a database, I suppose, if you really wanted to, or store it in local storage, which would satisfy most users. But yeah, database, which then obviously you would link to authentication, and yeah, probably be a bunch of entries for or a bunch of individual things, kind of like an array of things that are watched. So just an array of all the names of the movies, or if you've given the movies IDs of any kind in the database, the movie IDs, and then when you render this page, you're like, if users logged in, and here are all the things they have checked, and you have that selected or not selected, or checked or not checked based on that. So yeah, you can definitely do that, C films. The space is there. REQ session regenerate is not a function. Oh no. Okay, maybe. So it's depending on express session. An express session is built a very certain way with very certain methods, and it's trying to use one of those methods that don't exist. Turns out What's this thing says here? Express cookie session. Okay, so I tried this. Be cool, be experimental. Don't think it's happening anytime soon. So yeah, we're gonna go back to good old Express session. So npm. Let's see if we can look at it though. Just one last little peek, okay? GitHub cookie session. I know I'm not the first person to do this. I can't be. There we go. There we go. Let's see what their solution was. Oh, the maintainer suggests using the old version, huh? Okay, so it looks like Express Session is the, quote, proper way to do this, since it's very much a link to using regenerate. Issue link. Let's try to look at this issue just a little bit more. I know we're past our break, so after I figure out the plan, we will move on. Ah, cookie session was never a supported session to use. Okay. Oh, author outlined their thing. For now, okay, so yeah, they just say use old version or don't use cookie session. Okay, so there went that idea, folks. Let's npm install express session and npm remove cookie session. So it was a great idea, just not possible with the newest version of things. It sometimes happens. You try to use two things together, they don't work together. So it doesn't mean I'm giving up. It just means I'm moving on. Trying to think of this. Let's look at the express session docs. Anyone on Google. I'm trying to figure out the default parameters or default options for this little bit of code right here. Show me the default. Show me the default. Here it is. Yoink. Yoink. There we go. Good enough. Now, this ain't going to survive a restarts, but we're just looking to get it working at this point. ABC, a DEF. Great sadness. ABC, DEF. So either my passport's failing again, or my sessions are failing. But to find out, console log user and console log made it. Who is to blame? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Okay, so there's our user, and I thought we fixed this. Did we not fix the storing of raw passwords in the thing? Apparently not. Insert one awaited hashed password. I did. I did delete it from the database too. Okay. Losing my mind apparently. ABCDEF. Sign up. Okay, let's not care about that. Okay, it's there. It's right there. It did get correctly passworded. Maybe I didn't hit Control S last time. But now we have a lovely failed to serialize user into session, and look, eventually... I lied. They're not going to point us to our method. But we know what this is about. This is failing to serialize because user is ._ID, not ID. Well, Escaper, this is actually just MongoDB itself, so it's raw. It is specifically the MongoDB node module. We're just using it raw. We will convert to Mongoose later just for funsies, but I mean, there are advantages to both, mainly to Mongoose. You get the schema and all. I just wanted to show it off with as few changes as possible to the original code base. Hence, continue to use Mongo. Oh, this is Mongo Compass. So it is essentially a client that by MongoDB officially that allows you to connect to databases and comes in with a built-in dark theme, which is why I use it. It also does other stuff, but I like it for the dark theme. Yeah, MongoDB Compass. Yeah, no more using a dark reader extension to make things look good. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's basically the same as the GUI. You don't get, I believe, access to like changing your account settings. So like you still need to go to the website if you need to create new users and stuff. Or you can try to use like the Mongosh, the Mongo SH and stuff, but yeah, it's visually much better. So it's not a full replacement for this site. It's basically CLI, or no, not CLI, a way to just connect to your databases. Yeah, let's see if this button works. Well, we gotta start and stop our server though. Yeah, much definitely. Way better. Even with the extension, like with Dark Reader, that's an extension I got. It doesn't work all the time, you know? Like, and the colors it chooses are kind of meh sometimes. But this makes it lovely. Okay, now Passport is failing. I have an assumption of what's going wrong. Oh my gosh. That's right, whoa, dude. Yeah. Yep, Dark Root. I mean, that's what I use. It's not the worst. It's just the site itself is slower for me. That's why I use Mongo Compass. Yeah. Oh my gosh, you're not wrong. Whoa, dude. Thanks for coming on by the way. Your Saturday is going well. So my assumption is that this is doing bad because this is a string and it's being like, I'm looking for a string. Meh. We're about to figure that out though with some console logs. We already have console logs, so with some scrolling up. So we did make it, which means the done did happen. Here's my assumption that this ain't working. So how do we do this? Object ID. I think that's a lowercase d. Was required MongoDB. Assuming a new object ID of ID. I might need to stringify the one above too. We'll find out. Hey, whatever works for you, right, Seaphones? Whatever tool you need to get the job done. A, B, C, D, E, F. Work, darn you. Let's look for our consoles. So we did make it. At this point, we're gonna look at our session. Look at our session information. I'm not seeing it get saved. So we're getting our session initialized. So let's look at our login route actually. Where is it? Here it is, post sign in. So we get all this stuff happening. That is yours? I don't remember C films. I think the backgrounds kind of mellows it out a bit. So it wasn't obvious enough for me to mention it while going through it. Ooh. Yeah, the blue really tones it down from being complete blindness. This page maybe. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I don't really complain about sites not having dark mode. That's why I have my own dark mode thing. Boom. Problem solved. It looks beautiful now. I mean, it looks good before. It just looks better for me now. Okay, let's see what is up here. So, post sign in, made it. do the thing, dispatching get, not secured, split response. Oh, so I saw that message. You're yelling about security. I told you to be secure. Okay, let's not be secure anymore then. Logs have information in them. Ah, there it was, folks. So let me go back to this and let's zoom all the way back up. And this is a good reason for having logs, folks. So I specifically saw a message. Watch me not find it anymore. Oh, I gotta scroll up further. Further. Farther. There we go. Here we go. So you see, I saw saving and I said not secure. And I realized that, uh-oh, if it's not secure, that means you don't want to save it. Which you think it would tell me that, but it didn't. My next step would have been making sure the session was persisting. So the actual session ID, which if we look at it now, you can see session ID is TAT2 versus, make another refresh, we'll see somewhere around here. Where'd it go? Yeah, so we have our user, where's our session? Session ID JA8 versus, again, logs are verbose, folks, but that's because they have all the information. JA8. So now we can see our sessions being kept, and all this other stuff is happening. Now that this is actually happening and we have stuff going on, I would like to breeze through it before we take our break. Let's do a lovely clearing and a single refresh. Now we get a bunch of other stuff for static assets, but we care about the home page. So we go home, we do lots of parsing. Our session finds some stuff here. It fetches the thing, finds the session, so it asks the database and gets the stuff. And then we have request. So this is what it changed. It added a .session_store object. Went from undefined to memory store, which contains all our stuff in our session. For those who use Mongo store, you all remember this is what it looks like in the database. I then added a session ID to our request and a .session object to our request with this stuff in it. Look at that. Passport's even in there too. All the cool stuff. I guess my logging did not recognize passport getting added. Don't know how the logs are failing me. Yeah, then we can see passport adds log in, log out, is authenticated, is unauthenticated. Well, I just realized that's something I should be using. And a user attribute, which is your thing from the database. And then we go through a whole new round. So yeah, that's why I wrote this little thing to log all the changes to our request and response. Let's update that auth controller or that index controller to, instead of saying a not is authenticated, we'll just use the built-in if is unauthenticated. Lovely. So this is working, as you can see. Our fresh page, we're still logged in, but when I restart the server, we're logged. No, first we go to the wrong page, and then we're logged out. So I want to look at all the stores. Okay, let's see what a store requires. All, destroy, clear, length, get, set, touch. And here are all the ones that are officially available. I thought I looked at this before, but it might not be here. There might not be one here for cookies. Yeah, so we're gonna use the memory one, I guess, for now. Yeah, a MongoDB based session store. So yeah, connect Mongo. That'll be good. Oh, there's another one. Oh, that's the difference. And this one's got a lot less downloads. You know what? We've gone on a while for our breaks. Let's actually, before I go through more stuff, let us take our break. And after that, we will. We're not gonna do a Code Wars. We'll do a Code Wars next break, folks. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, relax if you can as we finish off our authentication. I'm back, folks. The break is coming to an end. Yeah, well, dude, let's investigate that little problem there, or that little image. Let's see what we got. Oh, this is a lovely looking thing. So yeah, this obviously isn't a .sh graph or a graph viz graphication. So let me see. How do I draw the connecting relation lines in this image? Not physically, but what I would use is might actually be what's used here. So I'm trying to find this site. I always fail with Google the thing. But this is what I use to generate these kind of like graphs like this, and it kind of automatically puts lines between them, but I'm trying to figure out, like, do you want to figure out how to physically, like, in the code, you have it represented, there should be a line from this thing to this thing. You want to create an SVG or an image or whatever of this. So that would be like calculating the path between those 2 points, in which there's an entry on the left, entry here. There's a minimum amount of padding or spacing too. That's a lot of math, whoa, dude. I'm sure there's a library that does this, though. I mean, just brainstorming the ideas. So it would basically be a dot here, like programmatically represented, a point requiring an entry of a left, and then a point here requiring an entry of a left. And then each segment will have a minimum length. So I'm guessing minimum length is this part right here. And then, see, they want to be straight lines. So what's stopping it from going diagonal like that? Some kind of efficient algorithm, though. I had some kind of efficient thing. JS draw connected lines. Yeah, I wouldn't really know what that algorithm would even be called, whoa, dude. JS plumb. Ooh, that looks like something. Because, yeah, this is kind of like plumbing, isn't it? Yeah, C films. We doing database stuff. Building connectivity. Building flowcharts. Oh, well, this is looking good, whoa, dude. Okay, I just found it. Can I drag it? I want to drag the thing. Maybe it doesn't work on Firefox. Yeah, we like working with databases. They're always fun. Demonstrate. Oh, free trial and purchase. You probably want something that's not going to charge your arm and a leg. Nope, schema builder. So yeah, this is we're looking for flowchart generators, basically. Whoa, dude. Although this is kind of doing a lot more than you asked. You asked for the lines. This is the whole kitchen sink. Yeah, so flowchart.js, mermaid.js, yeah, like all these different things that do the whole thing. Okay, this is easy. This one's easy. So, okay, I take back my, ooh, this is complex. They're literally just taking 2 points and drawing a straight line with a little curve to it. Okay, so if you want to just draw a line with a curve, or just draw a line, yeah, that's not too complicated if that's your goal. But if you, like, my standard was the smooth, what are these called? Splines when they're like this, or orthographic? You know there's a term for these lines. Simple ortho, nope. Yeah, for sure, yeah. It's a good question, though. I mean, this is what you literally use and pay for libraries between for. Okay, I'm trying to think out dot spline type. Once I find that type, I might be able to use that term to Google what we're actually looking for. Okay, which one is it? polyline. Yeah, I guess we want, no, we want ortho. So, so it was ortho. Graph. So they've abbreviated it, which I love abbreviations, but I need to know what this abbreviation stands for. Ooh, orthodoxy. Here we go. Continuously tangent curves. Ooh, I understand some of those words there, car six. Thanks for coming on by the way. I think what they're looking for. Oh, okay. Actually, yeah, that might be what we're looking for then. Let me go back and look at that graph then. If I didn't look at it for long enough. Yeah, that is what Whoa Dude is kind of looking for. Polyline. I mean, that's not 90 degrees. Maybe they linked the wrong image. Okay, I do see a difference between these two, so there is a difference between line and polyline. Oh, it means them themselves are at 90 degrees, not that they're on that X and Y, vertical and horizontal. Okay, that makes sense. It does seem like what Whoa Dude wants is ortho, though. It's great clarification, though. Car 6. Graphids, orthodox. I mean, we ain't getting religious up here. We're just looking for ortho. There we go. Orthogonal. Huh, that's the word for vertical horizontal. What do you know? JS draw teach. Now, if we find a library or an algorithm that does this, whoa, dude, this might be what we're looking for. Okay, now we're getting every line in the book. We specifically need them to be orthogonal, though. Draw orthogonal. Program for point of. Getting into code wars territory now. Autodesk. Yeah, it's very. Even yeah, I'm probably just googling this thing wrong somehow. Let's try the top one. Ooh, math. Am I creating a note editor? No, Chris. So basically, Whoa Dude was asked me basically how would the lines between these elements basically be created? So I don't really know the full details. Whoa Dude probably knows more, but I imagine that these elements are like on the DOM or something, like they exist on the DOM, and the goal is to indicate a point, an entry point, and then like another point, another entry point, and to somehow figure out the algorithm for how to draw the orthogonal lines, or a library maybe. I'm not exactly sure the goal, but it's these lines basically. Obviously, I'd recommend whatever created this image, but let me see if I can use my SQL diagram here, because this is what I do like using personally for stuff like this. How do we smooth connectors? I guess not. Refresh, please. Okay, so this library basically has done it. I'll drop this in the chat so you can look at it. Whoa, dude. So they have it working. Yeah, whoa, dude. It's turning into a math project all of a sudden. Yeah, whatever this library is, they figured it out. I bet these people got a GitHub. Hey, look, this project does have a GitHub, so at the very minimum, you can see how they did it and find the algorithm out for yourself. JS, I suppose. I don't know, where would it be? Globe fig key. Okay, lots of stuff here. Ooh, that sounds like a library name. Rubber band. I see math. jQuery rubber band. But yeah, some of it, like the visualization, requires a little bit of logic. Oh, that's a jQuery query for something else. But obviously, these people figured it out. Just gotta figure out how they did this. Oz. Seems like a library. Big globals. They figured it out. Okay, this is their super manager. Style, get set, quest. Okay, so lots of polyfills, all kinds of cool stuff there. Kinds of cool stuff there. Okay, maybe I'll just inspect it. This canvas, like what is this? How do you do what you do? Okay, this is very much a giant big thing. Okay, so we have a table. All our lovely tables. We have a... Nope, not that. Okay, so they create relation classes. So yeah, they're just creating divs with heights, widths, positions. So it's being done somehow with this. Now, what is doing the JavaScript to do all this, though? I kind of broke the clicker thing. Come on, escape. Stop doing that. Eh. How do we create any? Yeah. It looks like at least this library is just creating a bunch of relations. And since I clicked on it, I can't. Broke that part of it. I'm going to look in the library for the word relation. So obviously that gets CSS'd in here some point. Oh, here it is. Relation thickness, spacing, colors. Okay. So we're close. It's in the config. Add relation. Nope. Oh, we're getting lost now. So if I track down relation thickness, that will point me to something that's using this config. This Oz style set div. Oh, this is going straight into JS relation. Oh, I think I might have found the library that does the magic, folks. Yeah, Dr. Doolittle talking about it. Okay, so for all three, middle, first, and last. Oh, so that's part of the algorithm. I'm not understanding. I want to look at other things. Okay, here's the math. I'm not going to understand the math or explain the math, but here is the math. We can see that the addition, it's this library for? It's for the creation. Middle, first, and last. Okay, I'm starting to understand this. There's always three lines. There's the middle line, which is the vertical or whatever. There's the out and then the one. So there's always three lines. Sometimes the middle line is just 1 pixel wide. Okay, so the algorithm doesn't look that complicated, Car 6. Now, I think a lot of the crazy math that we saw might have been dragging and dropping. Or like while I drag this, they're updating. But I think if you're good for a static woe, dude, this is what I would look at. So somehow they're pushing the divs with position, absolute, all this stuff. And then they're setting the style of that to width, thickness. So yeah, they're doing it here. path. Owner SVG It's around here. So yeah, not an easy task visualizing these orthographical lines, but that would be where I would go further on it. Looking into at least that library or any other library that's using like if you wanted to just abandon and give it up to some other library entirely, that might be easier, but then you'd lose all the customizability of it. But yeah, whoa, dude, that's definitely an interesting, interesting challenge there. I'd shop it around a little bit more, try to find someone more familiar, maybe with graphs and stuff, maybe on a Discord. I'm sure, what is it, Omni, or I don't know how to say their name. Yeah, Omni, I think. They're always good with SVGs and stuff. They probably know the correct terms for this visualization. But yeah, folks, let's jump on in to the project. So my mind's telling me to do the thing. My body's saying, build your own Mongo store, build your own cookie store. But we're not gonna do that. We're gonna be good programmers and reuse cool libraries that already exist in the universe for us. And this thing's angry because versions are angry. Let's see what we can do. Okay, so one resolving. Oh, please get out of my way. So cannot resolve dependency. MongoDB 4.1 for Connect Mambo 4.6. Yeah, whoa, dude. Sorry I wasn't able to like figure out the solution, but I got you a library that you can decompile or shop around with the names yourself. Ooh, Car 6. Yeah, it's a tough one. There's a lot between the updates and the installs and the changes. There's a lot too for a 2-year-old tutorial, you know. So what we're gonna do npm remove and reinstall MongoDB. Yeah, there's a lot. There is a lot. There we go. Uninstall, reinstall. Always fixes version numbers. Or it breaks another version number, which you can then go hunt down and fix that one. So now that we have that, we need to use, oh, delete this. There we go. Store. Okay, Copilot's doing something absolutely disgusting here. Let's figure out what Connect Mongo actually wants, though. There we go. Yeah, there's a lot. That's that's a unique way I've never heard of it described. Car 6 drank from the fire hose. That's a good one. No, that's not how you copy and paste things. Mouse. There we go. I'm going to store create options. Now, I would be really cool if we could use existing client. So a promise that resolves to a Mongo client or a Mongo client. Okay, so I can pass it a client. This is where things get funky because my database doesn't get loaded until earlier. I can give it the promise though. I can get the promise from the database and then pass that to the thing. There we go. Promise. Undefined. And now I can say export object.promise equals this. And I specifically need to actually return the client because that is what it will be expecting. So now I can import the database, give the promise, pass it right here, client promise db at promise. Because promises are resolvable multiple times, it should love that. So const db equals copilot. Okay, it took a moment, but we got there. So we're using the Mongo store now. We're gonna see if it works. Please go away, search. Debug. Sadness. Cannot find models index model.js. Copilot, did you give me a wrong path? You did. Absolute betrayal, folks. Copilot failed us. And then I failed us, so I guess we're even now. Even Stevens. There we go. Lots of spinny. Ooh, angry. User is not allowed to do action. Create index on test.sessions. So it's all like, let's create a database way out here. Now, the reason this is happening is because in order to be able to share with you this environment variable without exposing my information, this user only has access to, I believe, the to-do database. So let's see how we can restrict what database options you use. DB name. There it is. That was a tough one, folks. DB name is to do. I hope it is. We're gonna find out when it yells at us. Hey, there we go. And look, Connect Mongo. It says stuff. Good job, Connect Mongo. See what it actually did, though. Hey, it created a new collection. Hey, welcome on back, C Films. Let's see. I'm not Spanish, I swear. Okay, how do we shut this off? Never translate this side. Thank you. A, B, C, D, E, F. We sign in. We are signed in. We look at our database and our sessions. We see there's our full cookie. And if we turn the server off and back on. Oh, nice, C Films. Good old, I'm a goldfish memory. I literally can't remember it. Business intelligence developer, right? That's what you're taking the role on right now. All that data transformation, extract, transform, normalize. Okay, folks, so we got a lot more stuff in here. A lot more I thought would be, but let's clear it out and start from the beginning. Oh, just up this logout method. See if that thing works. And that thing works. Okay. Now, we clear. What I'm going to do is a full clear. Now, how do we do that? I'm sure there's a keybind around this somewhere, but I'm just going to go to the storage tab and start purging stuff. Poof. Anything in there? Anything in there? Nope, nothing's in all the things. So, all our data is gone. We're going to go to the home page. Blah, look at all this stuff. Okay, so we see we get all this stuff. Boom. This is what happens when you go to a page first. There's no session ID. It generates a whole new session for you. And then, it's adding the store, which is the Mongo store, which contains all that stuff, your new session ID, and your new session. And then Connect Mongo, it is creating a new session based on this ID, which is also based on this ID. So you can see the data flowing through the things. Express session is setting your cookie since you didn't have one, and then you're doing static assets. Now when you come on back a second time, well, car 6, I try to do cookies. Passport version 0.6 doesn't like it. So we are storing the session ID is in a cookie. So it's this cookie right here. It stores, so it's connect.sid. The S is for sessions. So it's the ID of my session combined with a bunch of cryptographic good hashiness. So that the ID is stored there, and then the ID is passed to Mongo store, which goes to the database and receives the rest of the session information for this user. So the server is completely stateless, which means perfectly scalable. So to answer your question, cookie. Though if I were using a JWT, for example, local storage would be an option or something else like that. By default, this thing does cookies. Now when I sign in, we're going to see the session get lots of updates. See, here it is where we get the session. Then we got the user inside the session for passport, to the lookup, all this good stuff. Where's that log at? Then my logging order is really messed up. Because this log okay, there's a weird thing here of order of logs. Try not to. No, this is the correct thing. Oh yeah, so here it is. So after we do the thing, we can destroy our old session, we create a new one, and we do it twice for funsies. For sure, car 6. So actually, this is not an example in this project, but the difference would be that. So with Google OAuth, and I'll show you the passport, the strategy, because that'll be easier to show than my code, because my code's a little different. But the way it would work is that instead of exchanging username and passport, you would receive a profile ID when they authenticate. So you'll create this information here in your Google Developer Console, then give it a callback URL, which is where it will send that information back to your system. Now, since we're using Passport, it handles all the nitty-gritty OAuth logic for you. But once you get it back, it receives the profile, which then is the successful information. And you can see this example, it's a little mangled, but if it exists, then don't create it. If it doesn't exist, then create it. This isn't the best example, so I will show you a better one. Code unknown GitHub. Nope, not there. So I'll show you my actual one that I did implement all the OAuths on, because I'm not doing the OAuth on this to-do thing, but I did do it all over here. So I'll give you a better example. Nope. No Cargogen. It's still all, so the only thing that changes, so you still have express sessions, you generate the session ID, you give it to the user always gives it back. Then you get the session information from the database back into the server. Once you have that, you have the ID of the currently logged in user. The currently logged in user. When someone is logging in, they're not logged in yet, so sessions mean nothing. They mean nothing. It is once you are logged in, the session even begins to do anything. So here's an OAuth example. That's right, it's stored in the DB. So here's how the OAuth works. Basically, this is the part that is important. You find a user. I am glad to hear that makes a little bit more sense. So basically, this would be great if Appland was working, but it's not. So we try to find a user that is OAuth with this Google account. If they have been found, then you want to say you found a user. If you haven't found a user OAuth with this current Google account, you want to create a new user that is OAuth with this current Google account. That's all the passport strategy does. Like, I think you understand now the part that the session and all that stuff is locally handled and specifically identically handled no matter what strategy you use. That's kind of the power and the flexibility of Passport. You only have to implement the strategy logic. The rest of it is identical no matter which strategy or multiple strategies you use. So yeah, hopefully that makes some sense. Again, visualization tools, it's a pet peeve of mine that would make this a lot easier, but it don't exist. Hey, I'm glad to hear it. I'm trying to think how I would visualize it. So Google comes back. Yeah, I can see it in my head. I just can't find the words to make it. Yeah, this is actually a pretty good example here. So, again, same thing. Once you sign in, it destroys your old session, creates a new session, sends you a new session cookie with the new ID and information. Yeah, whoa, dude. I mean, yeah, it's always, I mean, that's personally my learning experience with all things or all kind of complicated things. They don't make sense until you reinvent them yourself, right? Like Express didn't make sense until I wrote a server without Express. And it's like, oh, I see how it works now. I don't need to write my own because I now understand it. It's kind of like the JWT. Oh, once you understand how it works, either by writing it yourself or actually understanding how it works manually, you don't need to, like, you understand how it works, so you're not, it doesn't make your head spin anymore. So, however you gotta understand it, reinvent your own or go deep dive. That's the only way to make not head spin, right? Yeah, as verbose and colorful as these logs are, they're not the best, but you can see once I sign in, my old session is gone, my new session is created. It tells the client to keep this session as a cookie. Then once I come back in, I give that cookie back. Wait a minute, I don't have cookie parser. Did I not need cookie parser? Usually you have to. Oh, I literally skipped cookie parser. Why is this working? This is working for like absolutely no reason. That's weird. Is there a version of this cookie that will change every time, like a rolling code sort of thing? So I'm like a good 80% confident that this express session has some form of expiration thing. So express session lifetime. But I do see what you're going for, Car 6, to make sure that a stale session doesn't like live for a million years. Then it can be picked up by a malicious hacker or something. There we go. Max age. There's your solution. So if you give them a max age of like 1 hour or something, that'll work. So every hour you get a new one. Although asking for a change every time, a rolling code sort of thing. Let's see if that's possible. Session, new ID every request. I'm gonna get a bug, not a solution. Um, force. So here's the thing, we want it as a feature, which means, I mean, I'm sure it's possible. You'd basically be ditching the old and creating the new. Fresh sessions. Let me look at my logs. The logs, they know all. So session adds a bunch of stuff. Oh, I can't read that. Yeah, car six. That is basically how this works. Essentially, like they have an expiration of it lasts an hour. So like when you log in here, it will last 1 hour. But if you log in earlier, like you log in here, it extends it by the hour of time you logged in. So if you log in again here, it'll extend it that long. So your total session length is all of this. So it does extend it like that, I do believe. And that's basically how that, like, you've been gone a while thing works. Okay, so we're going to look at Express Session, because I know there's a way to do this. And you got me thinking now, so can't stop thinking about it. Okay, we'll think about that after we get our cookie parser installed. I just realized npm I. Nope, not that one. Cookie parser. There we go. Because My Express application should not be working without it, yet it is, so big spooks. Let's see, we want this up here. Const cookie parser. Thank you, Copilot. When do we want this? Static URL. I guess we'll have that just somewhere down here. App.use cookie parser alt cookies. And now we should be able to actually see it in our logs. It's the whole point of, because like the whole way my middle logging thing works is by detecting the middles. Okay, so lots of scrolling. Let's find our get quest JSON parser cookie parser. Here it is. Okay, now we can actually see it. When the cookie parser comes in, it changes request.cookies from undefined to an object with the mapping of your actual cookie, connect SID and cookie value. Then session is like, ooh, I see you have a connect SID cookie. I'm gonna grab that. I'm gonna look it up in the store. This store is a Mongo store, so the Mongo store goes and looks up in the database, brings it back. Express session is like, yo store, what did you get? Mongo store is like, I got this. Then it stores it exactly how it found it. This object right here, which if we look in our real database, is, which one is it? Not that one. It's this one right here. It's a little hard to read, but it's literally this one right here. And as you can see, I have set an expires of null. I can do max age to make mine expire. Let's see, max age 3600. Sure. And we'll actually see the expiration doohickey live. So cancel that. Refresh. Let's see if that worked. Refresh. We might need a new session. Delete. Is that in MS? I assume it's in milliseconds car sync because that's what Copilot wrote for me. It could be in seconds. I assume. Oh, where are the docs at? Max age. Specifies the number in milliseconds. So yep, it is milliseconds. Now that I've done that, what incarnation? Trying to demonstrate thing, and it's like, her. Oh, wait a minute. That's so. There are different places this data exists. This is data specifically in the set cookie. Max age session. Sorry, I'm trying to figure this out. Oh, I have to be logged in for it to matter. If you're not logged in, the session don't matter. Where is it? No, it's still there. It's close, reopen. Huh. It's not expiring. Oh, that's a good question. Oh, it's cookie max age. I hate, I'm not going to say hate, I don't mean to hate. I very much dislike it when libraries just let you throw in random properties and do not explicitly tell you, hey, that's not a supported property, did you mean to put that there? Because what I really want it to be, it needs to be in here with a max age of 3600. But the library didn't care that I was putting it in the wrong spot. It just took it and went on with its lovely day. Okay, I might need to clear this one. Delete all. There we go. Okay, finally got it. It expires at 23/12/28. Now we're going to see it when I refresh. 23/12/28. So the expires max age is created from its creation time. But when your auth state changes, ABC DEF, so 23, 12, 28 is going to change to 23, 12, 55. So you can see how when my auth state changes, the whole thing changes because you are given an entirely new session. Yeah, I think that's about it. I don't think there are any other cool settings here. Oh yeah, so there's a rolling option. You did mention rolling, so maybe this is what you were asking about, in which it sets the cookie be set in every time, resetting the expiration date. Maybe this is what you're asking for. Let's try it out. So now that we set it to rolling, what I assume is going to happen is every time max age is going to reset. Once I restart the server, that is. So refresh into the cookie. Our expiration is 23/14/06. 23/14/012. So if this is what you're asking for, car 6, basically every request, not just authentication state changes, the expires gets updated, then you can do that by setting rolling to true. And the cookie, you have to give this a milliseconds of how long you want the cookie to last in the first place, which I've given an hour. I think I've given it an hour. It's 3600 times 000 is. So yeah, hopefully that is answered your question. I'm trying to think goldfish what we were doing. Well, this is what to-do lists are for, folks. Well, to-do list is dead. Alright, trying to think. Wake up, to-do list. Cannot register for documents. Ha. Could it just work? Big yikes. Well, we can make a commit with what our current changes are, which include authentication. So add local auth. So let's go ahead and 1 through 1. We add an auth EJS, which is just 2 forms. So that's our view. We added a passport service, which contains our serialization, deserialization, and our local strategy to log the user in. Hey, let's see. Yay, welcome on back, your poppy. We are up to adding local authentication to an Express app. Yeah, server save session ID in the cookie, correct, and in the database, correct. When a new session is created, the server gets the state of the old session from the database and loads all the values. Yes, basically when a new server is created, when a new session is created, which only happens on auth changes, it stores the new auth state into the database and then saves that also in the thing. So I think you're right, yeah. And hey, Dark Oblivion, thanks for coming on by. Hope your Saturday's been going well. Hope both you and your Poppy's Saturday are going well. We're over here adding local auth. I think we're about finished with it though. MVC, being all fancy about it. So sign in, sign up, log out. It would help if I had a log out button somewhere though, wouldn't it? I wish I had one of those at some point in the future. So this is probably on our index view. And of course, car 6. Yeah, it's always. You can never have too much space repetition, can we, folks? href equals logout. Logout. Closing anchor. We don't want to put it at the top because that's not pretty. We'll throw it at the bottom. So that's slightly less pretty. Hey, Dark Oblivion, shorten that code. Well, you picked a great one to look at because there is a fair amount of shortening that is possible. Let me just finish this and then we will shorten away. So add a logout button. So we want to see if this logout button does the needly. Click logout. Very sad. No logging out. Hey, okay, we got logged out. Lovely. Okay, let's go ahead and make these commits and shorten this code. Squish that down. Yeah, got rid of them console logs. Yep, all of our lovely MVC goodness. Yep, we added our promise so our Mongo store could use it, and I clicked the wrong one. So better look at index control before it runs away. Oh, so you named that properly now. Let's look at index model. What do we do here? Oh, we already wrote that. And auth controller, our final module. Yep, we create a sign in, which is an array of middlewares that do the magic. Sign up and log out. They could use some space though. 6 feet apart, of course. Hey Jim, how's it going? We're just over here adding all the fun stuff. Implementing a local auth, and then we're going to do some shortening of our EJS. As soon as VS Code does the job. Get status. Get add package. We're doing it ourselves. So we do want to add one change to server. So we have a lot of changes in the server, but one of them we don't want going into the server because this is my special sauce. So chop, no, bad mouse. Chop that out. Get add server. Yeah, then we put that back in. Then get if. There we go, that's what we want. And now we can make our commit. I'm going to do it locally or manually because VS Code, I don't trust it. Ooh, a priority of the to-do up and down on the list. Okay, Jim, that sounds like a good one. We'll see if we can add it to the to-do. Ironically, we have a to-do to keep track of things we need to do in our to-do. So let me add this here. VS Code is catching on fire. And I love when it jumps like that. Add priority of to-do. Yeah, so I think, Jim, what that would be represented as is, let me log in real quick. Because I do gotta do some shortening real quick. Debug. Come on. Mom, VS Code, we love you. Yeah, so I think that'll be represented as, come on, load, as the ability to physically move them around. So like the top will be most priority, second top least priority. So yeah, definitely a cool feature. It's on the list. Ironically, it's on a to-do list for a to-do list. But before we jump into that, we got some EJS shortening code from Dark Oblivion. This is actually a pretty good example because this is how we can do templating with EJS. Now I know apparently there is a Express EJS template node module, but I've never done that. Ooh, something like vote up, vote down, or Reddit. Yeah, those will be good icons. NPM. Oh, I want layouts. That's what I want. There we go. Express EJS layouts. So I've never used this, but someone else said this was really cool, so I figured we can use this Dark Oblivion to shorten that code. What's this? A view with a layout renders. Okay, I don't understand any of that. So title, description, header. So use express layouts. Yeah, I got that. Set the things, render the view. content for foo, the layout, bar, foo, bot, Fight Club Tyler. I'm trying to read these docs, folks. This layout, header, body, footer would render. Okay, so I create a layout. My goodness. I must be out of brain juice, because that threw me for a loop. Okay, you can use this library. It seems really cool. I don't understand it. I'm gonna look for an example before I ditch it. Example, finally. Telling me how this works. I have a views folder. Okay, with a view and a layout. Let's look at the example. Come on. I have a layout which has basically variables for things. Define content footer. What the? Content for body. What? Content for footer. This is footer. Content for body. This is body. Okay, I don't know what this library is. It seems really cool. I'm gonna do what I did before and just make a little layouts thing and just create a top.ejs. This is how I did my simplification before. Yoink. Yoink. And then I will delete that from there and say include temp layouts top, and close that, and then down here I will include layouts bottom. So that's my solution. This is how we shorten code in my EJS projects. Bottom EJS, paste, boom, done. So this didn't shorten this file, but the next file is where it starts happening. So save this. VS Code's struggling. We getting there. So I'm just gonna go yoink top and bottom from there. Here comes all the shortening magic. Look at all that duplication. Gone. And this duplication gone. There wasn't that much duplication, but it's gone now. B-O-T-T. I know how to spell. And now with this, it should be functionally identical, but that much. Include syntax. Needs this thing, because I need to output raw HTML. Raw. There we go. Make sure not to use scriptlet tags. There, now things are colored again. So there we go, Dark Oblivion. Much shorter now. Yeah, and see anything else? It's honestly short enough for me. Git add use git commit add EJS templates. Rah Rasputin, yeah. Lover of the Russian Queen or something. Yeah, folks, let's see. Come on, NPX. It's not the wrong one. Where is he? That's it wasn't a bad joke there, Jim. It was good. Okay, and with that one, we are going to be jumping on to our break. Before that, though, let's try to find which one of these two code wars look conquerable. So number to price, add dot. Okay, yeah, this is the code war we will complete after our lovely break. And I will take the break and restart VS Code because it needs it. And when we get back, we will knock out that code war and move on to the next thing in our project, which I believe, if I remember the list right, is adding permissions. So basically, when we soft delete items, there's a certain user that can see all the softly deleted items. And yeah, folks, I will catch you on the other side. Sure, hydrate, stretch, and relax if you can. Welcome on back, folks. Jump out of our break. Audio messed up. Let me fix. There we go. Now I can hear stuff. Okay, let's warm back up with a Code War. I think 15 minutes should be enough for this one, which our objective is to add formatting to a plain number to split as a price. So the function should return a string like this. So given 13253.5123, we should receive 13,253.51. Numbers should use the standard comma for every three numbers, and a dot to separate the sense being truncated to 2. In the case the decimal is 1 character long, you should add 0, so we need to pad it. Function will also evaluate negative numbers. If the input is not a valid number, return not a number. Okay, there's a whole bunch of conditions that are in there. So first things first, if it's not a number, we need to return nan. Then the logic, because we have two pairs of logic. We have a logic for the commas and logic for the sense. So for this, I think our easy solution would be to stringify the whole number. So math dot, hold on, if we floor or seal it, math dot floor the number, then stringify it, and if it's negative, skip the first character, because that's a negative sign. So we will, never mind, we will floor, make positive, or absolute, then stringify the absolute floor number. Then for every third character, we will create a hyphen. So then we will reverse this as a string. And then when the index is 0, 1, 2, index plus 1 is divisible by 3, we return not only the character, but the character and a comma. Then we will need to handle if it is the last one. So if and has more characters after it. Okay, that part makes sense. Now the sense, truncated to 2. Note it says truncate, so we will just need to truncate, not round in any direction. And we'll also need to pad it to a length of 2 with the 0 character as a padding character. Okay, I think that's everything. So, if is not a number, well actually, we care about type. We're being handled strings, we're not. So if type of number not equal number, return, what are we returning? Nan, right? The string nan. Ooh, good, close one there. Sorry, I had to step off. Now for our part in the cents and the dollar. So let's see. First, I want to take the whole is math.floor, math.abs, number to string. Then we're going to take the math sign. If the math sign is -1, then we slice 1. So that would be slice math.sign number. Technically, we don't need math sign. We just check if it's not positive. Number less than 1. Ooh, this is good. So for truthy, we want to slice 1. Otherwise, we want the other way. We can... Will the Boolean convert be coerced automatically? We'll find out. Let's just console log. Oh, do we have a negative number? We do. Is it going to actually run second test case? It won't. Okay, understandable. We'll make it run the second test case. I'm making the second first. We got no console. Where'd my console go? Show me my console. That's there. Why did this fail? Did I literally break it somehow by passing a boolean? Fine. I'll take an owl with 0. Okay, I literally caused an error. Love to see it, folks. So let's convert this boolean to a number with the unary plus operator. There, it's happy. Hold on. Where'd it go? Oh, I absoluted it, which means I don't need to do this anymore. Ah, it was an empty string. I just wasn't looking at it. Okay, so we have the whole number. Now we need to convert this to an array. Use the spread operator. Convert this to an array so we can reverse it. So then we can map over it. Then we have digit. And we have index. And we're going to say, we'll also have the length of it too. Array. You know, we can spell these things out. We ain't, every character don't cost money. So digit plus I divisible by 3 equals 0, and I less than array dot length minus 1. We don't want to be the last one. So if this is true, then comma, otherwise it's false, empty string. Now this is the thing where edge case, I might not be able to see it until I actually try it. So 150 comma 0. So 15. Oh no! Since I've reversed it, 0 5 0 0 5 comma 1. Maybe that reverse was not the move. 1. I don't want to think too hard about this. What if we were just 500? Ooh, it's getting it. Okay, so this is where my logic here is failing. 500. Because it's 0, right? So I need to replace every third. But from the right. So reverse was the right call. Well, let me get this on multiple lines so I can read it. Hey, Kid Neptune, it's going pretty well. We're just coming back to do this little Code Wars. It's a tough little Code Wars, though, but we are making progress on it. It's about doing basically the price formatting for numbers, and, you know, this thing's been going on a while. I'm forgetting how to add commas to things, but it's, besides that, it's going pretty well. Hope your Saturday's going pretty well too, Neptune. Let's see. Let's delete all the code. Code's not good anymore. Goodbye, code. Okay, so we have 0 0 5. So if the element is third, it's I, and so can't the 0 one messes it up. Oh, you gotta work on that banky. Nice. Glad to hear it. Oh, this is it, folks. We got it. Well, it looks like we got it. At least we just had to have the comma on the other side. Join with nothing, so more chains in the loop. Hey, it looks... Whoa. Oh, it needs to be reversed. Hey, another reverse. So if I was mathematical, I wouldn't use index. I would consider this an offset and calculate the reversed number with math, but I ain't about to do that. Okay, comma's on the wrong side again. Okay, it looks good now. So now we return. I think this part should be easy because there's math truncate, so it's going to be returning whole plus a period plus math.truncate number remainder of 1. How long? To 2 digits, but then we want to pad this, so yeah, you can do it in VS Code Noobish Duck. I'm just using it in this editor, but because I have an automated way that like pulls down the code words and then pushes it to my GitHub. But yeah, we should definitely be like after we do one, we'll like add it to create a file for it. Then we'll save the code in the file, maybe a reference to the description of it, and make a commit of that and push that commit to our GitHub so we get them lovely green squares Noobish Duck. To 0 character. 150000. Hope I did something wrong. Yeah, and I think I should be able to display. I'll show me doing that too. But that's a little different than how it would. I'll go ahead and show the general gist of it. So, okay, so what's truncate do? Oh, that's not how. This method doesn't do what I want. This gets rid of all the gets rid of all the decimals. I only want some of them. My goldfish memory. Math.round. Doesn't seem right. 1500. Ah. I could just be on goal string manipulation actually. So it's this as a string, which I can use some templating magic to do. And then that'll be dot slice 0 2. Then that to be padded with the zeros I need. Now my 2 is probably wrong. Oh goodness. Ah, because it contains a dot. So I do need to absolute this. Handle the negatives. Now I just slice 1 to 3. No. 2 to 3. 3 to 4. Okay, now we have our signs are wrong. So turn basically conditional here. Where's my logic? Number less than 0. It's a negative, otherwise nothing. We gotta put that in parentheses for order of operations. And there we go for the one case. I know this ain't gonna work for all of them though, so let's see the edge cases. Ooh, okay, so it was a doozy of a one. Now we can clean this up a lot though. Let's return all this template literaled out. Where'd my curlies go? Yeah, we made it. Plus this thing dot slice dot that. So that's another thing in a template literal. Don't you love the nesting, folks? I think that still works. Yeah, it still works. Okay, so what we're doing here is first we're getting rid of all the nans, and then we are flooring the absolute version of the number to get rid of the negative sign. We're converting it to a string, of which we reverse and traverse through every digit. And then for every third digit that is not the first digit and the last digit, we are combining a comma with the current digit. Then we are reversing it back and hitting dot join to put it back into a string. And we're going full Code Wars, and we're, of course, doing it all on the one template literal. We're going super Code Wars. We're going to be putting it inside a ternary. Like so. And we're going even Code Warriors. I'm making it an arrow function. There we go. We're going even further by renaming a number to n so we can save on characters. And there we go. I think that's about as unreadable as we can physically make it, which means we have succeeded on codewars.com. Oh no, I've broken it. Okay, so I didn't remember this. Was this a random test? 88, 89. Hold up. Wait a minute. Expected 88 to equal 89. This was working before, I swear. Time travel time with the Control-Z key. So did this happen when I embedded it? Or after? Oh, before. Okay, so I did something here. It's when I template literaled it. Nope, it was always here. How did I pass the test before? Okay, I'm glad to see my shrinking didn't do it. That was me. So I do need to do some form of rounding, not just truncation. So MDN math round, because the goldfish does not remember. That's not JS round to nth decimal. No, goldfish is really out to lunch this one. Oh, to fixed. Ha. That's the method that's literally built in. Love to see it, folks. So it's this thing. Probably don't even need to do any padding because to fixed will add the extra ones for me. So to fixed 2, although I can imagine that this isn't exactly in the spirit of it. 13 to equal 12. Oh, we also need to do a little slicing on this. Slice 0, 2, or 2. Skip the dot and the 0. 13 to equal 12. So it does need to truncate. Does the modulo 1 round it for me? Okay, I assume that's what's going on. Ah, so this is great here, since this is all one line. Can't see my input. But now I can. Console time. Now I know that one passes. There we go. So .89. So what's happening is this thing is messing it up somehow. I love floating point errors. So abs, let's look at it again. Aha, look at what it's doing. It turned it from 89 to 88999. You broke my code. How dare you? Okay, so still need to get rid of the negative, but I can't use abs because that breaks everything apparently. Apparently that's been breaking things the whole time, but it's on the decimal scale, so it didn't matter for the whole number. So n.to string, because it's just a split after the dot, which it's icky, but it works. Oh, please run the big test. Appreciate. Yeah, so it's this part. And there might not even be a dot, so hold on. Drop it off as an empty string. Don't get any undefines in you. Then we're not slicing, but we are pad ending. Okay, is that what you want? No. Expected 129. Okay, too many numbers. So I do need the slice. This needs to go from 0 to 2. There we go. Whew. I prematurely minified it, but we made it, folks. So we just take the cents half of it, we split after the dot. If there is nothing after the dot, we go for an empty string, then we slice from 0 to 2, only giving us the first 2 characters. If there aren't 2 characters, then we will pad it to make sure there are 2 characters. And with that, we are donezo. Yeah, there you go, Jim. Yeah, I mean, dishes can be a little, at least easier than this Code Wars, right? Mainly because I was fiddling around with, and of course, there's a regex solution. Placing everything that has a group of 3 with the comma. Absolute cursed magic. Love to see it. Okay, let's jump into, we're back into the project. So, oh, that's not how numbers work. Okay, that was a good one. Let's see what we have. Oh my goodness, did the to-do list not load? VS Code is on fire today. Okay, this is why I like things being available to me. So I can see all my lovely tasks here as markdown files. Let's take a normal look at what we have left to do. Add permissions and an admin permission that see all users. We also have the sortability coming on. So the thing is, like, these are the 2 things that we kind of need to do, at least for this to like be complete, is permissions for users, and then a page that permissioned users, aka admins, can view deleted items. So adding permissions to the data will be easy because those are users. And then we will have a view specifically for the admins. So MVC structure, let's go. Let's start on the view this time. This is for our home page. We have a logout button. Then we're going to conditionally have an admin view. Wait a minute. I forgot a very important part of adding local auth, which means this previous commit gets amended. None of the to-dos are actually linked to an individual person, so... And I jumped the gun on that one. So let's fix that first. Yeah, whoa, dude. I mean, mine's pretty hacky too. I don't know if you were here when I finished it, but it definitely doesn't feel official of any kind. Essentially, as we wait for my browser to load, I just did crazy string manipulation. So first I absoluted it to get rid of the negative sign. I floored the number to get rid of the decimals. Then I stringed it. Then I converted the string of the whole number to an array. I reversed them, and then for every 3rd digit, I added a comma to the digit also. Hey, I'm gonna say great minds think alike. Don't tell me otherwise, right? Yeah, and then a little bit of logic for splitting out the comma or after the decimal, or there is none. Make sure there's only 2. Make sure there's at least 2. So, just crazy string manipulation, no math at all. I did try to use math abs for this sense, but 0.88 became 0.899999, so rounding errors stopped me from doing that. But yeah, folks, let's implement the rest of the local authentication since we forgot to do that. Okay, so we have our auth controller, that's signing up, signing up, signing out, all that good stuff. Then we have our index one, in which we want to find all the to-dos that belong to the current request user. Hey, let's check that out, whoa, dude. Ooh, okay, so let's see what we got here. At least I think everyone got that part basically the same. Yep, convert the number to a string, split it out. Decimal is the decimal times 10. Ah, smart. Multiply it by 10, you won't get any rounding errors. It becomes the whole number. Nice. Decimal to string. String to slice 2. If plus 1 is greater than 0, then otherwise, if plus 1 is not greater than 0. Okay, that's a cool way of doing it. I wouldn't have thought of that. Then take the whole number, split, reverse. Hey, there's the exact same logic with a little regex in here. So if it's divisible by 3 and it's not the first and you're not the last and the current character is a digit, so I guess you do some extra digit checking here, then digit plus comma, otherwise, and join them with a dot. Basically the same, whoa dude, yeah, except I use pad end instead of this cool thing. I didn't do the multiplication by 10. Yeah, that's a good one. Thanks for sharing. Hmm. I gotta go check some because we did some stuff in Passport. I'm not sure if we needed to do. So we did this object ID wrapping. We're gonna find out if we actually need to do this. Yeah, I mean, what else I mean, it's pretty good. Best practices in my book. I'd use it. I have a few more test cases, and I definitely use it. Hey, there you go, folks. Okay, so just to be proven, we do need to convert our IDs into object IDs when using the Mongo magic, which means I need to do that right up here. Hey, I'm glad your mood is, well, it's an input, so I guess your mood is thanks, because the input you got there, Code Cat. Anyway, I hope your day's been going pretty well, Code Cat. Thanks for coming on by. We are finishing the adding of authentication to our To-Do app. Totally did not forget about it. About half of it. Ah, come on. There we go. Now have to make sure that these ones are owned by yours truly. So that is the getting of to-do items. Then we have the rest of the logic. So the insertion, then we have owner, which is request.user_ID. We don't need to Mongo ID that because we're storing a string anyway. Well, hold up. We do need to Mongo ID that because we don't have Mongoose around to save our lives. Now for the marking of completed, basically the same logic again, and for the uncompleted, same logic. For the delaying, same logic. Although for deletion, maybe we should make sure that you can't delete something that's already deleted. That's right. So we don't want to delete already deleted things. No double deletions. There we go, folks. And with that, it should be fully working with users. Now let's get the compass up and actually purge the old data. Blinding light. Why it must be dark mode. And copy all this good stuff. There's dark mode. And don't worry, folks, these credentials are basically trashed. They give you access to one collection only, and I don't care what you do in here. So we have one user, and we have 3 to do, so goodbye. 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 Okay, data's cleared out. We should be able to log in. I did restart the server. I did. And create ourselves a new item. A, B, C. Sadness. Object ID is not defined because I forgot to import it. Where did I forget to import it? I forgot to import it in my to-do controller. So, go there, up to the top of the page, and pasta. Do I check for already registered for users? That is the next thing coming, Jim, to make sure that you have to be logged in to access these endpoints. But right now, the front end is handling that by only making sure you can come to this form if you are logged in. So, on the front end, yes, Jim. On the back end, not yet. But we're gonna do that real soon. Oh, so something went wrong. So it's in here. Interesting. So it means our GET request is absolutely failing. Why are you failing? Show me the logs. Just clear the logs and make another GET request. Where is it? No duplicate users allowed. Yeah, we didn't get that far, Jim. We did not get that far at all. Actually, I think we did. Yeah, let's try to think where we did that. Just sign up. Oh yeah, and when you go to sign up, basically, yeah, no duplicate users allowed. We did get that far, Jim. Okay, I'm being very disappointed right now by the database. Literally not doing the cool stuff. So I have logger level turned up to debug, and it ain't debugging stuff. I have to manually come in here for console log. Basically our query and to-do items. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good for a quickly just slap together project, I say. Okay, let's see what we got. We have, it's there. So maybe I'm not supposed to wrap these in new object IDs. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I don't know how that's working because ID should be underscore ID, but whatever. Let's turn it off and back on because we ain't living with NodeMon out here. Okay, so let's control Z underscore ID then. I don't know. Mongo's angry about something. I'm about to make a query myself. Okay, let's do it ourselves then, folks. So let's see. Owner equals this value. That's gonna fail because it's a string. Correct. Now when I wrap in an object ID. Oh, come on. Dance with me, characters. This will work. Did I typo owner at some point? Come on. Oh. Oh, the IDs aren't actually matching. Okay, perhaps it was the lack of underscoring on the other ones, so specifically my add method, that is failing me. Yeah, that's a good one. So I have one user. Delete, delete, delete. I have two different authors. Interesting. Delete. ABC. New query. Ah, you dare. So my owner is 329B. How many users I got? I got one. My ID is 48E1. When did that change? Request user. I'm just gonna look at the request user at this point. I don't need to. It's in the logs. Okay, so user is 48E1. Hold up. Yeah, 48E1. That is the user. My session. Nope, that's not a session ID. Okay. 48E1. Request.user._ID. I love this. Oh, that's broken. Yeah, let's delete that. Go back over here. I think this is the raw one. We'll figure it out, folks. It's a typo somewhere. To make sure we didn't get any. There we go. Yeah, I don't remember if you specifically asked me that before, Jim, but yeah, I have worked around with pies as a hobby. Not as much Arduinos because I haven't had any hardware needs, but I've worked with pies. Just like little servers. Technically, part of my Twitch setup is running off a Pi via Tau. Yeah, yeah, I got a Tau running Pi right now, or a Pi running Tau. Yeah, I mess around with them a little bit. So 48E1. Somewhere around here, I got a console log. 48E1, right? 48E1. So those are very consistent. So let's not use that part there. Why, Jim? Have you done so yourself? Or you're interested in it? So insert one thing completed owner. Okay, let's clear out the database. Goodbye, data. Hey, yeah. A scraper script that crashes all the time. I mean, that's not all of them. What do you mean? Ooh, a pie hole. Yeah, I don't know. I've just honestly, I mean, you can see what I'm using already, and it basically handles all the ads for me. I'm also using some cool YouTube app that handles that for me. I see the Twitch ones, but honestly, they're not annoying enough for me to go full pie hole. They've yet to annoy me enough. There we go, folks. Okay, so remember, use request user score underscore ID, not the actual ID, because things get wacky. Because it converts it to a number, which is not its actual value. Ta-da! Now, with that, I do think we are good to do all the things. So this one has ABC and ABB, and you can do all the fun stuff to them accordingly. And do your... Oh, that went wrong. Because I didn't do it to the other ones. Okay, let's ditch that. Ditch that. So basically everywhere I had object ID, I should never have had object ID. Well, this one does need to be an ID, though. I lied. This one needs it. The rest of them don't. Microcontrollers in general. Cool, cool, yeah. I just haven't really had any projects or passions or anything that necessarily needed it. If I did, though, I'd probably just mess with the GPIO pins on the Pi. Okay, now we have all the things as they should be. Yep, 2 left to do. I mark this one as completed. Then I delete ABC, and it's not really deleted. Oh, big sad. Did I miss? Maybe I missed. Okay, let's have a look at the data. So it's not. Look at the network tab. Network. So there was a delete request. See, the great thing about these responses being inaccurate is that you can't tell when things are successful or not. So we have to go to the to-do controller to find out how and what is up with delete. So when you go to delete something, it has to not be deleted and the current underscore ID. I thought I got them all. Nope, I missed another one. My word. It's missing all over the place. Now we can delete it. I think I might have missed. There we go. It's gone, but if we look, we've gone full Google. It's not really gone. Hey. And now we have fully implemented local auth. I should probably test another user. Marked for deletion and not displayed. Yep. That's what we're doing today. We're implementing soft deletions with authentication and then your secret overlord account that can see all the things. Failed to serialize user into session. Don't like hearing that. I thought I fixed this. I thought I didn't break this. So failed to serialize. So I had a user and underscore ID gave me an object ID. So it's .id for that one. Now I can't re-sign up because it's already in. DFABC. Failed to serialize user into session. Interesting. Let's see what is up here. So I thought that was working already. Thankfully for sign in, we can resend the information. Where's my log? There it is. So we have a user and ID is undefined. So it does have to be underscore ID. Is that what it needs to be? Because it didn't need to be that before. Okay, it's working now, whatever. Let's make sure our original user works. ABC, DEF. There we go. Okay. So finally, local auth is fully implemented now. Don't know why that broke. Oh, don't delete that much. But it appears to be happy now. Let's get rid of that one. And these, yep, are updated accordingly. The last one may be server. I don't think I have anything in there, though. Oh, there we go. It's just my debugger. Okay. So this, let's check out the last commit is add local auth. Okay, thankfully, I believe we can git commit. Fix that real quick. I think I set, oh, I don't have it. That's right, Jim. We're using bcrypt for hashing on this local strategy. Nothing too crazy, just, believe it's literally 2 lines. Oh, that's a weird typo. No, that's not a typo. Yep, so for the hashing, just bcrypt hash the password 10 rounds good enough. That's what Copilot suggested. And for the logging in, we just bcrypt compare. It returns a boolean if it is successful or false, Jim. Now I gotta go look at a history file for, what am I looking for? Editor equals code. Just because I only want to rebase a few ones, not the entire thing. Because when you rebase everything, it breaks all your PRs. Yep, head -3, so get LG. Yep, these are all technically mine, so that should be enough for me. Ooh, unsash changes. Ah, my server. Gotta fix that first. Yoink. Yep, I think that's correcto. Yeah, nothing too crazy there, Jim. I mean, I think it's basically the same implementation I did in my pairwise sorter too. I was just, because we already saw the OAuth, like how you would do that here. So I was just like, keeping it simple. Okay, git rebase. Is that deleted thing being angry? Ah, great. It's gonna be a little painful, folks. We will survive. We will survive. So all we need to do is move this commit up here, and things are good again. There we go. Now we can make our font normal sized. There we go. We're back. We are free. Just had to fix that. Commit back up to there. And now, move on to the actual more interesting part. It's creating an admin page that can view all these secret deleted things. So this is gonna be a fun one. You know what? We got a little bit of time left on this break. Let's add middlewares. Because it was mentioned before. Yeah, them Leon fonts, pretty huge. Auth middlewares JS. Hey, Delta Omega Net. Yeah, thanks for coming on by. That is where the code lives. Speaking of, that's a good reminder. I could probably push this. Oh. I have not done a push in a while. Yet. And there is the latest version of it on the that branch right there. 2022-08-13. Function is authenticated. There we go. Hey. Dash. So what exactly is generics in TypeScript? Well, that's a great question. So we can pass, like if we have a little function here, we can pass a thing and another thing, you can pass them as arguments basically, is authenticated one and string. So we can pass values as arguments, but we can't pass types as arguments. We need to be passing, like, we can't pass a type as an argument. A generic, basically, Shosh, is the ability to pass a type as an argument. So imagine this is a TypeScript file where you have thing is an argument, but it's of a type. That's the generic. So when you declare a function that can receive a generic, you're saying, okay, this is a type as an argument that I will use wherever I use the letter T. So it's saying thing is of T, and now I can say thing T is a number, so the type of thing is the type of whatever I put here. I hope that makes a little bit more sense there, Shosh. And yeah, is Sholo 72 degrees Celsius. Wait, what? It's not 72 degrees Celsius around here. No, so T is a name I just made up. So, type of thing. It's a placeholder value. Now, the reason you see T so commonly is because T is short for type. That's the only reason you see T so commonly. Sometimes you may see R. If you want to know what the R is more commonly used for return. So if your return type is to be as variabilized, basically, that's where you see the R. So, how do you add type of another thing along with this? Oh, yeah, that's my computer temperature. Yeah. I don't know if that's, I mean, it is Celsius. Yeah, that's my temperature. I don't know. That's a maximum. I guess average is over there. I don't really mess with it. It just has the things on. Sorry about that, Shello. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sweating it. Apparently, it topped off at 72 at some point. But yeah, Shas, how do you add a type of another thing along with this? Okay, so I'm trying to understand exactly what you mean. So there's the type of operator, which that's not TypeScript specific. That just checks what the type of another thing is. Type of another thing along with this. You mean, how do you add type of another thing to this? So thing type another thing type. So you can have multiple generics, if that's what you were referencing. Oh, that's not how typing works. Paste. So you can have multiple. Maybe that's what you meant. But aside that, you can use type of. Okay, yeah. So you can have as many generics as you want. Yeah, you can have another one. Turn type R. Turn type. We're getting some word wrap territory now. Yeah, so it's basically adding them as commas in your generic declarations, which are right here. I'm trying to think if there's a fancier way. Now, there's a lot of fancy way to do in TypeScript. And, yep, that's right. You could correct there. You figured it out. We would also add string and void, so I'm not returning anything for my return type. So, yeah. Now, generally, you don't need to necessarily do this. So, while I'm being explicit with my types, if I were to be implicit, just like this, it would automatically infer thing type from thing, and it would make thing type a number. Now, this doesn't always work, but it does work a fair amount of times. So it's like you see a lot of generics where you don't need to specify the types. Like, for example, array.map is a generic. But you didn't need to say array map over strings. It was inferred. Hey, I'm glad to hear it, Shaz. Yeah, I'm happy to help. I'm not a TypeScript expert, like I don't know how to write the types and all, but I know how to use them enough. And let's see, Ishello, recommend trying Pop! OS over other Linux distros? So what Pop! OS mainly does, and I think it's the largest thing they do, is they make driver installation basically something you don't need to think about. So if you have a NVIDIA or AMD graphics card, then you can go to the Pop! OS website and it will say, oh, which graphics cards you got, and it will build it into the installation. Not the latest version, of course, but a good enough version that you don't have to worry about graphics unless you're doing bleeding edge stuff. Is this the same as adding the type directly, like function is auth thing is auth number? So okay, I see kind of what you're going for. So no, because right now we made it generic. So thing can be of any type. So watch, I just changed it to ABC. This is perfectly valid. Yeah, Sheila, that's the advantage of it, and that's why it brings a lot of newcomers in. You don't have to worry about drivers for the most part. But yeah, Shell, if your types aren't changing, then obviously you should just set them like this, string and number and stuff. But the point of the generic is that the type can change and it will still be acceptable. Now, this assumes that your function will be handling all these different types and stuff accordingly, but it's just a type-safe way of handling a number of different types. So yeah, not the same as typing it directly at all. Typing it directly at all is the easier, simpler way. The whole generics makes it more expandable and dynamic, but then your code needs to handle all the possible things around the world. It compiles to the same thing. Like when I call it one in string, it will be the same as if I were to call number and string. So the behavior is identical. It's just you have a wider net of typings. So it's like number and string, you can do this much, but with generic and generic, you can do all of this. So you can still do the original stuff, but you can do a lot more. And of course. Now, this is kind of what we do want to be writing, but we're not writing a TypeScript function, fortunately. Request, response, and next. So a cute little middleware that's going to say if, let's do return request that is authenticated. So if you're authenticated, then next, otherwise go home. Boom, that's our amazing middleware. Never seen anything as awesome as that. Again, this is a very simple middleware. The thing about middlewares is that while they make your code extensible, they can increase a lot of database requests depending on what you're literally asking. So like, for example, if I was to add a middleware, let's go to my to-dos controller. So if I were to add a middleware that says, oh, not you, this to-do needs to be owned by you. What that would look like is that the middleware would make a find one query for basically most of this query, and it would allow it to go forward. But then update one is another query. So instead of making one query that is just filtered, you make two queries. I prefer not to do that. So we're just going to add the isAuth, and we're going to let the lovely filters here handle if you're trying to access something you don't know. With our controller, okay, so we have my middleware. I've got to use my middleware. I'm supposed to use it in my routes apparently, but feels weird, but we're doing it here. So cost is Copilot didn't write the rest. Copilot. I have to make sure that things are typed correctly myself. What is this? The Middle Ages? Okay, things look typed correctly. Then we're just gonna chuck on this lovely middleware on all the things. You know, since we're using this on literally all of them, we can use it on the router itself. router use, boom. So now all of these will use this middleware. Ta-da! Okay, lovely. And I think now I think this. Well, we have to probably should make sure the thing still works. Nice. Yeah, that's what you give routers and stuff. Makes it nice and easy until you typo stuff. Middlewares. I typoed it somewhere. Midiwares. And there we go. Middlewares. I was wondering why I didn't have an icon. It was me the whole time. There we go. It looks like it's running. Let's go on over here. And it's working. Now we can't test that the middleware is protecting us because there's no way to make a invalid request without doing so maliciously, which would take a little bit of time to get set up, which we ain't about to waste. So this, haha. Now this can be a different commit. Git commit add auth auth middlewares. Wait a minute. My auth middlewares? What am I doing already on index? I'm saying if is authenticated, go to auth. No, that is what you're supposed to be doing. Okay, I wanted to make sure that was correct. It's a special handler. Okay, with that, that is working. Let's see if our to-do list would love to get done anytime. There we go. Ah, we were just doing the last thing. Okay, with that one, folks, we will be taking our break. And when we come back, we are adding permissions, which basically means that certain users can see all the things, and certain users can't see all the things. So with that, we'll catch you at the end of this break, folks. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. Feel free to slowly make your way on back, folks. Break is coming to an end. Are we back? Okay, let's give this a good one. We've finished most of the project out. So, my vision for the permissions page, so we're going to start on the view first, I know, is basically, it's going to be called an admin page. And we're going to have it here. It's a lovely EJS file. And first, with all views, we're just going to copy the old stuff, which is our janky templating, in which we include the top and bottom, which is the top of our HTML file, and the bottom of our HTML file. It's not that crazy. What we want to do is for each user, we want to see a list. And for each list of the user, we want to see all their to-dos. That means all of their to-dos. And for each of those to-dos, if it is deleted, we're going to add a class name to be all deleted at or something. Otherwise, we're just going to see their to-dos. So I'm going to start rendering the view out, assuming I have all the data I need. Again, this is the age-old classic of where do you start writing your code? Wherever you can figure out, your brain can figure out a picture of what it is you want to write is my answer. So wherever is easiest. It's not always going to be the same spot. It's not always going to turn out to be the best spot. But right now, my vision in my head, I can see the front end first. So I'm starting on the front end. So this is going to be changed to all to-do list. And this is the data that I want to be getting to me is going to be for cost user of users. You know what? Someone did ask a couple times ago how for each look would look in EJS, so I will make one of these for each for y'all. I know EJS, don't hang in there, folks. I know these curlies are terrifying. Just hang in there. Handlebars is on the list. We will look into handlebars with the needed time. We're not doing profile pages. We ain't doing that far. We will be creating a little H2 with user. No, I have to write EJS. You see, I started writing JSX there. Got user name. Again, the structure is very much how I am crafting it. And now we're going to, Copilot. Chef's kiss. I'm liking that. So I don't think there's any CSS for to-do items, but sure, we'll have it. Then for item of user items, that is correct. Class item if completed, this thing. Now both of them. Okay, so this is where things get to change a little bit. The admin can delete other people's to-do items. We ain't doing that yet. That's a cool thought that we're not implementing at all. Copilot, I was going to show people how to do a for each loop, and it's like, haha, let's not do that. So user items for each item. And then with this, you gotta do classic arrow function and open your curly. Now the closing part, the only thing special about the closing tag is because you are opening a for each, which is a call to a function that you are passing a function. You need to close that call with your closing parenthesis like that. That's the only difference, folks. You got your for loop, which you have one opening curly, one closing curly. You got your for each, which you have an opening parenthesis and an opening curly. Therefore, you need a closing parenthesis and closing. Darn it, closing curly, then closing parenthesis. I know how to say words. Now here comes the extra logic. Here's the thing. If it has been deleted, I want it to be marked as deleted. I want to keep as much of this code as original as possible, so we're just going to add it up here. So it's gonna be a ternary. I know, folks. Hang on there. Item deleted at. So if there is a deleted at, then delete it. Otherwise, empty string. So we're having an optional class. Some classes are going to be item. Some classes are going to be item and deleted. Note, I'm not adding it to the span because I don't want to mess around with the existing code. Again, I want to make as few changes as possible to the original code base so it's as recognizable as possible. So this is my to-do list where we get to see them all. So that is view. Now I'm going to start with the route. And you know what? Let's be very granular. Let's create a admin route. Admin route JS. It's going to look a lot like the index route because it's going to have one page in it. So admin, I guess that's the only page it is. It's a very be granular as possible, I believe, is the MVC goal. Well, an admin page actually here. There we go, /admin. Oh, and here's a good one. That's the weird thing. To write the middleware here or there. So I'm supposed to write the middleware here, I think. As admin. There you go. That's my lovely middleware that does not exist. So I get to go somewhere else. I do have a middleware. Yoink. This is where things start getting muddy. Because technically, the admin state of a user is an authentication middleware. You know what? I'm going to keep it separate. Just to be weird. As you can see, my grip on this, when you're supposed to stop and start MVC, not exactly solid. But I do love having lots of files. Tell that. There we go. So how we check if a user is an admin? We check that the user.role == admin. If you're an admin, then you go to next. Otherwise, you're not an admin. Go home, or technically go back to where you came from, or wherever it is that the request sent you from. But I don't know what that would be. Is authenticated is admin. Okay, missing thing now is the admin controller. And for this, we're going to copy index since it's so similar. Okay, so where the fun starts, folks. So we have that logic. If that's never going to happen, we need to check for adminness, thankfully. We need now to generate the code that our view would love. So let's go back and look at our view to see what it wants. It wants a users, be a list of users, and for each of those users to have an items array. So there are two ways to do this. There's the cool MongoDB way, then there's the JavaScript way. In the interest of being simple as possible, we're going to go full JavaScript first. So const users. Thank you for giving me all the users. Const items. Gives us all the items. And now we get to iterate through all the items. So for const item of items. Let's see if Copilot can write this for me. Nope. Const user equals, I don't want to find it, users.find user underscore ID to string equals item owner to string, correct? That is a singular user now. If array dot is array user items, then user items equals this, and then we push the individual item. So this is the JavaScript way of doing it. Getting the stuff from the database, building the structure in JavaScript. I will show the Mongo way after. And once we get to Mongoose, we'll even see the Mongoose way. I think this is enough. Well, it's almost enough. Our homepage needs to tell us if we are an admin user or not. So, where's my logic? Got logic somewhere around here? For homepage. Index, here it is. Here we go. Is admin quest.user.role triple equals admin. There we go. And that is all the information we are needing. And we're going to go here and nothing's going to change because I'm not an admin. But if I make myself an admin with the power of MongoDB, so I'll just edit this one. I want to add a new field. Thank you. Role admin. Make an update. And now I gotta log in on the right user probably. Oh, is that possible to make an empty query? That's a big yikes. Well, just demonstrating all the things today. There we go. Now if I log in as ABCDEF, I will have the powers. Nope, I will not. Did I typo? Must have typoed. Okay. What is up here? Because I have no messaging, I can't really tell. That's in my passport. Where's my console? Okay, I make it myself. Stop and start. Let's see if we can get the user. And that's when we turned it on. Noticing a significant lack of console logs in here. Do we not? What is happening here? What in darnation? I broke it real good. That's impressive how much I broke this one now. So we're fetching into a session. We have a cookie, we do not have a passport. Interesting. Well, let's look up as a new user. QQQ, they're popular. Ah, I broke it real good. Whatever I did, I broke it. Okay, authenticate router. Trying to think. Last thing I did was I added those middlewares. So it's to the add in those methods, not local strategies. So my login isn't even getting here. Hey, Speakeasy Games, tell you a story. Okay, here's the story about how I broke my code without realizing, and now I don't know when I broke it. Now, what kind of story you looking for, man? The story of the hidden bug in the logs. In my sessions, let's delete these. Delete. You know what? I did mess with the users, so let's. User is 48E1 are all my owners. Let's delete that one. Maybe that one broke it. 48E1, and I have Two users, 48E1 and this other one, DEF ABC. No. Okay, let's look at my actual dispatch. Okay, so authenticate, sign in, router sign in, dispatching post sign in, dispatching post sign in, two post sign ins is authenticated sign in. That's not right. No, 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 no. Yeah, sign in should just sign you in. Why are you getting. I didn't change this. Oh, dang, Speakeasy. I don't know. That self-changing code. You change nothing, but it changes itself. So you get always a perpetual, constant change state of hunting bugs forever and ever and ever. The tickets are not made, and there is no git commit history. You have no version control. It is just changing code always, forever. And you're not getting paid. So if we just always call next for whatever the heck those are. Not that much. There we go. So we just disable the middlewares entirely. Okay, that was it. I broke it real good by turning on these middlewares. The middlewares will make things easier, they said. Okay, so I'm doing this somewhere. Then I'm not supposed to be doing it at all. Oh, because all the routers are not name scoped, it's being hit to every one. Oh my goodness, I understand now. Or not name scoped, but name spaced. I figured it out. I don't know. I ain't a storyteller. Speakeasy. I'm barely gonna make a functional layout. Okay, now my view. Trying to think thoughts. Index needs to have a little optional link. So EJS. Oh, thank you, Copilot. It's actually exactly what I wanted. If is almost exactly what I wanted. You tried. So I gotta log back in. Ever been to the back rooms? No, I have not. Speakeasy. I have not. Ah, remember, server's the glue that holds all these together. By the way, the reason the route wasn't working, the auth, is because I said to use the middleware here, which applies to the global route, because none of these are namespaced. Hey, it breaks. That's nice. Ah, 2 new items. That would help if I filled out that controller. Boop, bop, beep-a-da-boo. Yeah, speakeasy. I don't get into the horror that much. Ooh, cannot read undefined. User.items. Ah, that's a good one. So all my users might not have items. For const user of users, user.items equals a new lovely array. Yeah, now y'all get arrays. Arrays, not a raise. There we go. We have list. Now the lists are inside a list, unfortunately, so we're gonna take the list out of the other list. So let's see, under closing UL there. Hold on, where's my indentation? There it is. I think that should be enough. Boom. I can see all your items. A, B, C, even the ones that have been deleted. Oh no. You've gone full Google. I see your stuff. I should add some links back on home here. So anchor. Back to, yeah, I guess these two anchors look good. Not there. Over here. Anchor lockout. And one for home. Just / hope. Nope, there is no hope. There is only home. There we go. This is good. Now, what I would like to do is actually technically this is the feature complete. Now I do have a middleware fix, I think. Let's check out that which route I messed it up on. To-do route. There we go. Now let's do a quick loggy log. There we go. So this is the one that broke. This is the where I fix it. So to-do route is where the admin middleware, where the auth middleware went all haywire. Should be able to make an amend. Please work. Just work. Be cool. Be the coolest VS Code. I think it's trying. I think it actually might have done it. It's just loading that UI real slowly. The slowest of slows. Okay, let's check out the get log. Okay, so if I literally can't tell. Okay, so oh, here it is. It's in front of my face. I literally wasn't looking at it. Okay, there we go. It made it. So now we have added permissions. Added auth admin permission. Can see all users and list items. Boom, boom. What did we do here? We added a little admin link. What did we do here? We added an admin page. Don't do that, VS Code. What did we do to Passport? We made it. Nope, we console logged a thing. We did nothing in Passport. And then admin route and middleware. I believe in your code. Then admin controller, yeah. Then what did I do here? I added a is admin check. Love to see it. Okay, so all that is done. Now, one thing that I did say I would show, which I will do now, is the Mongo way. So, let's see. Add, I have to make this commit. Add admin permissions, and they can see the deleted items. Hold on. Add CSS. So this will be dot deleted color red text. It's already decked like that. What I want to do? Font size. I want to do some form of indication. I don't want to do that. So completed is already gray. Black. Let's do a background of white. Just something to make it pop, I suppose. We gotta turn the server back on. Let's see, admin. Very sad. It's probably being overridden by that. So it's to do. Well, the class of to do and a class of deleted. Really check the HTML, make sure that actually got applied, and I'm not trying to attack phantoms. So I believe ABC is the deleted one. There it is. Item deleted. So is it being overridden? By completed. Okay. So item completed. Whatever. You have this direct descendant. Change your color. Be styled, darn you. Wait, completed is inline. Completed color gray. Oh, I know it's up. Dark reader. And it's item deleted, not to-do deleted. There we go. Now it's black. And now we actually want this inverted, so we want the text to be white and the background to be black. Loving that. Just a little bit of distinction, and now dark reader will swap it accordingly or not. Whatever. Add admin. I guess just add admins in general. I do believe we had one change on the server. I just closed the list. So that's going to be a pain to reopen. There we go. Stage selected. Ranges. Any moment, VS Code. This is something I need VS Code to do. Yikes. Okay, let's do a manual check. Ah, did not get added. Okay, VS Code, I kinda need you to do this. Stage selected ranges. There we go, you did it. And then, yes, there's a good enough commit message. And then for the last bit of this bit here, I will show how to improve, not that one, this here bit. Remember I said, oh, we're using JavaScript to find all this stuff. What we're going to do now is we're going to use MongoDB to find the same stuff. So users find, what we want to do is we want to populate, or specifically use a, how do we want to do this? Okay, so this is always a good place to figure out where we're going. So add documents with, I don't remember what it's called. Add key, what's it called? The sub, man, it's been a while since I've used raw. So it's the push, I want that. Aggregation pipeline, yeah, this is what I'm looking for. Yeah, push field value. Sorry, been gulch. It's been a minute since I did this. Push scores each. Now we're not pushing that to an array. Project, there we go. Of documents in another collection. There we go. I think this is the right terminology now. Project fields to return from query. There we go. Okay, here's a perfectly good form entry asking for what we want to do. Might need to be like a sub pipeline. Now, usually MongoDB or Mongoose, I don't believe necessarily does all this when it's possible. It might do it, but sometimes it falls back to basically doing what we did, make two queries, build the thing out. Ooh, it's a lookup. There we go. Okay, there. I was looking for like, what is it called? There we go. So let's make this lookup. So MongoDB, Node.js, aggregate, I think. Hey, DN Bullets, going well. I'm just working on the MVC to do app from good old Leon. Made it full MVC, polishing it up, adding that soft delete they mentioned, all kinds of fun little things. Hope your Saturday's been going well. Those don't know, DN Bull also streams some cool stuff, some crazy TypeScript, Next, all kinds of fun stuff. Yeah. As Leon mentioned, like, hey folks, check out this soft delete. It's a concept you might be interested in, so figured I just went through soft delete, how to add that to it, went full on MVC, all the MVC-ness of it. And yeah, now, so right now I'm using JavaScript to basically populate all this. And I'm gonna show a pipeline in it. Ooh, right testing with Jest. That's gotta be. I can imagine that's satisfying once you get it, though, right? Definitely satisfying once you get it. Okay, so it's time to. Let's see if I can just ask Copilot. Get users and items. Items. Put them in an array with. I know Copilot can't figure this out. Nah, it can't. No. Equals to be collection. Oh, okay, it wants to try. I guess that's what I want. Um, looks right to me. Project username, yes. Items, yes. Oh, this might be it, actually. Mm. Oh, it got really deeply nested. It sounds like their DM bull. Subscription required a payment method, and a payment method required all the things it requires. Yeah, I can see how that got crazy. Yeah, see if Go Copilot wrote some good code. And creating a new customer, nothing is required. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly there's one strategy or one edge case that probably requires a empty customer, but yeah. I mean, I'm trying to think. A customer, yeah, customer without a purchase or a payment. It's like, hmm, interesting. Yeah, I can't think of a architectural reason off the top of my head, but like you said, there's got to be a good one for it. I tried. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what they're doing. Yeah. Incremental instead of like one all or nothing. I can kind of see that. Hmm. Sounds like a very delicate tower of cards there, DMble. But if you create, oh, so if you give a subscription a customer without a payment method, everything catches on fire. But a customer allows to be created without a payment method. So it's almost like a dependency, like it's almost a through dependency. Yeah, it's like no customer. We need more than a customer. We need a customer with all this stuff on it. Oh, it's counting. It's not what I want. Yeah, wait, why are you literally doing a project? I just wanted all of them. Another, yeah, it's Basically turns into a bunch of if else's, right? Yeah, for all the unique edge cases. It's like at this point, it's just every case, and even an edge case. Yeah, interesting. It definitely gets you into at least, especially when doing tests or anything that deep into it. By the end of it, you're gonna understand basically every aspect of the system there, Gamble, which is definitely gonna be cool. Okay, now we did just finish writing this, so to demonstrate, basically before we were getting all the users and then all the items in two separate queries, doing a O of n lookup for every item's owner and adding it to the items array. That's the JavaScript way of doing it, which if you can't figure out the Mongo way of doing it, go for it. But if you can, and you care about extra time, MongoDB allows you to do aggregation, which if you're in SQL land, it's basically nested lookups and stuff where we're taking a lookup from the to-dos collection with the local field of ID, the foreign field of owner. So this is selecting thing equals other thing, and as items is where to store what property is stored on. Yeah, Dan Bull, because for other stuff, it's like, oops, you accidentally scheduled a meeting at the wrong time zone. Uh-oh. But with money, it's like, how much did you just mess up on? No one's gonna refund that. It's like, the stakes are quite literally a higher value. Much higher value. So let's convert. We're at two queries, multiple queries, two single aggregation. Hey, Leah, how's it going? It's doing pretty well over here. We're just working on basically at the end of getting our to-do list, the one that Leon showed us, all fully MVC'd out. We implemented the soft delete as they mentioned. It's all coming together. Got an admin who can quote see all your things, so it's full on Google now. You think you deleted a list? Ha, no you didn't. Yeah, that's definitely a terrifying feeling. But I mean, that's what the whole point of tests are, right? You can test it to make sure that with the fake money, it does work. Yeah, DM both. It's a test API, then yeah, that's kind of the point of it, right? They let you hit against that instead of hitting it with real. It's kind of like with a fair amount of Twitch, right? Like if there's a way to test it without going a full mock, that's usually easier. Banky, Anki, MVC, and 100 hours. Okay, it's a productive day. It sounds like for you, Leah. Class, because you missed it. That's cool. I mean, we didn't really we finished. So the first class was Tuesday. We did that with the read and create, and then for last class we only did update and delete. So yeah, none of this is technically from class. Leon just mentioned it mentioned it of like, oh, soft deletes are a thing. I think someone asked it like, is this a soft delete? So I was like, hey, I'll show off a soft delete, how a soft delete works. And yeah, that's what all of this came out from. And I figured I'd practice some of that MVC goodness. Always is, Dan Bull. Always is. Also, I wanted to show everyone how debug logs work, so turned on max debugging. Not crazy, but definitely saves you a few errors. I also implement my own debugger middleware, which I think is useful. Basically shows the before and after of a thing and what properties were magically changed. Trying. Okay, now. I think you're doing more than trying. It's all about consistency, though, right? Yeah, D and Bullet. It definitely sounds pretty good, yeah. Why are there so many gits? That's because I refreshed the page 5 times. Oh, sure. Let's check out this list. Or list ain't gonna make it. Yeah, I mean, I hear that's the advantage over the middleware architectures, the plugin one, where it's got like some a fair amount of similarities, but the pain points are basically have been eliminated. Plus, you got the fastness of it on top of it, the TypeScript basically one-to-one compatibility, all that cool stuff. I mean, it can be fun messing around with these middlewares, though. I'm assuming it's fun to mess around for them too, but just hacking stuff together like this. So what I did here was I basically built a oh, so it's that close, huh? Interesting. Yeah. I love Express for the ecosystem a lot for sure. Yeah, it's definitely a nice double plus there to get that free experience in. Yeah, but yeah, I've recently been kind of into Express, or at least into the more middleware ecosystem. Because basically, so I tried to use Appland, which did start to get working. But basically, what I did here, so let's try to clear this out. So I got all my debug logs turned on because this is where all the good stuff is. Basically, I implement my own custom wacky middleware that breaks all the rules. Don't use it. But basically, as each middleware is traversed, it gets the previous and the current version of request and response, and it sees what it changed. So the query middleware changed query from undefined to this. The cookie parser changed cookies from undefined to this. And this has been quite useful, at least with me, showing how all these middlewares actually affect your thing. The session middleware adds dot session store, dot session ID, dot session. Passport adds all this junk. It's like the thing is like the passport docs. I love the passport docs. You have to dig to find out what it adds to these things. So I was like, huh, you have made me angry for the last time. I will log them all one by one. Yeah, Dean, well that's kind of where it came from. I was just frustrated of like, it'd be great if there was a way to visualize it. Because Appland, you know, it's kind of like the Appland thing that Rufio has their job with, but it's like more detailed and I can actually get it to work, unlike Appland, which I cannot get to work. Okay, maybe the list wants to open now. And hey, long humans, hope your day has been long and well. Okay, mongoose, handlebars, and reordering of a list. That's another thing. I didn't make it actually to this list. Let's think which one. I don't think we're getting any of these done in 2 minutes, but we can look to see how much handlebars we would do. A conditional, so that's easy. That's just a page. For loops, if, else. Yeah, I don't think it would be too bad to go to handlebars. So yeah, next break, handlebars, and then mongoose after that, and then let's see if I can add things to my list, or if my list is like, no. That's a no, folks. What we can do, because it's been a few, we can find ourselves a new code war. Or just look at this next one. Let's see. Many substrings of n without spaces if there are leftover characters. Wait a minute, what's this? Ooh. Test clock integration to see what happens when the subscription expires. All an almost infinite possibility of edge cases, ADM Bull. Nice. Yeah, I mean, you definitely sounds like you got a lot working already, so yeah, you definitely deserve that break. Test clock integration. Hmm. Oh, yeah, I mean, eh. I don't know what else to say. Like you're slowly chipping away at it. Like I said, by the time you finish with this, you're gonna be a Stripe expert. You know, you can just be like you can be a consultant specifically in Stripe the tech. You know, just like you want to know anything about Stripe, I'm your person. Come to me only. Pay my premiums. I also have it set to prorated charges. Yeah, it's like all the permutations you get at Tesla, basically, right? I mean, I'm no expert on what the complexity of the ecosystem is, but it sounds like you're basically going to be getting that far already. Okay, whoa, dude. We can find another one. We can find another code. Let's check out. So I've just been staring at this. I haven't been thinking about it. Let me see what this is actually supposed to be. This is sample string. You know, this one isn't too bad, whoa, dude. Give him a 9 Caillou. Yeah, yeah. Okay, well I'll go look for another one real quick. Because oh wait, this is a 6 Caillou. My bad. My B. I didn't realize I'm blinder than a fish. Yeah, it's only 30 minutes new, so we should have some new people. Drummer D. Code Warrior of the Day. What is up? Oh, the new week just passed too. Who won this week? Rad Parasic. Yeah, we were already with you. Show me your code wars. Create a variable. I mean that is part of it. So yeah, you are technically done creating a variable. Grocery store invent. Oh, someone's doing the SQL grind. Hey, go for that. Almost even. That sounds like math. Assemble. Multiple. Adding arrays. Okay, we'll see if we can find count by X. Bumps in the road. One of these got to be good. Yeah, you love it. It's a welcome surprise for sure, Diambo. Already did that one. Oh, didn't do this one. Wait a minute, what? String, 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 string. Okay, yeah, this is a good one. We'll do this one after, folks. Hey, hey, Athenshim, it's been going good. Have I ever seen Def Drummer D grinding it out? Yeah. SQL Zoo, I have not heard of it before, though, dude. And yeah, stream's been going well. Athenizen, Athen Shemwon, SQL Zoo. Might as well check out see if we have any other ones for next. Oh, so yeah, we just found one. Oh wow, it's like a wiki page. Let's look at the basics. Oh, it's a little it's a little playbox thing too, or sandbox. Ain't that nice? I like this when you can actually run it and stuff. So yeah, this is pretty cool. It definitely seems pretty good. And let's see reference. Yeah, it seems actually pretty nice. Hey, it's all good there. It's all good there, Athena. Oh, don't worry about it. Oh, the Prisma part. Yeah. Oh, yeah, pretty into it. Okay. And with that, we do be taking our break. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. I'll catch you on the other side. And yeah, Diamble, even and like, whoa, dude, I don't think it gets pretty either way you go. I mean, you start throwing aggregation pipelines into Mongoose, to sub pipelines, it ain't pretty. SQL, sub selects, all that stuff, not pretty. I'm not expecting Prisma or any ORM to miracleize all these queries. Just make it that much easier. It's for the, what, 80, 90% of things, not for that 10% algebraic complicated. And welcome on back, folks. Come on back. Let's jump in to that Code Wars, which we are multiplying words in a string. So let's see what we got here. We can write a function that takes a string as its first parameter, a string of words. I'm defining this as a string in which each word is separated by a single space character. But to use the second parameter, an integer, to find the corresponding word in the given string, the first word will be represented by 0. So it's basically saying it's 0 index. So 0, 1, 2, 3. The word targeted is string. Once you have located, multiply it by the third provided parameter, the number 5, which will also be an integer. You will additionally be required to add a hyphen in between each word. In between, not so they're used as the delimiter. Okay, I think I understand that. Those are my parameters. My example return is here. My pseudocode would be to split this word into a string or into an array of strings separated by spaces. Use the first parameter, the index, as an index to get this string. And then let's see how we want to do the repetition. I could say dot repeat, but that wouldn't put the hyphens where I need it. You know what? Nope, I could say, so my current word dot repeat, this would add all the hyphens I needed. It would just add an extra one to the beginning or to the end, depending on how I repeated it. And I would slice that off by saying slice 0, -1. Hey, Opti21, thanks for coming on by. Hope your Saturday's going well. And hey, Ryan, good evening to you too. Things are going pretty well. Just got back from break. About to start off our Code Wars, which we are to multiply a single word in a string X many of times. Hey, Opti, how you doing? That's a cute little emote. Let's see if we can one-line this, huh? Oh, you already got it done. Okay, Ryan, we'll check that out once we conquer this one. So, string dot split by the space character, index by location, repeated, as far as I spell the word repeat, num times. But before we repeat it, we want to add a hyphen after it. Order of operations, we want these to happen first, then we repeat, then we slice, starting at the first one and ignoring the last character. There we go. Okay, sounds like y'all are getting it pretty good. Let's see if there's any better way to do this. So again, we're taking our words, we're splitting it by space, we're getting the location word, we're adding a hyphen to the end of it, and repeating that string the number of times desired. Then to get rid of the trailing hyphen, we slice off the last one. I mean, I have contributed to projects on GitHub, like during Hacktoberfest and stuff, Sash. Not nothing too grandiose, though. And there we go, first try. Oh, okay. Some people want with an array of that size, fill it with that character, and join it with a hyphen. I like that way, and here's literally what I did. Array, fill, join. It seems there are two approaches here. Let's check out what Ryan and Wodude got. Fight the urge. Yeah, I mean, I can see that, Wodude for sure, but sometimes, like, it's not that unreadable. But yeah, I can definitely see fighting that urge for sure. Do you know if a contribution on the graph increases when we make a PR or make a commit if they merge our PR? I do believe so, Sash. So there are lots of rules for why PR like things increase. But yeah, PRs, reviews, they're all part of the what do you say? contribution graph. Right, it's a good prep. The string element number of times. Good example. Index an integer. Convert the string to an array. Find the element at the index. Create an array for the word. And add it that many times. Perfect. Yeah, that was a perfect one there. Wait, this is... Yeah, good one, Ryan. And here we go. Basically, same steps here. Convert to an array, the word to repeat. Ooh, and then we have a little different. So we're creating an answer string. There we go. Okay, so we manually making sure not to add the last one. So if it's the last one, we add just the word. If it's any but the last one, we add the word and a hyphen. So a little bit of manual string magic there. Whoa, dude. Nice. And yeah, Shosh, I did make that timer on my screen. It's from my website, actually. I yoinked it from there. It's the exact same image. It is a timer cut in half, hue shifted accordingly. So you can see it's the same thing. I think I did put it on a repo at some point because folks were asking about it. Yeah, Interplanet me. That was the idea. It doesn't support all the colors. It's a hue shift from blue, but eventually I'm make it support all the colors. Yeah, if you want to see the code for it, someone did ask me before, and since I am great at time management, I haven't gotten to, there it is, R2 color timer. So it is in React, so I'm gonna have to deal with reading React code, but it's not that bad. I mean, it's technically TypeScript too. It's not the worst. Yeah, it's visually easy. That's why I haven't spent the effort to actually write the rest of it. And wow, my clipboard was amazing. I copied the wrong half. Oh, so what I have done, so that's an interesting. So what you can do that approach, Sash, is you can make a, what do you call it? A browser source. Basically, just open this up in a browser, and you can drag that browser source around OBS accordingly. That's not what I did. My entire view, what you see right now, is technically a web page. Like this is HTML, CSS, this HTML, CSS. Everything you see is HTML, CSS, and the video is an HTML5 video element being streamed, a screen capture of my first monitor. Oh, I think this is, oh no, yeah, this is one of my bad CSSs. So for every percentage, like for 360 degrees on a clock, I had to generate a different clip path. That's what this is. Okay, you want to see behind the scenes, folks? I'm gonna show you the scenes. Boom, DevTools. This is a web browser. You are a web browser. Everything is web browser. Surprise! You're a web browser. Yeah, we got all this stuff. It's all web browser, folks. It's all surprise. Can never tell, could you? Yeah, it's a bit long. It's a bit long. The secret sauce. Yeah, the secret sauce. And I have the dragability with like React D&D. That's how I made it draggable. Besides that, it's just all HTML. Always has been, right? How does that work? So as far as OBS is concerned, it is a browser source. Like I'm literally just capturing a window. Like so I have a tab open on that side. Actually I can just watch F11. See? It's no longer full screen. It's just a window opened to localhost 3000, which is where the React app is. Full screen, so you can't really tell. So that's how OBS sees it. The rest of it is HTML, CSS, JavaScript. I have written it in React because I love me some React, but besides that, that's all it is. Yeah, and this is just the timer half of it ripped out because people were asking about it. Again, it's in React, so it's a bit of a reading curve. F, yeah. Oh, F for what? F, oh no. Oh no. Mm, mm, mm. Ah. Oh, I think it might be back. Okay, I think it might be back. Pause and unpause your players if it's that far in the past. Let me go check out my other tab because I do have a tab that should be able to see this. Do do do. Okay, I think it is back. But yeah, so no, the timer is it's all one port, so it's all one overlay actually. So I'll show it to you again. So this one web browser, it's all one web page. So it is running on port 3000. That's just where my browser's open at, but it's in my React code right here. So it's not a separate thing. The timer, I just extracted the code because people were asking for it a fair amount of times. So it's all part of a one code base technically. I mean, I can show you it. It's just, it's not on GitHub 'cause it's not good looking yet. Where is it? Yeah, I mean, it's not. I'm not lying, Ryan. It's Spectrum Internet that bopped it off. Appreciate all the F's in chat, by the way, letting me know. Yeah, I appreciate that. The communists coming in with that F. Let me know things are on fire. Yeah, you can see it's all one monolithic React app, TypeScript, because I love me some TypeScript, doing all of the things. Let's get down to the view, because that's what y'all care about. Yep, here's the video where it's a reference to the video. When I click it, it starts working. It does the job, right? Ping pong, pong ping. So a couple folks were asking about like, how does that overlay work? I'm showing you the code for all these components you're seeing on screen. So the code for this, the code for this stuff. And the emote wall is obviously Streamlabs, but the code for this. So basically the code for most of my overlay interesting stuff. So you can see it's just a video that I get my actual screen from, and 30 frames, no audio, set the stream to the video, be done with it. And everything else is just z-indexed on top of it. Absolutely positioned, we got my home, the timer. Yeah, it's not too crazy. It's just enough to have, quote, multiple scenes. So you can see my two scenes is home and timer, so I don't need that many. And I use OBS WebSockets for it to actually change my OBS scenes. So when you see when I start streaming, there's no music because OBS somewhere around here. There we go. So I connect to it. Where is it? Use keyboard. Yeah, I set my current scene to whatever the actual OBS scene is, because I did not want to learn OBS, and from what I was learning about OBS, it seemed limiting to like kind of what I wanted or what I envisioned. Now I'm not at what I want or at what I envisioned. There's more I want to do, but time ain't infinite. But I'd figured, I'll go this way because I know React and all that much better than I do OBS. So I figured it'd also be an interesting project to show off. Noobish duck. TSX stands for, it's TypeScript version of JSX, basically. Yeah, whoa, dude's got it. It doesn't stand for anything. It's TypeScript JSX. Now, to answer what JSX, it is JavaScript XML format, which basically allows you to write HTML inside your JavaScript when using React. Now, it's you don't have to use React, but it's most commonly paired with React code. I can actually show you some just JSX. That's kind of somewhat interesting, or somewhat readable at least. Oh, code. There we go. Yeah, so this is a project that's using no React, but it is using JSX. So you can see what is JSX and what's not JSX right here. So it's just a way to convert your combine JavaScript and HTML in a way that spits it out kind of like EJS. So on its own, it can be thought of as a templating language. It's usually paired with your friend React. So you can see, let's think of a good page. Here's a list page. Yeah, so this is the JSX part of it. You declare a component. You can import other components. You can have JavaScript inside where it conditionally renders what looks like almost pure HTML. Some things need to be renamed. And yeah, pretty neat. React Native. I did a while ago, Shosh. So I tried it before Expo came out, and just as Expo was coming out, the I don't know what y'all would call that kind of framework thing. That's not a bug, Shadish. That is a feature. That's just to, indicate to me how far I have passed my timer. I used to have it stop at 0, but that just meant the timer was sitting at 0 for sometimes hours. So I figured, hey, this is a little more entertaining. It shows how far I missed my break by, or missed whatever by. So it's a feature, not a bug. And yeah, this feature was about the Code Wars. Yeah, again, appreciate it, Woe Dude and Ryan, for your solutions. They were definitely good to see. Did not think of that way in which you concatenated the string until and just chopped off the last hyphen. Wouldn't have thought of that. Feature, not a bug. That's right. You can use it like I have with using it like JSX, but technically it's more commonly used on the front end with React. It is also a file extension too. Yeah, it's. Oh, hey, thanks for the anonymous gift to Whoa Dude. Appreciate it. I greatly appreciate that support. I appreciate it. Hope that your day's been going well. Yeah, now you got a little red gem. Oh, I'm glad that icon worked. Because I just added badges to the chat, so okay, we got another one. I appreciate it again. There you go, damn bolt. All getting that thing's going. But yeah, JSX, it's just a file extension that allows you to write HTML in whatchamacallit, JavaScript. Yeah, hype. Do I play Clash of Code? I mean, I haven't really thought of it, but yeah, I'm down to it for sure. Yeah, anonymous. I always appreciate you. I mean, if y'all want or want to see me, I'm always down for a Clash of Code. Don't really do it. I usually do it in the Discord with the rest of the folks. I can and everyone make them giant Clash of Code rooms. Hey, there they are. There we go. I wanted to build that emote wall for one myself, but I was like, I'll just use whatever they have. But eventually, I'm gonna make so many things I eventually want to get made, but time ain't free, right? I mean, if y'all want to go for it, or if y'all want to see me go for it, whichever y'all prefer. I do have the redemption for what is it, typing racer and binary search, but yeah, I'll definitely add one for Clash of Code. Actually, I do. Yeah, I do have one for that is. Yeah, because it says binary search or equivalent. Yes, I technically do have one. Okay. Handlebars now. Y'all are like, now y'all have been singing the praises of handlebars, and I've been like, I've been on the like, no, EGS is cool or JSX is cool, but I will force myself to give it an honest try. Express handlebars. Oh, let's do this. Handlebars, better watch out. Here we come. Oh, so if you know some JavaScript, so obviously when you're talking about JSX and TSX, you're talking in the context of React. So if you know some JavaScript and you know some React, you might be able to pick up on TSX, but if it's your first time using TypeScript, I would not recommend learning both React and TypeScript at the same time. I would recommend learning one and then the other. So if you're using JSX and you don't know TypeScript, or if you're using React and you don't know TypeScript, I'd learn React, then learn TypeScript, or learn TypeScript and then learn React. Learning them both, I think, is setting yourself up for failure because React does some weird things with TypeScript. Okay, then yes. I mean, yeah, if you're good on JavaScript and React, then I personally love TypeScript. React can have some weird things about it, but the great thing about TypeScript is that if there are any weirdnesses, you can just ignore them. So if you ever get stuck, you just like ignore and you're good. And yeah, Sha, my W word per minute is like 70, 80. I don't think it's 90. We can go look at my profile, my keybird profile right now to actually see what it is. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a powerful tool. You don't have to convert your whole code base at once, so you can just make one TypeScript file and the rest of them be JavaScript. That's one of the cool things about it. So my average speed is 76.4. There you go, Shosh. That's about it. And not too fast, just fast enough. Yeah, great grievance. It depends on how much time you want to devote to it, right? Like if you just like you can get it working. Like I believe with enough time you can get anything in TypeScript React working because that's they would have really messed up if they made it like a catch 22 impossible case, but it's just how much time you're willing to invest. It's not too much time, but if you ain't got the time, ignore is always there, any is always there. Like the escape patches are available. You're never trapped in TypeScript, which is a cool thing about it. A monkey typer. Yeah, I think monkey typer is definitely legit. I mean, I can give it a quick shot before we get to the handlebars logic. It's for comparison. And hey, thanks for the follow there, Z Twitch. Hope your Saturday's been going well. Yeah, for sure. That's why I highly recommend not learning both of them at the same time. Learn one, then learn the other. And focus mode, sorry. Hey, okay, I got really lucky there on Monkey Typer because I had zero typers, zero typos at least. But phew, 104 WTM, 100 accuracy. I am liking that one. So yeah, I'm not gonna run it again because I know I'm gonna get worse. But there you go, folks. No way I'm running that again. Yeah, for sure. It's that punctuation that definitely trips you up. Yeah, Josh. I mean, that's kind of like I don't really care about speed. It's accuracy. I would be slower to make less typos because it's the typos that get you, right? Like I would rather be slower and be accurate than be faster and less accurate. Yeah, like it's like that. What's that old song? No one to hold him, no one to fold him, no one to walk away. I am walking away from that one. Yeah, it's Ryan. Yeah, it's like you don't have to use both, but it's yeah. I mean, like as far as usefulness, that's the thing. React may be more useful, but TypeScript will take less time to learn. So it's a delicate balancing act. Sometimes it's literally like 49-51. Just flip a coin and pick, right? But handlebars. I'm totally not delaying it by letting myself get distracted. Okay, handlebars. Let's see what goes on. Views. I got my goldfish memory on this one. I think I can handle it. Layouts. Create a main HBS file and yoink in some code. Yeah, Edward X got the W on it. Go to my server. That's right. That's right. Great grievance. That's the great part about it. You don't have to blow. It's not all or nothing. It's incremental. Just type a few components. Or maybe you don't type any components. You got a couple helper functions. Give those types. So you can still have TypeScript in your React project without it touching the React per se. And it will still benefit you. Obviously, not as much as actually typing components and stuff, but you can get the benefits with the most the most amount of investment you're comfortable with, basically. I think where's this one go? This one goes up a little higher. This is a view engine. So set view engine to HBS. Also the app engine HBS. This is how you handle the HBS extensions. Okay, that's weird. Do you prefer front end or back end? I assume that's what you mean by FE and BE. It's kind of a tough one because I prefer back end, but back end isn't very useful or impressive without a good front end. So I prefer things that solve problems. And statistically, it feels that that's not really a one to one. It can be just front end, it can be just back end, but feels statistically it is more likely that the problem solving thing has a front end, not necessarily always a back end. So I prefer not to style things. So I don't like styling stuff. I don't like designing stuff, but I do like I don't know, it's another 51-49 split for me, I think, Edward. HBS to React. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a lot of MERN docs, especially. That's why it's so popular, right? And yeah, I mean that's kind of what I did for my pairwise sorter. I was like, okay, I ain't gonna go full React, but I will go from EJS to JSX. Okay, I changed this to HBS. I don't think. Okay, I don't understand how this is working. Let's just go with it though. YOLO. All my render calls are wrong, I think. Yeah, they all have the extension in them, which is bad practice, but we live. Oh, I literally only have two views, so that's gonna be easy. Close, close, close. Now we gotta implement our main handlebars, which is a combination of top and bottom. And triple curly's body. Do I have the handlebars extension? It appears I do. So delay that one. Delay. Come on, come on, come on. That one. Okay, got a little out of hand there. And let's go for not that one. Let's go for this one since it's literally an empty page. Phew. Ah, man, the off page. That was a tough conversion there, folks. And I'm gonna handle the rest. It was literally just HTML. Gotta love it. Okay, I think index can be the real conversion. Where's my rename? Okay, index first real conversion. Here we go. So you drop the includes. The includes. So I'm gonna go to the docs unless they have some quick ones here. They do not. It's great to hear it. Luckily, I don't have any partials or any complicated logic. It's basically just 2 pages of stuff. Well, where's the each? Yeah, so each thing, and then this is the actual thing. Okay, so double thing, pound each items, double pound or double thing forward slash each. Oh, here's the thing, I want an index. Handle bars for loop count. I have to write my own helper. I don't want to. Okay, so each is what we're doing. Goodbye there. Now, instead of items I, we use this. Then we have if else. There's my if statement. Give me an if. Pound if. Okay, we only have 9 instances, so I can search. Built-in if helper. Where is it? I love non-searchable pages. Gotta go over here. Okay, where's my if? Oh, 13 instances. There we go. So if and then a Boolean value. So I guess if this completed, right? I mean, that's right. Then we do this. Here's my else. It's just like that. Then we have to close off the if. So if. Okay, that seems about right. Syntax highlighting. Oh, pound if. There we go. Okay, that looks better now. Everything doesn't like spaces. Understandable. Oh, this one thankfully is easy. Double thing left. Good. Thankfully this one is also easy. So pound is admin. Okay. Again, when simple like this, it's not too bad. In the if block. I think this one I got handled. Okay, we should be able to actually run this at this point to get our home page. Let me a good debug. Curious to see what handlebars says. Handlebars is not a function. How could you say that? Because it exposes an engine that you're supposed to use as a function. Interesting, they don't have a default export, but life is life. And we keep living it. So let's go home. Hey, yikes. So that's not how comments work. Where are my comment? What, do you not get any comments? Understandable. We get no comments. Sure, it exists somewhere. You can use comments, just do it in your normal code. Here it is. It's a special syntax. This comment will not show up. This is what I want. So, double brace exclamation point. Okay. think I can select all three of these and double brace exclamation point. The end of the line, double brace. There we go. How we looking? Ah, we're looking like something. I forgot to escape these. Double there. Double there. There we go, folks. That is looking good. Lastly, for our admin page. HBS. Well, this is a good one. So, thankfully, this is just to each loops. So, each user's. Now it's this, not user. So, this. Gotta close the thing off. Closing each. And this. Hold on. Little curly there. For the username. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Great Grievance. Glad you've joined the stream. Each this dot items. Now item is this. Oh, we get this double this shadow variable. I'm not liking that. Like, what if I needed access to the user? What am I supposed to do? Nothing. It's okay though. Giving it a chance. I think I literally have this code. I can just copy from over here. There we go. A yoinks. A yoink. Okay, so that part's good. I have a conditional class. Okay, what if so my if else is basically, can I one line it? So hashtag if this conditional, the word deleted. Right? I don't even think I need an else. And then the if. Now it's all in one line, but that's cool, right? That's cool. Yeah, we had Anonymous coming in here spreading the love. Mm-hmm. Yeah, DM Bull. You and Goldfish Memory. Wait, why is Streamlabs not working? Yeah, you and Wodu both got him, yeah. It was working. My eyes weren't working. That's what weren't working. Yeah, there we go. We have become handlebarsy. Ooh, I'm not that impressed. Git add views. Git add controllers. Git add package. Yeah, that's the favorite one there, the spinny goldfish. Git diff server. Yeah, gotta add special ones on the server. And hey, thanks for the follow there, Juice14. Hope your day's been going well. Yeah, that bear, it actually, for those of you who are also hanging out in finite singularities, that bear breaks his he has one of those like dot matrices, like, just pixelizes whatever you want to put on the thing for redemption. That bear breaks it because it has a face and eyes, and the camera freaks out when it sees eyes, apparently. It's hilarious. Come on stage. MIBS code. We believe in you. There we go. Convert EJS to handlebars. I mean, it wasn't that bad, but I had very simplified logic, and my conditional class almost didn't make it. But like I said, it's not. I'm just saying it's not as good as EGS in my opinion. Get LG. Yep, we got it. Get push. And finally, for the mongoose. This is gonna be a little bit more involved. So we gotta make ourselves a schema. So let's get mongoose going. npmi mongoose. Mark that one as completed. Let's follow the docs. The docs know all. Constant mongoose. Oh yeah, this ain't exactly the docs. This is something else. Okay, let's follow the actual docs. Forgot. Usually NPM is good about hosting. Some people they got their own. That's even better and all. Just read docs, please. Let's require mongoose and mongoose connects. That's all we really need to do. Which means my models gets an update. Okay, so we have all this stuff here. We need that. So we got mongoose. That comment is now officially outdated. Mongoose. I don't know if this is gonna handle Mongo store, but we'll find out. Mongo store mongoose. Let's see how it likes it. So it appears that's a slightly different one. We'll figure out the solution right here. Oh, it's called client. Okay, I don't know what that's about. Figure that out later. Okay, yeah, so look at logs. Nope, not that one. Quick start. Always love a quick start guide. Connect the thing with the database name. So I don't have a database name here. Drop that one. Those docs are off. Those docs are off. Technically, I'm not reassigning it here since I use models now. So goodbye that. Goodbye that. I can actually just export the promise itself. Connected to... That's also not working. So let's see if I can... So I don't have it in my environment variable, so I'm wondering if there's a programmatic way to do this. You should place it in your connection string. What if I don't want to place it in my connection string? What am I to do? Okay, you're expected to add it to your connection string. Gotcha. So that's what we'll do. You know what? Let's keep that variable there. It's fine. Oh, drop that comma. Drop this one off. Gotta make sure .env happens. Okay, we're also not doing that anymore. Okay, I think let's add some indentation. This. Do I have any docs on this connect method? Would greatly appreciate it. Yeah, I'd like to know if my options still work. Okay, so it extends those options, so we get to use all the same options we want. Oh, wait a minute, we can provide a DB name right here. Ha! It lied to me. Stack Overflow, you liar. So let's get our DB name equals to do right there. Yoink. I said yoink. And now fast forward. Paste it there. And then we have it right here. DB name. Aha. I knew I could do it somewhere. Just didn't know how. Okay, model time. So this will be, what is this? I haven't really decided a name for this. What did I call it in my admin page? Nope, my admin controller. Items. So it is an item. Item.model.js. And time to go full mongoose. So const mon. Copilot, please. Thank you. Do I need the schema? I probably do. And schema equals. Will it copilot for me? Too much to ask. Understand. Nope, there we go. You know my code base. You know what I need. Give me what I need. Name is not what I need, unfortunately. I'll let you finish, though. Nope, you failed. Okay, so let's go to our actual one, which is our controller, in which we create the thing. Yeah, so it is thing completed and an optional deleted at with an owner. So thing required, completed, optional. Yep, so we do have an owner that's always required. No type, use types. Oh, schema types. There we go. What is the ref? User, thank you, always required. Thing, string, always required. Completed, type Boolean, always required. And then deleted at, type date, not always required. To the loo. Let's close this off. Then module exports, the new item. I believe. Find out what I called this. I called this to-dos. You know, I'm fine with changing this thing. Rather have it called items anyway. I just renamed it in my mind. It is a to-do. There we go. That's the proper name. And yeah, now what's the mongoose way? Mongoose validate on all. I know there's a thing I need to basically tell it to do all the validations, because it doesn't do it by default on all the updates. So come on, what's the magic word I need to say? Run validators. Here's what I do. Yep. Add it to the pre-hooks. Yeah, I suppose my initial thinking of it was that I would show the deleted at on the in the UI at some point. I just haven't actually done that. So at this point, they should be booleans, and then once I display them in the UI, they should be dates. Yeah, because in the completed, it was so the reason completed is still a boolean and never a date is because that's the original code. So I tried my best to leave as much as the original code is intact. So leaving them as booleans, though I do admit, like on my actual projects, like I would make both of them dates. But I can definitely see how that's a weird looking discrepancy from without knowing why one was Boolean, why is the other not. Yeah, it's mainly because the original code is this way, and I'd like to keep it as close to the original as possible. I'm trying to think. How many? I'll do a find one. Yeah, so it's literally insert and update one. There we go. Update, that's what it is. So to run the validators, and we live life good. This is the to-do schema. And with that, to-do is done, we get to write the user schema. Paste, here we go. Rename every instance of to-do to user for free. And now we get a username, a password, and a optional role. That goes up there. And yeah, I would go all enum. Yeah, let's try to go mongoose string enum. It's not required. How would I say that? What are the magic syntax? Oh, this is it. Huh, neat. Expecting a little bit more. Oh, I just realized my boolean is wrong. Great sadness. Is it? My eyes are messing with me. I think it does need to be that way. I already had admin there. Well, that one wasn't good apparently. There we go. Oh, you can do an actual enum. That's in TypeScript or something. Neat. Okay, so that's gonna be most of the mongoose logic. Now we get to update all the things. So thankfully, MVC, we know nothing's gonna be in routes. There might be some middleware stuff. Request user role equals admin. That's right. Is auth. Okay, pretty simple there. Now for index, first page. So we no longer get the DB, and now we just ask for the to-dos that belong to the current user. So I guess this is... Yeah, I don't really use Mongoose that too often. I mean, I guess I just use... I don't really see why not. I can't just use to-do. And then we await to-do, capital T. Yeah, so let's look at the Mongoose count. No, I didn't mean to change the version number. Why did they put that right above the search box? My mouse is going to it with a whoosh. Oh, away from there. So I'm sure there's a count alternative in here. Boom, dot count. Okay. Basically, count like so, and let's go ahead and create a lovely filter. I know this is stuff that would go into the model, but we ain't there yet. This is also stuff that can be defaulted, so it's always deleted at exist false, but again, not there yet. Okay, so this page, the index page, should be working. The other ones will be angry about DB imports, but should not fail. Not my server, however. If my Mongo store will be angry, because Mongoose client, was that a Mongo client? We're about to find out. Let's turn it on. It didn't crash. It also didn't connect. Con.db is not a function. Okay. Understandable. because it concerns a different thing. Now I need to get, what do you say? So let's jump into the definition. So where's my connect function? Okay, that got me really deep in here into an aggregation. I'm not looking to aggregate. I'm looking for index, where I call connect. Okay, types have thrown me way off the loop. Let's go back to the index. So here I have a connect method. What do you yield? It's obviously a MongoDB connection. There we go. What do we return? A void. Nope. Promise to Mongoose. I believe in you, VS Code. We all believe in you. Oh my goodness. Okay. Is there a client? Connection? Okay. To... How to what? To... Need access to the raw client. To MongoDB. There we go. Retrieve it from the thing. Give it to me. Dot connection. Okay, easy. And then dot .db is the thing. Or is it? So DB is the database. I just want the collection, right? We'll find out. Updating our database index model. Turn client dot connection. See if that is what it likes. Tell me, nope. .db is not a function, so it's trying to call .db. .db. .db is not a function, so it's trying to call. Let's just literally look at it. 126. So you say con. Yeah, if it's client promise, it wants to call a .db function. Let's look at connection. See what it is we are messing with. Please close this. Native connection. Base client. Ooh, base.client. Or is it just client? Dot client, okay. So we're reaccessing the same database, but this is the way it wants to live. Another one, because I'm not that confident in this. Hey, there we go. We found him. Gave it what it needed. So now we are connected, and the index page should have worked. Great sadness. Ooh, I'm probably not logged in. Oh, something happened. Yeah, so we connected to the database. There we go. Things are on fire. Cannot read undefined reading collection. Okay. What am I supposed to do? Dot get client. What's this? So specifically line 11. Oh, well, this is broken too. Okay, so never mind. We gotta fix off before we can fix all the things that rely on off. So what is it? User. So we need to import our user. User equals Copilot. 11 it. user.find by ID. I assume I can't tell because poor VS Code can't figure it out. I cannot goldfish remember anything. Find, oops, user, find one, then user, then decrypt the thing. Find by ID. Okay, that part is correct. Let's see if we can see a home page. Explosions of fire. So find to array is not a function. Of course. You gonna take me there easily? There we go. Thank you very much. Again, all this is crashing because we are not handling these asynchronous errors. And boom. Now, something is wrong with my schema because I lost some data. So looking at my view for the home page, I'm accessing thing and completed. Why is my schema for the to-do not giving me thing? And it appears to be. Let's look at the database, or the log specifically. They should contain some information. Because it's not owned, it's happening because I'm passing it a raw things. I need to, leanify it? Yeah, so mongoose documents to objects. I think just .lean might do the trick. We will see real quick. Oh, that's a count. You don't lean that. Because handlebars refuses to touch things or read that any getters, which is what those things technically are. There we go. We have direct objects. It loves direct objects. Okay, that's our view looking pretty good. Time to do the rest of this stuff. Auth. How's auth doing? Yep, so this is a signing up bit. Let's see. So we need our user. So we need our user, and then our user is there. Find one user if found. Good. Otherwise, we create a new user, which is the constructor syntax. So new user. Then we say .save to get the saved one. Boom, that is signing up. Login's already been handled. Password is set there. Okay. Next controller. Admin's got some stuff to do. User. Oh, this is going to be a crazy one. We will not do the admin one. We will do that one last. That's where I have an aggregation pipeline doing a lot of work. Here we go. So we say to do, insert one thing that owner. Good. We don't care about the actual result. Mark completed. We say update one. Try to think. Is that the right mongoose way to say that? I wrote my schema slightly different. Nope, it is update one. Okay, I was wrong. Where's it find one and update? Yeah, update one is fine. I don't need to find it. I just need to update it. So one of you models are wrong. Update. Yeah, you're wrong. This is one of the ones I use. Now, on user model, thankfully I don't do any updates, so toodaloo, we can inline. We'll go consistency. We will not inline it for consistency's sake. So update one, thankfully, we are still using all MongoDB under the hood, so I might not be able to use set. might have to be a straight completed true, which means this comment loses accessibility. I think these options are fine. We'll find out. And to do update one, drop the set, comment, reduce completed, all correct. And last, again, these are very similar queries at this point. Okay, so everything should work except for the admin page. Let's run it through the full suite. First, let's log out. Toodaloo, A, B, C, D, E, F. I appreciate it, Noobish Duck, yeah. I mean, I've been snacking a little bit, like on raisins and stuff during the break. Yeah, I'm gonna eat when the stream is over, basically, Noobish Duck. Okay, I was like, why is it broken? It wasn't broken. Insert one is not a function. Of course it's not. But yeah, it's just keep snack on raisins, stuff like that. That's about it. Eat when I'm done. 2121. Attitude. Boom. Okay, that works great. Now let us mark R as completed. Great sadness. Cannot set properties undefined. Setting run validators. So that's my thing. It's my Ooh, no options. Because I changed it from a named function to an arrow function. Of course, this doesn't exist anymore. Doi. Let's hit it again. Poof. There we go. Mark uncompleted. There we go. And delete. Okay, all we're missing is our lovely admin page. Let's figure that one out now. So, await DB collection users, aggregate. So what I want to do is I want to populate all the users in the list, basically. So, try to figure out how this works. It's not referenced on the user, it's referenced on the list. Look up aggregation. So wait a minute. That's not how I have it defined, though. An array of object IDs of owners. Okay, yep. So I right now have a many to one. I want a one to many. So my data structure is a little off for what they want. So the user is supposed to keep track of the items. The items are not supposed to keep track of the user. Let's look at different ways to do this. Field selection, yeah, loving it, loving it. Yeah, populate, and you can do more queries. I love that. Refs to children. Wait, hold on, let's go back up. That's not right, that's not what I'm looking for. Not cross schema. Populate to tell mongoose populate the friends array of all the user's friends. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. Populate from multiple collections. It's not what I want. Virtuals. Hmm. Ooh, a virtual. Here it is. A virtual within a ref virtual population. This is what I want. Okay, so let's actually read this. So I get to say dot virtual post is a reference to blog post, local field, foreign field. There we go. And I do it to the schema. Yeah, whoa, dude. It can be complicated. Thankfully, this is one to many. I just have it all the IDs on the many side, so I just need to find the syntax in Mongoose specifically to do what I wanted. Now that I have it, I should be able to go from user to my to-do. So user schema, what do I call this? Items, ref, item, local ID, foreign, owner. There we go. A intelligence coming with the 5 robot bits. Hey, thanks for coming on by. Hope your Saturday's been going well. Today's been going super well for the stream. We're knocking basically all of our things done. We're doing the last one now, our Mongoose conversion. Working on this to-do app that Leon mentioned that we could do soft deletes with, and we have done some cool soft deletes. Those don't know, Intelligence also does the occasional chill stream. Great motivational stuff on in the background, so you can always hang out. So yeah, I want to find all that I want to populate to-dos. So I think that's all I want. Well, I do want a dot lean. Let's see if that's the magic. Magic, magic. Here we go. I gotta log in as a different user. So we're almost going there. We're not there yet. Gotta log in as DFABC. Because they are an admin. They got the axe. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Nope. Okay, no one has admin access. Uh-oh. It's like that's not working. Sup, users? When you got a role of admin? Did my schema not get updated? User model role type. Oh, it's not Boolean, it's a string. I just completely got that all kinds of wrong. There we go. A, B, C, D, E, F. There we go. Now here's our admin page, which will work first try. No, it won't. Okay. Cannot populate path to dos because it's not in your schema. But it's virtual. So hold up. Wait a minute. Post. Populate post. Eh. Mm. Ugh. Okay, we'll figure this out. Let's reread these lovely docs. Okay, so yeah, bad schema design because lots of big things. Virtual means calling populate on our virtual property that has a ref option as shown below. Cannot populate to-dos because it's not in your schema, but it's called items. My goodness. That actually should be called to-dos, but we're going to fix that right now after this works. Great sadness. Schema has not been registered for item because it's called a to-do. Okay, so yep, we're going under a little bit of a rename. So it is to-do. Congratulations. Now we're going to make that update on the actual view because they're all expecting items, and it is to-dos. Once more, folks. Oh, there we go. Admin page working beautifully, showing all the secretly deleted things. Well, there's only one thing we haven't tested yet. That is sign up and authentication. Well, technically, we have shown sign up. It is signing. We have shown sign in. It is sign up that is missing. R. Boom. That's it, folks. That is the entire thing mongoosified. You know, just to show you some extra logging, I think. Okay, we don't have any extra logging, sadly. Mongoose is not a loggy friend, but it's close enough. Okay, there's a lot of changes here. Let's go one by one. Let's see. So yeah. Yep, because I know VS Code's gonna be like, 5 more years, let's do it. We're about to do that. And scene. I mean, it's not too far off Interplanet. Like, there's less than an hour left in the stream, that's for sure. Okay, we got lots of updates there. Let's roll on past. And boom, that is all the things added. Now just to update the things. Controllers, package, services, views. I think those are all the main ones. Except for server, we'll get add models. Oh yeah, new stuff in there too, yeah. And now the server gets the last change. Go down. There we go. Oh, did we just... I'm trying to think. Get LG. Oh, no, so we just forgot to add this commit to our handlebars. Too late. There we go. Those two are staged. Once VS Code does the needy. I mean, we did the handlebars one first. Come on, VS Code. I believe in you. Okay, we gotta babysit it real quick. We believe in you, VS Code. You can do it. There we go. VS Code did it. Okay, and with that, I think I'll do a manual commit. Git commit convert to mongoose. There we go. Now that's not the end of it per se. There's a little more we can do. So technically we have folder structure, model view, controller. But at least the way I understood it is the point that it's not just a separation of file names, it's a separation of concerns. I read that from day one, folks. So our controllers are supposed to be interacting with the data, not necessarily doing maybe direct interaction. So they're supposed to interact with the models. The models are supposed to interact with the data. So take, for example, I don't have many examples here. Come on, give me a good example somewhere. Yeah, so this logic here, where I am manually looking into bcrypt, checking if it matches. I should not be doing that. Instead, I should be calling a fancy method on the user that says, I don't know, it does something. I don't know what it's supposed to do, but it's supposed to do something. This is where I really should watch that video more than twice. Let's generally try to find some things to clean up. Okay, so I just want to write I can't write a custom query. Update one. It's like I implemented relations and it helped me with the populate. Like that's the one thing that Mongoose has really helped me with. This admin, because it used to have that basically lookup table, but now it's doing a populate, so very cool. But like, is it not going to help me with any of the other cool stuff? Like we had a lot of wet code in this to-do controller, this filter, every time. Is there not a way to give it to Mongoose to be like, hey, this is who I am, fill this in by default or anything? So like Mongoose default filter. That's what I'm looking for. Find non-private. Now what I'm looking for. Okay, maybe it's in my, because I'm adding this query to all of them. It's gotta be like a hook system in here. Or a middleware within the middleware. Save, validate, synchronous. Nah. Oh, that's an old Stack Overflow. These all can be gone. Be gone. Yes, that's just a helper that calls find. It's a default thing. Let's get a different Stack Overflow. Top one ain't always right, folks. There we go. Find with default value. This is kind of what I'm looking for. When you execute a find, it's passed to Mongo. Oh, so there is no default awareness. Checking or not equal true. Let's go ahead and look at update one, see if there are any other options at least. Okay, so here are my options. Let's see what options are actually real. Okay, here we go. So it extends. Oh, that's a lot of options I gotta go looking through. Oh, oh, jeez. Oh, you can do clean as an option. That's cool. Okay, so we're just gonna leave those as is. See, another things like SQLize, I can implement hooks to like catch these, or with to-do ORM catch them, but I'm not sure how to do it in Mongoose. I can make a filter for that. So yeah, make a custom some static methods added to the user for dot filter. That'll help. I don't want to do that. Add an instance method. Oh, I guess this is how you do it. So here, I guess the virtuals technically flows to the database. Now, user, ooh, is admin. Ah, that's a good helper. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna add that. Okay, let's see. Actually, I want a virtual in this case. There we go. I want to read those docs instead. I don't really want to look at the API. I want to know how to do the thing, not the thing's reference. Yeah, big yikes. Okay, how do we do virtuals? Oh, it's an options object on the schema itself. Love to hear it. Virtuals, an object is admin. Oh, go for it, Copilot. Write me my code. Yeah, good Copilot. Almost got you all the way there. There's a more modern way to write it, though. There we go. That is how we spell virtuals. Don't get it confused. Now I just need to look for all the triple equal admin checks, which there should be 2. Help if I spelled things correctly. If that one's already there. Yeah, I'm using this properties because that is a neat. Why are you being so weird, VS Code? Just chill out. Okay, now we're gonna add me my static method. Where'd it go? I think I might have closed those docs. That was an interesting reference, though, back on that page. Goodbye, virtual guide. Oh, that's how you call it. Never mind. Virtuals 2, or the 2 object to make it visible. Is there any way I can make a specific virtual visible? I guess not. Okay, that is the new static right there. So static the name and then do the thing. So this is, I'm gonna call this one, like it's the schema right here. Generate filter. I shouldn't have to be doing it here. Again, it doesn't feel the correct place to do it. And honestly, this doesn't even feel like it belongs here at all. It feels like it belongs as a helper over here. And, well, if it does exist, it needs to exist as a method. Now, let's go some way. Pick a way and go, right? How do we add it? Method, name, function, generate filter, takes no arguments, returns. Turn this, so underscore ID, this dot ID, then I guess the deleted at doesn't exist. Generate to-do filter. Doesn't need to be a function because we have access of this. Hopefully that matches. I think we can drop all the underscores. No, we do need the underscore for the database. It depends how Mongoose is gonna flip all these around. We'll find out though. So the to-do controller is where it all experiments at. There we go. And now for each of these, I mean, let's quite look at them really close. They're all literally the same. So some are items from JS. Yeah, okay, so I can make this even better. Function change to do equals request spots. Basically a higher order function, I believe. In which I say const filter equals this. That's not a name function. Request.user.generate to do filter. Then we want thing to be here, so we'll spread that first as it should be. Then this goes second. Now I want this to be applied to all of them. Generate to do filter. There it is. Now this is going to be set to request.todo filter equals filter. Then we call a next. So that's a weird middleware, but it's a fun one. I'm now thinking, how are we going to expose all this back to the router? This is technically a middleware for to do. So yeah, we got a full round stock of all of them. Ain't that nice? And we'll drop the to do since that is obvious where we're at. And then these three all get updated to request.todo filter. Yeah, it's something, folks. It is something. Now, none of these are going to like it until we implement our middlewares, or our middlewares in our routes for to do. Const generate filter. That's not how we type that. Equals copilot. There we go. To do fiddleware. So now for each of these, you all get this one, except for the addition, because you got a special, unique thing, because you're not making a filter. Not the middleware. Where is it? The to do, right? So let's look at you. It's partial. Deleted, not exist, will not work for that. Okay, I think this is the last thing we can kind of polish onto this. Let's see if it works. Okay, we are connected. Add a thing, change the thing, and delete the thing. Ooh, we got a failure there. Okay, filter did not do the coolness. So that was a mark of completed. To do controller. Come on, it's not that far. VS Code. Mark complete. Let's look at this filter. I might not have set out the to-do filter attribute. It might be on another one. We'll find out shortly. Let's get that log way up there. Hold up. So, ID deleted that thing. So I changed my ID to be different. That ID is a string. It used to be, what, underscore ID? So I just did a coercion with it. I don't think I was supposed to do that. Let's see. So the great thing about this middleware, making this dry, is that the error is literally in one place. Well, that's also a helpful thing about it being on the model, because it's still a one place. So I can double underscore both of these. Let's see if that is what it do be wanting. You won't know till it works. Ah, that is not what we would be wanting. So underscore ID equals underscore ID, deleted at, and bang. So this is the correct looking filter. Let's literally look at what it was before. Thing, request body item from JS, deleted at, equals false. Owner. Ah, it's owner. That's not right. Just had the wrong key, folks. That close, that far. Now that they're all gonna work. Hey, mark complete. I clicked it. I just waited a moment. Mark incomplete and delete. And there we go, folks. Got a little bit more data oriented, a little bit more logic in the model. There's not much more we can shove in here. The auth is the only thing that's really missing at this point. And some messaging, but that was really never part of the gestion. We could make these special mark completed, mark uncompleted functions on the model. Or set completed, update completed, kinds of little helpers, but I think that's quite a lot of work we put into this. Little controllers. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Magzalia. Hope your day's been going well. You're catching us just near the end of the stream. What do we want to commit this as? Commit. Move logic into models. And to get push. Okay, folks. We will take on a Code Wars to end the stream on. If y'all got any raid suggestions for folks that'll be online in 5 or so minutes, feel free to drop them. End it with the Code Wars. So, I'll give you an integer and a string. Break up the string into as many substrings of n as you can without spaces. If there are no leftover characters, include those as well. So let's see. Let strings equals a new array with an empty array in it. So it's going to be for let I equals 0, I less than string.length, I plus plus. Now we're going to take this out and say let current equals empty string. That's going to be if, basically if it's not white space, define white space. Oh, they say space. So that means essentially if it's not an empty character. So if string I, hey, thanks for the follow there, Taz interacts. Hope your day's been going well. If it's not space, then current plus equal string I. If current dot length triple equals n substrings dot push current, and current needs to be reset. Return substrings dot join new line plus, so this is an optional, if there's current, new line plus current, otherwise there's nothing. Let's see. A, looking good. Do we have a first try? We have a first try. Let's see if we can clean this up any better, though. So this ain't a map. This could be a reduce, but no, we can't do a reduce because we have... We could, but it would be tedious. We don't need the index. We just need the character. So for cost car of string, and of course, I know there's a magic regex to this. We ain't doing that. So if car is not a space, we want logic. So hold on. If it is a space, we want to continue. There we go. Then we'll do this. And if current length, yeah, we'll keep this in the truthy. Hold on. Let's think of math. What happens when you plus equal a string? You get the new string back, right? So if I say ABC plus DEF, now if A is a variable, A plus equal GHI, what do I get returned? The new string back. So I can be like, hey, if the combination of this, well, not GTH, oh no, go to our sticking. Okay, it's back now. There we go. So if this is equal to n, then we push the string and reset the current. Let's go full Code Wars. Usually don't want it, but we can. Push current equals Chargith. Yeah, I mean Chargith. I mean it is pronounceable. Chargith. Why not, right, Dimbo? Definitely should be a word. Chargith. Oh, wait a minute, it's still wrong. I need to put this in parentheses. I did need Chargith. Oh no. Yeah, you're not wrong, DM Bull. Ah, that's very, very true. I'm trying to think. The assignment, I won't be able to do that there. Where's the pre-assignment operator? Hmm. Ooh, we can go further. So we can say if not, and this conditional. That's gonna happen no matter what. Then, oh, we're going full Code Wars, folks. Because we just made this for loop one-liner aside from the if statement. Yeah, we're going all the way now. Did it work? Okay, it's still working. And now we're gonna bring out the comma operator. Oh yeah, forbidden fruits, folks. So substrings push, comma operator, current equals empty string. Absolute chaos. Yeah, no one needs to read code. Current equals empty string. Oh, you beat me. I'm beating you to it, Ryan. We are shortening this code to heck already. Going full Code Wars. I don't know if we can go... I don't know how if we can go a one-liner without going to a reduce. Because I know we can use a reduce. That feels a little cheaty, though. So substrings equals... Yeah, I'm not going for character count. I'm going for line count. current equals empty. So, boom. Save those declarations because that was so difficult. This for loop happens here. So we could do a reduce if the last thing in substrings is technically current. So let's drop current entirely. If car and substrings dot length -1. Oh yeah, high character count, low line count. Substrings push an empty line. And I don't need to reset anything. Ooh la la. Drop down the comma operator. Oh, sad to see it go. And then we join and trim. So if it's empty, then it'll just be two new line characters. Now watch this not work. Oh, watch this work. Oh. Now, finally, since this is all operating with a single variable, gotta go all the way. String dot reduce substrings car, then our initial value was our new substrings. Oh, this is a tough one. Sometimes I'm adding, sometimes I'm not. Ooh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's not that easy. No. No, it's gotta be a way. I mean, I know there is. I don't know how long I'm gonna try on this one though. So it's conditionally if pushed into the length of thing, return the existing substrings or return the existing substrings and a new blank substring. Okay, so I think I can do that. Substrings are set my initial value empty, the little guy in there. So this will be car not equal blank and last substring. So we make the modifications. So this conditional means substrings and new substring. Otherwise, it is old substrings. Ah. Then we join and trim. Absolute chaos incarnate. This is all return, so now I know this ain't gonna. Oh my word. We did it, folks. We have created this monstrosity of an arrow function. Whew. Don't you love it? Well, we can drop that variable now, too. You know what? We're not going to go for character count. This is already impossible to read. There we go. Of course, there's an easy regex for it, but it's good to let me go a little crazy. Go full code wars. Yeah, so everyone's just replacing the space by how many counts and then match and then joining for that many counts of things. Wow. Yeah, serious escaper. Looks like regex was a popular one for this, but string butchering the reduce, always a good option, folks. Well, folks, that is the end of the stream. We got a lot done for our to-do project. Went full MVC, got that softly in like everyone was chatting about. Some pretty good code wars. There's the code if y'all want to see it yourself. Nope, that's not the code. There's the code. Gotta hit the 8-hour mark. Okay. 4 more minutes. 4 more minutes to find someone to raid. How about that? Yeah, you too, Leah. Oh, let's see who is on. Whistleface is on. Mine always raids them. Yeah, Leah, I'm always head down to. Yeah, yeah. And those who don't know, Leah also does the cool streams, 100 devs, all kinds of them. Let's see. Ooh. Freckled Science is doing stuff. They're always a blast. Something about potatoes. Man, if only Slip That Code was here. They would love potatoes. All regex. Man, did literally everyone use regex on this? Oh, anything not alphabetical character. That part is understandable. Oh, okay, they filled it. Okay, they went real cutesy here, filling with emojis. Oh, with bitwise operators. Oh, cursed. I thought my stuff was cursed, but yeah, that's something else right there. Yeah, it's a good question. When's the next stream? Hey, Aeroflex, you're catching us just as we're about to raid out. Man, one guy, anyone software suggestions, feel free to drop them on. That one is playing a video game. Ooh, tomorrow, nice. Computer and internet, yeah. Well, I know the feeling. There's a few of them tonight too, but yeah, be looking forward. I mean, we definitely know we got Maya and Wolf. They're gonna be streaming tomorrow. Yeah, for sure. Aeroflex, yeah. Hey, always down for Interplanet. It happens, Leah. Just turn it into. I mean, you already did turn it into a game, though, didn't you? Right? Yeah. It's all good, noobish duck. There's a lot of stuff going on, you know. Yeah, mine streams earlier on Sunday. I'm not sure. So they haven't actually. I mean, maybe I know they know. They haven't told if it's gonna be. So we know Leon's not streaming tomorrow, so she could be streaming at 1, or she could be streaming at her usual 3 p.m. Both Eastern times. So, but yeah, the usual early is 3 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, it might actually be a 1 since Leon has confirmed they're not streaming office hours tomorrow. So it's somewhere between 1 and 3 is where Mine Wolf's gonna start tomorrow. But yeah, there we go. That is our 8 hours DM Bolt. There you go. Last call for suggestions before we go on and help. Check out Freckled Science, because I'm not seeing. Oh, wait, CM Griffin's on. Yeah, we're all rated CM Griffin. It's been a while since we rated them. Noise. Yeah, we got the noise in there. Noise. Always gotta love them even numbers, right? You can't start work at 25. You gotta start work at 30, right? Suggest I start over. X metrics. I can't do that. Nah. Nah. I gotta do something called, I don't know if y'all know about it. Sleep. But no, actually, I gotta catch that leak code challenge, actually, so I will catch you out there. Oh, you're a fraud, yeah. Nah, you're not a fraud. But you can math. See, it's been a lie this entire time. You've been using math to code this entire time. You don't actually code. None of us code. Yeah, you just write Prisma queries. None of the quote happens. Nah, okay. No one's a fraud. We're all putting Legos together and get it working. Now, thank you. It's all about results, right, folks? If you make the thing and it works, then it works, right? It doesn't matter how you did it. Thanks, y'all, coming by. Catch you next time.